Good morning, sports fans, and welcome to Clinton, New Jersey for the first day of the Rugby Showcase 2026. My name is Brian Ahern, and I'm here with the wonderful Marissa Cogan, who will be calling the game today.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back to another wonderful year of this event. Can't wait to get started with the action today.
Yeah, it's supposed to hit 90 degrees today, so it's going to be definitely a factor.
Yeah, I think all the teams came prepared for that, surely, though. I mean, we all saw the weather forecast.
We did indeed. So we're going to have Downingtown versus Southington Greenwich in first match. Southington Greenwich are in red, Downingtown in the blue/purple.
That's like indigo, maybe?
It's kind of cool. I just don't know what it is.
Well, it might be a different color now than it is later today because of where the sun's sitting in the sky.
It's true.
Refs making sure everybody gets set. We're going to start with a Greenwich-Southington kickoff. Ball's up. Nice middle deep kick down to the middle of the field and taken right away at pace. Support's there for the ruck already. Make sure they're getting set up steep. Smart choice to pick and go right there to let your backs get set up. Everybody had to come back off that kickoff. First ball out, and good run by the number 8 right there. Tried for the stiff arm, maybe got her a couple extra meters. I think she tried to go for a kick there.
Yeah, she passed it back inside and it just went forward. Unfortunately, a little bit disorganized, but first couple of seconds of the game that tends to happen. So scrum opportunity for Greenwich.
Deep in the field too, so this is setting up a good position if they have a nice play to run off this scrum to get started early, and it's always good to have a set piece right in the beginning of the game. It gives you a feel for everything. You can adjust right away to the other team.
So for those of you looking at the TVs at home, the orange tape around the legs means that they're either freshmen or sophomores, which means the college coaches cannot talk to them yet. And if they're wearing green tape, they're either juniors or unattached seniors.
Big drive by Downington, but Greenwich got the ball out just in time. 9's going to pick it and take it weak side and go down, so they're going to have a pick and go right out of this because the 9's in the ruck. Smart choice. A little late to the ruck there, but I think that they were able to get there before Downington. No, Downington was able to get their hands in there first.
Yeah, ruck support is definitely a big factor.
This close to the try line, too. Downingtown's calling something, trying to get some momentum going very deep in their backfield. So they're looking for some strong runners right here. They're going to kick. Greenwich has got somebody back there to chase.
It's a nice kick by McGettigan right over the top.
She's going to try to take it wide to see where there's no defense there. Her support is a little late behind her, so yeah, held her feet there. And that was the 9 with that coverage back in that run. Gabriella Aliaga.
Come up!
Wish they had a little bit more pace on those passes there, but they're gaining some meters.
Yeah, a little flat.
They got to make sure they're recycling quicker so they can get set up behind those rucks. That's going to help with their depth. Big run
nice
on the
break.
outside by Emma O'Neill Simpson. Dots it down right in the corner.
So Greenwich comes out swinging. Five points early. Some good line breaks by Greenwich. They a little bit flat in their passes, but once they got Downingtown kind of bunched up in the middle and they took the space on the outside, and it looks like they have wheels on the outside.
They definitely know how to use those edges. That is how their 9 was able to bring that kick right all the way back up the field on this close edge, and then they were able to get it wide, give their wing a go on the other side and take it up down on that end. So definitely can tell that maybe Downingtown needs to work on their edge coverage a little bit more. My coaches always like to say you have an extra defender, and that is the sideline. So use the touch line to your advantage.
Solid kick, just went past the post, so it's going to be 5-0 Greenwich.
They got the power behind that, though, so I think a different angle. I'm thinking kick's going in next time.
Definitely had the leg. So Downingtown will get us started. Just trying to reorganize their structure a little bit. They don't look like they've their heads down in any way.
Still very early in the game today. They obviously just had the opportunity in the try zone to kind of talk about what went wrong there, what they can improve on. So I expect them to make some adjustments there. Little low kick down in the middle, and that goes straight to the scrum half, and she's not going to dish it. She's going to run it. So they're trying to figure out who's going to take it for that pick, but she's running a little bit alone, not a lot of support there, and Downingtown's going to get their hands in the ruck again, but looks like Greenwich was able to push them out of there just in time. Downingtown was able to steal the ball, though. I don't know how we were able to pick from a ruck with no support. Make sure you have your team behind you if you're going to pick and go from there. They're going to send it out wide. That's Brianna Handlin. The big run down the sideline. Out to number 16, Akayla Towles. It's always a big name for the girls in blue, purple, indigo over here with Downingtown.
Oh, good hands there by Dixon, I think it was.
Yep. Trying to figure out which way they want to send it.
McGettigan spreads it out wide.
Yeah, Greenwich was a little bunched in there. Able to dot it down in the far corner, just like their opposition did a couple minutes ago.
Really good ball movement by Downingtown on that series. Just worked their way through the phases after they stole the ball from that ruck.
Very good heads-up play to see as well what the Greenwich Southington defense was doing, what was the best way to send it. Took a little bit of extra time in that last ruck right there to figure out which direction they wanted to go. Clearly had an overload on their left-hand side.
It was nice, you know, a lot of that came from the attackers keeping their shoulders downfield and, you know, really freezing the defender, not letting them drift at all.
No, you can't let them know what you're committed to. Always have options.
Crowd goes silent for the conversion attempt.
Good angle, but short.
Yep.
So it's a 0-0, practically again, a couple minutes in, 2 tries, 1 for each team, no kicks so far.
I think we call that 5-5.
Game mentality, a tie is a tie.
Spoken like a true rugby player.
Greenwich Southington sophomore Zoe Garros with the kickoff. A little bit of a hopper there, and it's not going to call knock there. A little bit of a step from the Downingtown player right there. Good support in the ruck. And crash line to have a little shadow play for the back line behind them. Powerful steps by number 12, Abby McGettigan right there.
McGettigan, whose older sister plays at Brown University.
More big names for that Downingtown roster. Little bit of a sloppy ruck right there, but Downingtown's able to get it out. Kind of a scramble, but they get it to number 16, Akayla Towles, senior, committed to Queens in Charlotte.
It's a really good pickup by Queens. Towles has been a solid name at the high school level for her whole career.
Absolutely. Little bit of a knock on the far sideline over there, so Greenwich Southington's going to get their hand at another scrum. They did great things off their scrum at the beginning of this game right here, so let's see what they have now. Last time their 9 decided to take it herself. It very much seems, based on what's happened so far, that she's a little bit more of an independent player. When she sees that hole, she's going to take it. So let's see if she's going to pass it out, maybe have the back set up a little play right here. Yeah, ball came out the tunnel, I think, so ref is going to have a go at that again. There was a big drive by Downingtown during that last scrum, but Greenwich Southington was able to get it out just in time. So as the set pieces move forward in this game, they definitely have to be mindful of the power imbalance there.
The sir with the whistle is Adam Gernstein from Morris Rugby.
Ball's in. Quick hook, little bit of a drive from Downingtown, but they're able to get it out. 9 passes it out to her back line. They're going to keep sending it wide. Their scrum half definitely likes to get involved in their plays back there, which she has the steps, she has the moves, as we saw from her kick return earlier. Big leaping step from Rowan Kelly right there to break through the first line of defense.
Got numbers on the outside if they can get the ball out.
They're still a little bit flat. Would love to see them, set up a little bit steeper now. It's very hard for them to get momentum coming onto that pass when you're setting up so flat in order to still stay behind. Ref's going to call it back for a previous penalty, so they're going to play advantage from a toe and go, and she's just going to take it. Big run by Chelsea Carinard right there.
Referee says not 10. Yeah, Greenwich Southington seemed to be a little bit flat on their passes, and it's really allowing Downingtown's defense just to drift across and shut them down. They've had numbers on the outside a couple of times where if they were actually running on and just getting that ball out, they would have had some open space.
It's so hard when you're flat, too, because you're going to wait for that defender to be committed to you before you pass it. But that means that the defensive line is already right up on you, which means they're right up onto the girl next to you if you're flat as well.
Yeah, you're starting on your heels rather than your toes.
That's Carinard again, taking multiple defenders to get her down. A little bit of an errant pass by the 9 right there. Able to be fielded cleanly, though. Smart decision to hold it in there a little bit. She thought about taking it weak side, but they were clearly outnumbered there.
Yeah, the 9 for Southington is really a heads-up player. You can see her scanning the field to see what her best options are. You really like to see that at the high school level.
Yeah, I would love to hear a little bit more chatter from them. Looks like Downingtown was able to get that out of the ruck.
Looked like Aaron Medorsky, who played for the Eastern State Storm down in the territorial championships in Florida earlier in the year.
And right away, Downingtown was able to just adjust that flat defensive line to get steep right away, which was great adjustment. Obviously, as soon as they got that ball stolen, we saw their whole back line start backing up. They are nice and steep now, which definitely is going to work in their advantage as they're working their way down the field.
Medorsky with ball in hand. She's going to New Haven in the fall. It's a really good pickup for them.
Going to choose to kick to touch, hopefully set up a nice play here. Not too much wind today. The air is very still, so that shouldn't have much of an effect on lineouts.
Yeah, it's about as calm as a day as you could get.
Some cloud coverage right now, too.
Well, we're inside in this air-conditioned tent, so what do we know?
Good take by the jumper and maul right away. Greenwich Southington should have seen that coming. Looked like they were prepared for it, but Downingtown still got a couple of meters on that. Good step right there. And out to number 15, who's going to center it and dot it down, Lucy Progan for the try.
Really good play there by McGettigan. She sucked the defender in, broke a couple of tackles first, then sucked the defender in, held the ball. Just
dished
nice
it right on time to her teammate as well, yep.
Those are the kind of off-the-ball things that really make a difference in a team.
And obviously the synchronization between the forwards being able to do their job right there over with that maul and getting it out right away, quick ball out to the backs, just beautiful teamwork by all of Downingtown right there. And now center kick set up for Downingtown, number 8, Ava Marie Meraki. Kick is good. Brings our score to 12-5 in favor of Downingtown.
And the kick was caught by former Army coach Lara, who now coaches with Greenwich. She still has it.
You never lose it.
Oh, believe me, you do.
Nah, you still have it too. I haven't seen it, but you still have it.
It's deep down inside me. Come out to touch on Sundays and I'll show you how much I've lost.
Ball's up for the kickoff again. She was passionate about catching that, but
Certainly was.
these ref's going to call that knock, so big opportunity for Greenwich Southington right here. The scrum just around the 22, near side of the field. A little bit further than their first scrum was, but they've been able to convert off of these scrums and get something going. They've definitely adjusted to the power that is behind the Downingtown 8. Downingtown's trying to drive. They got it solid, though. Aliaga's all the way in there to get that ball, but she gets it out to her back line. Good job driving the feet by Rowan Kelly right there. Make sure they really earn that tackle.
Downingtown is definitely being very, very aggressive around the rucks, so it's good to see Greenwich committing a few more bodies at this point.
Yeah, and that's the third ruck that Downingtown has been able to poach the ball from in just this first half. Even though Greenwich had bodies in there, they were just not set up low enough. They were just standing, half crouching over it. You got to get really low in those rucks. Big breakaway up the sideline right there. A little bit of a dish to the player right behind her, but not going to do much when there's already defense swarming you. But again, Downingtown gets steep right away. Adjustment off the defensive line.
There's an advantage being played. So probably going to see a ball over the top.
Yeah,
nice
making
little
some
breakthrough.
nice steps. Big run by Julia McNamee.
Over that.
And they're just going to pick and go. That's McGettigan right there. Buying her team a little bit of extra time to catch up on the outside there. Quick to number 10 on the edge, who dots it down right on the wing. That's Faye Colombo.
It's a lovely off-ball load by number 14. I'm not sure the name.
Brianna Hanlon.
Brianna Hanlon, yeah. Really nice offload. She sucked that last defender in again and just created that space. Smart, selfless play.
The adjustment between defense, offense, heads-up play, poaching the ball from those rucks. Downingtown has definitely been playing a system of rugby. It is clear that they have set up exactly what they want to do. They know each other. They play well together, which is a great showing out for them in this first half so far.
Yeah, you can see it's a well-oiled unit.
Hey, for Westchester here.
Meraki with the kick again.
Just a little bit short.
Good effort behind that, though. Definitely got a boot on her. Brings our score to 17-5 for the girls in Indigo. Greenwich Southington has got a couple adjustments to make. Looks like some subs came in for them as well. Got a couple girls in orange out there right now. A little bit of a bouncer off the kickoff. Defense is trying to get up there right away. Trying to use that touch line, but Downingtown's smart. They'll send it back inside.
Setting up a nice clean ruck. Greenwich is not committing to the ruck either. You know, they're giving Downingtown that space to operate.
Big steps, big run by Towels.
Still going.
Scrum half. Aliaga's going to finally make that tackle. And that right there, another big run. But if you saw before they picked up that ball and sent it out, Greenwich Southington backed up on defense to kind of let the ball meet them kind of where they were. And that's definitely not what you want to see. You want to charge towards that. I understand maybe if it's a size mismatch, you might be a little nervous, but you got to make those tackles.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving Downingtown any space to operate whatsoever. And, you know, we saw it, that first ruck, nobody was committing, and then Towels broke off a good 40-meter run. She had players hanging off her, and then, you know, Dixon followed up with a nice little punch through, and then they moved the ball out the back line.
Yeah, and again, out to the wing, broke up off the sideline, and then came down the middle to dot it down for a try. Definitely should be having some words in the try zone right there. Captain should be talking to her team down there, talking about here's what we should do. You know, first half is almost over. What can we adjust? What can we improve upon? Now broken pretty wide open for a game that was tied not too long ago.
Yeah, Southington Greenwich got that first score of the game, and it's been kind of all Downingtown since.
Great kick right there by Meraki. Ref's going to call half right there. All right, so Brian, what did you see in that first half from Downingtown that you think they can improve on next half?
I think they've as the game has gone on, they've really worked on their shape. They've held, you know, they're a little bit jittery to start, which it happens, right? It's early morning, it's hot, but they really started to maintain a bit of a shape in the forwards, sucked the Southington down Greenwich players in, and then that creates space on the outside. So, you know, they're really starting to click on all cylinders, and they've got speed on the outside as well. How about you? How about Greenwich Southington? What are you seeing?
I think that they definitely need to be more confident in their tackles. They're a little bit wary on defense, not committing to tackle some of those players that are strong runners for Downingtown. We know they're strong runners. If you have to commit multiple people to a tackle, go ahead and do that. That'll be better in the long run. They also definitely have to get lower in the rucks. At least 3 poaches that I recall in the first half in Downingtown's favor, when there were at least 2 girls in each of those rucks from Greenwich Southington. So if you're going to be in that ruck, you got to make sure you're getting low, protecting that ball, and giving your 9, Aliaga, a chance to get that ball out. She's had to dig it out kind of not cleanly a couple times, still getting it to her back line. So just protect your players right there. Make sure that you're protecting that ruck. I really would hope that we don't see too many more poaches from Downingtown for Greenwich. And then I think Greenwich Southington just needs to take a deep breath. They started this game off a little bit jittery, just like Downingtown did. They've definitely found a little bit of their pace, but it needs to be picked up a little bit more on the defensive side.
Yeah, and you've got Towels and Dixon will find those soft shoulders, and if Greenwich is not committing to those tackles, and you can see it towards the end of the first half, they were kind of waiting for the tackle at certain points rather than actually attacking the tackle. So if they don't fix that at halftime, it's definitely going to be a lot more Downingtown running downhill in the second half.
Part of that translates also to their offense, though. They're very flat on offense, not running up to get into the passes a lot, so that's kind of breaking down their momentum right there. Part of that is tough because when they're not practicing that on offense, it's very hard on defense to also be running up and getting into it. Obviously on defense, you do want to be flat, but as soon as that ball is near you and that's your man, you better be running up to meet them back where they are, because we've seen Downingtown do it multiple times. So that's something that they could fix on both sides of the ball, making sure that they're setting themselves up and bringing their momentum to whatever contact they're going into.
That's a really good point. So tell me what's going on with you. You just graduated from Seton Hall?
Syracuse?
Oh, sorry, Syracuse.
First letter right. Yeah, so I have a couple more classes left to take, but I did graduate So I'll have one more semester next and one more season of 15s. Right now I'm working in social media. So
Very good, very good.
multimedia adjacent, still hoping to break into TV, working for a company called SickFit. They make performance gear, primarily socks, that help with, your athletic performance, everyday, day-to-day life. So if anybody out there is looking for some socks that will help their feet, hit me up.
Sounds good. And then we'd also like to thank our sponsors here today. We have always the hardest working guy in the league, Jeff from Steamroller Rugby. So definitely give Jeff a hit up on his website, steamrollerrugby.com. We have Proactivity and Basecamp 31, who are absolutely the driving force behind what we do here. And Clinton Bagel is our local sponsor. They take care of all of the college coaches, which is great. And Rugby New Jersey is always a great assistance to us. So
Definitely a great setup we got here. Can't say enough about everybody and everything that makes it happen. Super grateful for the way that this has grown over the years, and grateful to get to do this for all these players, for all these coaches.
yeah, this is your indentured servitude, really.
I volunteered 1 year and I
That's
just
what
keep coming back.
We set the hook and that's it.
No, it's great getting to watch these players grow up too, because now we're reaching the point where I've seen some of these girls since freshman year. I saw some of my girls my first year when I was doing this, and they were freshmen, graduated last year, and I was able to talk about how I've seen them and great colleges they're all going to, and again, more players now coming up, and I get to see where they're committed to go. And I remember watching them back many years ago, and I was still playing in the tournament, maybe playing against them.
You're making yourself sound old now. We're only in year 6. But yeah, no, that's the cool thing is watching these kids. They start out, as most do, with they're a little bit shy and timid, and then all of a sudden they're growing into these powerful athletes and moving on to play in universities all up and down the country. So it's really, really nice to be able to go watch a college game and see all these kids that you saw at the high school level. It's phenomenal.
Absolutely. Final cheers going up for both the teams, breaking it down with their coaches. Definitely some good talks with their coaches during halftime. We heard a little bit of Downingtowns across the field. On the other side, we have Greenwich Southington. Hopefully their coaches were able to tell them what they can adjust in the second half, realistic goals for them to set to just make sure their play is a little bit more solid. Hopefully they talked about line depth and speed on the ball on both the offense and defensive side. And they're going to get the ball to start this half off the kickoff, so hopefully they can set something up off of that.
The sun is just peeking through the clouds.
They had a little bit of break from the sun in the first half there. So peeking out now, but again, shortened games today because of the tournament format, so do not fret. We're not making these kids play full-length 15s games in 90-degree heat. Refs doing final checks, make sure all the girls are out there.
It's good to see Adam Gernstein actually doing some work. Supposedly referees are human too.
I heard that. I think from somebody once, maybe. Now twice, I guess.
Has to be true then. Has to be true.
All right, second half is going to get underway now with a kick from Aaron Medorsky. A little bit of a bobble there, but it went backwards, so they're going to play it. And right away, Greenwich is getting steeper than they were during the first half, so that's good to see right there. It looks like they had a little bit of a switch in the lineup right there because their 9 is out playing in the back line right now, Aliaga. Big run right there and caught it on pace.
That's Anna Voda. Support is there.
Gonna pick and go from that ruck right there by Chelsea Carinard.
Towels kind of came in a little bit from the side there, but referee said it was okay.
They're gonna get it out to the wing. A little bit of a spin move right there by Jamison Kleck. Give her team a couple extra meters. And they're gonna dish it out to the number 2, Tiara Fernando. Greenwich Southington has got to make sure that they're matching up. Oh,
there goes Voda.
Powerful runner right there. They got to make sure they're getting to those rucks. Aliaga's back playing in the scrum half spot now.
Looks like we're going to go back for the knock, maybe. Not sure. Actually,
Blocking the ref from my view. Yep. All right, so Aliaga's going to take the tap right there. Nope, never mind. She's going to give it. So this player, let me catch a number right here, was playing 9 at the beginning of the second half.
They're super far back from the mark. It looks like they're going to run it, but they're now
they might be giving it for a kick.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 21's going to gain probably about 9 or 10 right there from that kick. Little bit of a miscommunication about what the move was going to be with that penalty on the Greenwich Southington side, but they eventually got to it. I do think that was a smarter decision than them trying to run it from deep in their backfields based on what we've seen from them so far at this game.
And sometimes you get a little bit of a lack of communication when you have two teams joined together because they're not always used to playing with each other, and it can create a little bit of havoc sometimes. Oh, nicely stolen through the line out by Downingtown. They move it out the back line again. McGettigan has it.
Caught it a little bit behind her, but still able to take it with pace and breaking through that line right there. But Aliaga wants to make that tackle. Tackled her right before the try line. That's that pace and that tenacity that we want to see from Greenwich Southington right there, chasing her back to get her down before the try line. Downingtown's going to try for a couple picks and goes, trying to draw in the Greenwich Southington defense, see if they can maybe send it out wide to some open space after a couple tries at it. Able to dot it down with a pick right there.
Kayla Towles punches it down, but that was really, really great work by Aliaga. It really shows a fight and a tenacity to chase down McGettigan, who's not a slow player at all. She can move. She has some wheels, so it was really good work by Aliaga. You know, unfortunately the end result was still a try, but definitely somebody to watch. That is
the attitude that you want to see from somebody who is clearly a leader on your team as well. Hopefully to inspire, get that fire going for her teammates around her. No, chase down that tackle, because I caught her right before the try line. Even if you're going to chase them right into the try zone, you prevent them from centering it, getting an easier kick. That is that energy and tenacity and passion that we want to see in this later stages of the game.
Absolutely. Kick is on target, but just a little low. So score remains same. Downingtown in full control at 29-5.
Greenwich Southington getting set up and talking to each other a little bit more. When they came out here at the beginning of the half, they were still talking, okay, what position do you play? Okay, she's playing this position, I'm playing. So a little bit of adjustments here, playing with some of these girls they haven't played with before. Took a couple minutes at the beginning of the half to get into that. Still not quite sure who's playing scrum half for them right now. They've kind of been swapping back and forth for the first 4 or so minutes of this half. Nice, deep kick. Bobbled backwards a little bit, but Downingtown's going to take it and try to make up for some of that space. Break up the sideline again.
Tackle was a little high. Ref said it's okay. Forward momentum. Downingtown is just taking it into the pack now and just going to suck Greenwich in, and then they'll probably hit out the back line and get it moving.
They clearly have numbers out here on the edge. Greenwich Southington is struggling a little bit with recycling back into the play. Ref is going to call a penalty and make them get back. Now is your chance for our girls in the red and 2 in the orange to match up. Make sure that they have the support that they need. Tell each other, no, I need somebody left, I need somebody right. This is their chance right now before whatever play Downingtown has set up.
Looks like they're going to try and punch it in a little bit with the pack. Downingtown is known for their tricks, so looks like they are spreading it out the back line.
Yeah, and they definitely have an arsenal right there. That's Aliaga again with the tackle.
She's been everywhere today.
Yeah, she's a junior, so I have no doubt that she'll be getting some time later with these coaches.
Good work by Dixon. Out to Fogan. And punching it down in the corner.
Really loving these sidelines and these corners today, taking advantage of the space that they've been able to create on the outside right here.
And, you know, looking in on the Southington Greenwich team, you can see there's a lot of orange tape wrapped around those legs, which means they are on the younger side. So this will be a very, very good learning experience for them. They'll have many more opportunities.
Yeah, and this is a great weekend to be able to play against multiple teams, play with multiple sets of girls. This weekend is all about experience and exposure. So, yes, winning is nice, but winning is not everything, especially for a weekend like this. You want to make sure that you're putting on a good front for your team as a whole, making sure you're being a leader where you can be.
Kick is up and no good. Score remains 34-5. So, yeah, definitely agree with what you were saying. You know, what are the things that make a great rugby player? Is it the person who has, you know, wheels on the outside and just scores all the tries? Or is it that person who can, you know, set the person on the outside up for those scores, you know, and lifts the team when they're down, makes those hard hits? The coaches at the college level are looking at all of these minor little details that the person is doing off the ball, and, you know, just how they react after something negative happens, or, you know, just see what kind of culture fit they would have for their own programs.
Zoe Garros is going to kick the ball off for Greenwich Southington again, this time fielded cleanly by McGettigan. We're able to catch her shortly into her run, not let her get to that sideline again. A little bit of a wayward offload right there. Downingtown's able to field it. Put a lot of people into that ruck.
Medorsky punching. Gains a couple of meters.
Greenwich Southington not committing to try to counter ruck that, even though 9 wasn't there to get the ball out.
Nice little inside dish by Dixon.
Definitely heads up, adjustments. Great communication right there. You could hear the Downingtown girls saying, one more. They got it out. Garros is going to be there for that tackle and use that touch line as that extra defender and get her out there. And the chase was also being made by Aliaga. Great communication by Downingtown there, saying one more, get it out to the sideline. We have the overload. Great adjustment by the two players on Greenwich Southington to chase that down, not let her get all the way to the try line. Now they have a chance for another line out. Their last one was stolen by Downingtown, so let's see if they can make some adjustments, field the ball cleanly here, and see what they can make happen off of this.
One cleanly, starting to move it out the back line.
Very tight for some of these passes and very flat still, but obviously that's because they are so deep into their field. They can't really get too steep.
And you'd like to see that receiver take a couple of punch steps forward, just to at least, you know, keep the defense honest.
Absolutely.
If you allow the defense to keep coming up, it's just going to make it harder and harder.
Tried to take it out to the outside, but support was late getting there, and it looks like Downingtown was able to steal it from that ruck. That Greenwich player just tried to take the outside edge, but her team didn't know, and they didn't follow her out there, so they were able to poach that ball. Meraki's going to get another chance for a kick. Going to try to go pretty deep with this one as it is in the corner.
She's certainly getting good opportunities to practice her sideline kicking today.
A lot of reps in.
Ball is up.
Short,
Hits the post.
a little too narrow.
39-5. Be good to see Southington Greenwich get a, do something here, maybe steal a ball on the hop and get a score before the end.
I've definitely seen improvements during the second half, though, from this team. Would love to see it pay off a little bit. They have clearly talked about what exactly were their downfalls during the first half with their coaches during halftime and made some adjustments based off of some of those weak spots. Just got to see a little bit more of that. We still have game left to play, so.
You certainly can't be asking Aliaga to do much more. She's been everywhere.
They're going to let it bounce a couple times. Ref's going to call
A penalty on it? Not sure. Maybe it was coming in from the side, maybe on their own ruck.
possibly, but this is a great opportunity for Greenwich Southington.
Midorsky steals it. Up to halfway.
And
Nice tackle by Greenwich Southern.
Yeah,
Southington.
that's Garros with the chase again.
It was a try-saving tackle, even though we had another 50 meters to run.
Absolutely, and she's been doing great on the backfield coverage this half.
For sure. Referee says offside. Downingtown will take a second, get a breather. You're going to call the pack in.
Yeah, they definitely have an arsenal. They have a lot of decisions. They clearly have solid opportunities. They know they can kick. They know they can just tap and go. They know they have people who can run. So it's great when you have all those options. They opted for the kick this time. They opted for the tap and run before. So it's great to kind of keep Greenwich Southington on their toes a little bit, see what they should set up for, because I would not have been surprised if they all just set up flat right there and faked the kick and just went and ran it, because they can adjust from flat to steep with the snap of a finger.
And they've done a really good job of moving the Greenwich defense from side to side and, you know, having them to constantly reset. That takes it out of you after a while, and especially on your pack players, you know, having to defend going backwards is not the easiest thing. So, on a warm day like today, it's definitely going to hurt you in the last few minutes. Will we see a maul?
Prime field spot for it. Way more prepared. Greenwich Southington is way more prepared this time. Maybe they weren't for that first maul, but they saw it coming this time. Downingtown's trying to get a little sneaky, playing with some loops right there, but Greenwich Southington, good pace on defense right there.
We getting it around the corner on the outside.
She had a great look on that outside edge. She saw that she had the opportunity to take that. Her teammates knew she possibly could. Ref's going to call it back.
High tackle.
Right on the sideline right here.
Production O'Brien yelling at the kids.
Making sure we get a clear shot for you guys.
Always working.
Little bit of movement. Tap is up. Great work by Greenwich Southington to stuff that right away, but now they have to be prepared for the pick and go. They were able to stop Towels right there. Nice and low picks, nice and low picks. 9 is calling for that ball. She wants to send it wide. Headed out to Colombo. Took a couple steps right there.
knocking on the door. It looks like Dixon.
Door is open.
Good low body position by Dixon, just driving with her legs and just punches it over.
But great effort by Greenwich Southington right there to stop the pick and go for those first, I want to say, 5 or 6 phases before they sent it out to the backs, because that was much better than they did against the pick and goes earlier in the game.
For sure.
When Towels was able to just get it off the first or second pick. They adjusted, they got lower on defense. So forced Downingtown to make a couple of extra moves and really earn that try right on the try line right there.
Definitely some positives from their defense the last few minutes.
Everybody's getting some water. Although the cloud coverage has kind of stifled the sun a little bit, still a hot day.
Production O'Brien hard at work in his last showcase weekend.
Sad face.
Sad face. So if you've liked what has gone on with the EGRL the last few years and the showcases, Production O'Brien has been a big part of it. Always.
We have a Greenwich Southington player being helped off the field right here. She's up though and she's moving. We're gonna have McGettigan try for the kick instead of Meraki.
Just pushes it left.
Great power behind that though, and she almost had the angle.
Couple of minutes left in this one.
Greenwich Southington is back out there with all red jerseys. Couple minutes left to play still. Make something happen.
Deep kick.
She's been great at getting it to that spot where they bobbled it and knocked it on a couple kicks ago, so.
I think McGettigan got away with a little bit of a forward pass on that one. Towels.
Looking for the offload. It's gonna get it to Fernando. Greenwich Southington is calling for help on this near side of the field, letting the rest of their team know that they're outnumbered. Pressure by Greenwich Southington is put Downingtown, forced to make a little mistake. Opportunity for them to get one in before the end of the game right here.
Certainly not hanging their heads. They've really, you know, still maintained pressure and really working much better in the second half as a complete unit.
Yeah, they're going to have Aliaga in the back line, and they're going to have somebody else feeding the ball into the scrum. They've been doing great on the scrums so far today. Their setup, not as steep as Downingtown has been, but steeper than they were earlier in the game.
Sir, not happy with the front rows.
Got to make sure everything gets proper and safe inside of there. Definitely a vulnerable position for those front three.
Step right over.
Nine's going to feed the ball. They're going to go for an 8-man pick. Ref's going to call that the 8 knocked it before she could get it up. I think that was a smart move for the play by Greenwich Southington. Obviously not executed as they wanted it to be, but trying to make something happen right here. You basically got a midfield scrum, so lots of options.
Yeah, Downingtown, big, powerful pack, really put pressure on Greenwich. Scrum half tried to dig it out, just couldn't get her hands in far enough with that push coming backwards.
Quick hook by Downingtown. Nine's going to run it for a switch right away to McGettigan.
Really like the way McGettigan's still punching forward on the ground, you know, giving her team that extra meter, making the defense having to set up.
They're going to spread it all the way out to that edge. They've been abusing the wings all game. Going to use that sideline to their advantage. Lots of communication by Downingtown just makes you realize how quiet it's been for Greenwich Southington when they've been on offense. Little mistake by number 20 on the edge there. This could be an opportunity for Greenwich Southington. Big tackle right there, but they're going to try to get it set up, see what they can do off of this.
McGettigan being an absolute menace around those rocks.
I would send it out wide, get it to those backs. That's Aliaga taking 2 players to get her down, but she dishes it quickly. It was all the way out.
Oh,
I believe that's Garros.
Just knocked on at the end there. Just trying to do just a little bit too much. Downingtown back in possession.
This has been a little bit wild play for the last 2 minutes or so.
Referee says, okay, let's settle it down. We'll go back for the original knock.
Time is definitely counting down. Players got to be aware of that. Greenwich Southington didn't realize it was called against them. Getting back now.
Dixon throwing the ball at the referee. We've all wanted to do it. Modorsky with ball in hand.
A little bit of a crash line from the forwards there. They're going to send it out.
Big up and under by McGettigan.
And fielded by Aliaga. And Aliaga's going to take that edge, and she's going to keep going. Go for the stiff arm right there off number 14. And that is exactly what Aliaga deserves. She has been working her butt off all game to get that try on the edge right there and really work for it down the sideline. Great move by Greenwich Southington off of that kick that suddenly a gust of wind came, stifled it a little bit, fielded by Aliaga, who was able to field that kick return earlier and get a great run off of that as well. Clearly one of her strong suits right there. Well-deserved try for a player who has clearly been putting in the passion and the work for these last 40 minutes.
So true. Aliaga has been all over the field from the first whistle all the way through and finally got a little bit of space. Had to beat the opposing winger. Big stiff arm, kept her at arm's length, pushed her off and then touched it down the corner. Well worked try, fully deserved. Definitely putting on a good show today.
Absolutely. Now we'll get a chance for Garros to put it up. A little too much angle on that, and that's going to be the end of the game. Our final score, 44-10, but great showing by Greenwich Southington to get that try in at the very end there. They opened the game, and they'll close it too.
That's right. So talk to me about Downingtown's performance.
It's just very clear that they have a very set system that they practice, and they practice how they play. It is great to see such a diverse team that uses their forwards to their advantage, uses their backs to their advantage. They use everybody to their strongest points, and you have great utility players like Towels, who can run that trick off the tap, can also run through multiple defenders. You have so many girls out there who clearly have chemistry with each other to run switches and pops and loops. Great use on the outside. They took advantage of these wings today, but it was not the wings taking advantage of those wings. It was multiple players taking advantage of the edges of the field. So great all-around team effort. We had multiple players shouted out during the game, multiple players scoring tries, and just great show of sportsmanship here as well after the game. I think that they have definitely shown themselves to be one of those teams that's just set up for all scenarios.
And, the refereeing today so far has been really, really good. Good job by Adam Gernstein keeping the ball moving, keeping the game flowing. And sometimes you get a referee that's a little bit, too aggressive on the calls, and it tends to give you a choppy game. So really good job by Adam Gernstein.
Obviously, you want a game to be safe, but you also want to be able to use the momentum that you build up during the game. I thought that there was a great flow, great pace, both halves there. Obviously, since we have shortened games as well, you don't want to lose some of that time right there. I think that both teams right here had a solid showing out to start the day. Greenwich Southington knows exactly what they need to work on going forward. Great showing by some of those standout players for them, like Aliaga and Garros and Chelsea Carinard. And Downingtown, great start to their day with a dominant win.
Okay, so we're going to take a couple of minutes break, and we will be back in the action shortly.
All right, welcome back, guys. We have our second game of the day. If you're just joining us now, I am Marissa Kogan, and shortly we'll be joined by Brian Ahern. Next to me on the mic, this matchup is going to be between two Motley Crews. In the yellow kicking off right now, we have the Aspetuck and Nightmares, and receiving in the orange, we have North Bay and Morris combination teams. Great start off the kickoff right there for our girls in orange. Getting set up steep, making sure that they have options both sides of the ball, getting it out to that wing and sending it back this way. Little bit of a bobble right there. And ref's gonna call it a knock. We'll have our first set piece. Brian, welcome.
Thank you. Just saying hello to our local celebrity that we have here today, Jackie Finland from the Rugby Breakdown, who you are very familiar with yourself.
Yes, I am. Wrote a couple articles for her back in the day. And starting off with a set piece right away, quick, fast-paced movement for North Bay Morris right off that kickoff right there, but a little bit of sloppiness leads to our first scrum. It is their scrum, but just a little bit of a jumble right there with the Aspetuck girls, and this will get a chance for them to maybe slow down the pace a little bit, take a deep breath. Game is starting.
So North Bay Morris joining forces today with Outcasts as well. A lot of the teams on the East Coast are a little down on numbers this year.
Aspetuck is able to steal that scrum, try to get it outside. That's going to be... That was Brown taking it up the edge, and this is Wiener bringing it up the middle. Set up nice and steep, dishing it to their forwards. A little bit of a offload right there to break through the line. Big name, Sadie Hirschberger.
Sadie has amazing footwork, and you know that bigger body, she can really move props off the line and find soft shoulders.
Absolutely. They get it all the way to the wing. Aspetuck's going to start moving it back inside. Good job. Still driving the feet into that tackle by their runners. Send it out back, and they're getting it all the way to the edge. They should have had that extra pass right there.
Doherty moved
Still
the ball
backwards.
really quickly on that series.
I think maybe if she made the pass before contact, this would have been a try right here. Got a little bit too excited, maybe seeing the try line right in front of her, double tackled when she had an open man on her left side.
Bit of try line fever.
Maybe, and that's going to cost them because now they get called for a knock. We get our next scrum of the game.
So it gives North Bay Morris Outcasts, that's a mouthful, to really take a breather and try and get this ball out.
Yeah, Aspetuck was able to steal the last scrum that was supposed to be the North Bay Outcast Morris scrum. So we'll see what happens now. Solid scrum, little movement right there. They're going to go for the kick. She's going to go cross field, but that's exactly where they have somebody set up for that reception by Aspetuck
Really
Nightmares.
Good, really good field position by Aspetuck.
Everybody's getting back to make sure they start getting steep. Strong legs, keep pushing, keep pushing. She just gained an extra like 4 meters there for not giving up on that contact.
DJ Corridon trying to get her hands into that ruck. She is a menace around the rucks.
Yeah, they definitely have the opportunity to poach, but they have to make sure they're getting out of there because Aspetuck was late to that ruck, but Morris Outcasts North Bay was still rolling away, and that's what they're going to get called on. So as soon as you make that tackle, you got to pop up so that your teammates can go in and poach that ball.
That's right.
Aspetuck digging it out right there. Going to keep moving it towards the strong side of the field. They have an even matchup on this outside. Looks like the girls in orange were finally able to get that ball, poach it out of a ruck right there.
Hirschberger called for hands in ruck, had been told to release and just held on a little too long.
Going to go for a kick again. Aspetuck not quite as ready for that this time as they were last time, but still fielded pretty cleanly. Go for a kick right back. Caught and go moving up the sideline is Jayla Walensky.
Walensky, I think, is heading to Harvard in the fall.
Walensky is still a junior.
Oh, sorry, she is not heading to Harvard in the fall then. Yeah. You know, the one thing I would say, Raznik on Orange has a massive boot, so you're really going to have to either put the winger or the fullback deep. She will kick.
Yeah, they were able to poach that ball again. Coaches are calling for a coming in from the side, but play is going to go on. This is another chance for North Bay Outcasts Morris to get some movement up the sideline. Still a little frantic, a little jumbled with their play, and I can't knock them too much for it because this is 3 teams combined.
Yeah,
girls
yeah.
who do not play together. So obviously you deserve a little bit of an adjustment period. Little pick off the ruck right there.
That is
and a run by Rhodes.
Cyborg Olive Rhodes. That is Kennedy punching forward, Kennedy Curry.
They're getting set up steep. They need to come out to this side of the field. They're running a little bit sideways to get where they need to be. Great tackle right there by Doherty.
Good ruck support too. Rhodes cuts back inside, finds a bit of space.
Great foot movement. And you see how she had that little drag right there when she was running by the defense. See, she did it again. She knows how to use her pace. Ref's going to say try is good, even though it did, I think, bounce off the ground a little bit after she put it down. But the way that she was able to slow her step a little bit. She was able to slow her pace a little bit as the defense was right there to catch them a little bit. You see she widened her stride, and then she picked it right back up again as soon as they thought they could get close. That is
we did get a yellow card on the tackle, so it looks like it's going to be a penalty try. Actually, it's not going to be a penalty try because Raznik is coming out for the kick. It is going to be a yellow on the high tackle on the try though. I think it's 5-minute yellows today.
Yeah, card's going to go to Marion Rathbun from Aspetuck. Kicks right up the middle here. Big boot. Good kick. So strong start from both teams. Very back and forth play so far today. Little bit chaotic. Hoping that dies down a little bit. They can get into a little bit of a system. It's clear that these are pretty evenly matched teams from the back and forth possession going into these first 7 minutes here. Now Aspetuck is going to have to adjust to their player out with a card.
Wiener with ball in hand.
Kick out to the edge. Trying to counter ruck, but North Bay Outcast Morris is there. Good pace on that catch. Setting up steep, that's exactly what you want. You want to run onto that ball, put it in front of them.
And really nice work by DJ Cord on just driving bodies off the ruck.
Yeah, pass was a little too far in front of the next fielder for Orange right there, so they're going to call a knock, and it's going to be scrum down to Aspetuck Nightmares. 10 meters inside, just about.
Aspetuck is definitely one of those in-your-face teams. They like contact. They like to really be aggressive around the ruck, so you're not going to get any easy plays with them.
They are one of the teams that executes well on meeting the ball. They don't let the ball come to them. They are going to go to where that ball is on offense and defense, as we can see right here from the running passes. And again, a mistake from that second man inside on Aspetuck. If she had passed it a little bit sooner, probably would have gained a couple meters there, unfortunately resulted in a turnover. So now North Bay Outcast Morris is going to get a chance to get something going. Quick passes out, gains them a couple meters. Now they can set something up a little more long-term. Maybe they're going to go for a kick. And low coverage in the backfield right there. And they're going to keep the ball moving down that sideline.
Orange tackled without the ball. Ball is still live. It seems like it's playing advantage.
Yeah, they're going to get it from that ruck. And a little bit of a fake right there, but she's going to give and go and keep driving through there. I think he's going to call another.
So we're going to go back for the...
They're going to go back for the original penalty.
So Caroline McNoney with ball in hand. Orange very steep.
And they're running with pace onto that ball. They did have a couple missed passes earlier where they were just leaving it too far in front of the runner. So maybe just take a little extra glance before you pass it. Looks like Aspetuck was able to steal that out, and that was Wiener.
Yeah, stolen by Wiener. Curry came into the ruck and then dished it out.
Lucky catch right there off the bobble. Aspetuck trying to get something going, get it out to that edge again.
Big hit by DJ Cordon.
Hit by DJ Cordon. Get it out to that edge again. She's going to go back inside. Little miscommunication there by Aspetuck. Not quite sure where she was going. Kind of ran out of field right there. Going to send it back the other way. Good job breaking through the line right there for Abby Spag. And Orange is able to get the ball back right there.
Big drive by Tori Waymeyer to blow bodies off the ruck. That's really the yeoman work that goes on, you know, to just keep that ball protected, and it makes sure that you can maintain possession, especially against a team like Aspetuck. They're super aggressive around the rucks.
A little bit of a missed pass right there, but ref says went backwards, so North Bay Morris Outcast will continue.
Rasnick punching forward.
Support's a little late there. I think Hirschberger got it. Yep. Hirschberger's going to go for the chip.
Oh, and knocked on by Orange.
Yeah, that was great heads-up move by Hirschberger right there, and great speed to the ruck as she went in and poached that ball. Got called earlier for hands in the ruck, not being fast enough to try to get it, but support was slow for Morris Outcast North Bay right there. So great move by her, heads up play for the chip, and then they get a little bit of an extra advantage because that field was a knock-on. So now we get a scrum.
So good attacking platform for Aspetuck. This cloud cover is actually doing us a lot of favors because it could have been super hot today, but it's actually at least
I
under
think
10
it felt hotter. It felt hotter 2 hours ago when we were setting up.
That's
solid scrum.
That's only because we were actually working to set up.
Speak for yourself. I was just standing around. I was not doing anything. Big counter ruck right there is going to get the 9 at the back of the ruck.
DJ Cordon just causing absolute havoc.
Amy, you gotta get there.
They got to get that ball out. Little bit late for Aspetuck there to get set up off the ruck. They're kind of walking to their spots. They're not set up as steep as they should be. It's not going to matter because Morris
quickly
North
taken
Bay
by
had their hands on the ball.
Out to Curry.
Smart offload right there
Waymeyer.
for the slow tackle.
Curry again.
They're going to keep punching it because they know they have the opportunity right there. Keep
Rasnick.
drawing in more Aspetuck defenders.
And
They're setting
Cyborg has
themselves
got
up.
some space. Makes a nice little move, double tackle. Make sure she gets that ball back.
Support is there in the ruck. couple steps, trying to dodge. Big stiff arm. Took 3 to get her down. Were they a little late to the ruck? No, she got out of there, but they got to get that ball out.
Ignoni gets it out to Waymeyer. Good communication from Orange.
Maybe trying to protect that sideline right there, but nothing. So we're going to go to line out.
Nice.
Ref is blending in with the teams
Yes.
right here. It's
It's a bit
making
of
it
a
a little
problem.
hard on my eyes, but
He's a good swimmer.
all right, so it's going to be a North Bay Outcast Morris line out. Ball's up. Patted down by Aspetuck, though. They're going to try to get something going from that steal. Ref's going to say they got it. Setting themselves up to kick to touch. Fairly close to the sideline already, though. Made it an extra 15 meters down the field with that kick. Still a little bit sloppy on some of these loose balls from North Bay Outcasts Morris. So just got to be more mindful about that going forward.
It's just a little disjointed, isn't it?
Rough pass out there to the first receiver off the line out. It's going to lead to a knock on for Aspetuck, and North Bay Morris Outcasts are going to get another shot at this ball right here. See if they can clean it up a little bit, run something here. Ball's going to get fed in. Big drive by Aspetuck, but Orange is holding it steady and out to the back line, catching it with pace. Little bit of a loop right there. And they're going to keep sending it. A little bit too tight for that pass right there, but adjusted. Ball went backwards, fielded it cleanly. Ruck's going to get ready.
Unfortunately, ball just a little sticky for Mignoni on the ground and kind of double tapped when she went to pick it up.
They had great pace on the outside right there, but unfortunately on this edge here, Axel Cottaby was a little too close to that ball runner, a little bit too close for that pass.
But you watch the footwork of Cyborg, Olive Rhodes. She's able to shift the point of attack just on a dime, and it really does cause havoc on a defense.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw how many meters they gained off that. Their last scrum was pretty much on this opposite side of 50. Drive from Orange right there. Big stiff arm by Wiener. It's going to get him past the mark. Hirschberger wants it. She's going to call for it. Support is there in that ruck.
Cordon getting her hands in. Oh, in from the side. That's going to be a little bit.
Yeah, that was.
Maybe a referee's going to the pocket.
I would.
Unfortunately, Wiener kind of came out of nowhere on that. Just a little bit over aggressive.
A little bit of communication between the captain and the ref right there. Both teams getting the opportunity to set up. See what the choice is for the girls in orange right here.
Olive Rhodes likely to kick for the corner.
Keep this ball in.
Scarlett Weinstein's getting ready for that chase on the edge. So is Cottaby. Make sure they support the kick.
Oh, well kept. Oh, that was
Honest, smart move idea.
Yeah.
by 9.
Just had her feet on the ground, unfortunately.
The execution, yeah.
Good
She
volleyball
had the
punch
smart
back.
behind it, though.
Yeah.
She knew that was allowed in certain situations.
Just didn't have her feet off the ground, unfortunately.
And didn't have anyone behind her to catch
yeah.
the ball that she hit back inside.
Could have been quite dangerous.
Gonna get a line out right here. Aspetuck was able to steal the line out earlier. Goes over the top, but still fielded by London Key from North Bay.
Mignoni gets it out. Rasnik, Rhodes.
Gonna keep sending it little tight right there. Might have been forward, but ref's gonna say that marks halftime.
You'd like to see Orange just be a little steeper. You know, they're moving the ball well, they're coming onto it, but they're just a little flat in their setup.
I think that first half was definitely their adjustment period.
For sure.
Obviously, a combo 3 team coming together. They're getting a sneak preview practically into what's on the chopping block for tomorrow. I think that those first couple minutes were definitely very frantic. It very much seemed like we need to get our feet wet. And I think they did get a system going during that second quarter of the game right there. They had some momentum that unfortunately will be lost from halftime, but they will still have the advantage going into the second half with the latest card. So some things to talk about during halftime for both of these teams and both of these coaches for sure. It is such a tight game still. Only 1 try has been scored during that entire first half. Fairly different from the first game that we had today. So what do you think we're going to see in the second half, Ryan?
Well, so if you look at Orange has a squad of 28. So we're probably going to see many changes in the second half as well. So, you know, that continuity that Orange started to put together towards the end of that first half, you may lose that again. You know, I think they were doing really good work around the rucks, securing the ball well, because Aspetuck is one of those teams that commits bodies to the ruck. They want to steal that ball. They want to poach. And they have no problem taking the hits. So I would say DJ Cordon has been doing great work driving bodies off and making sure that, and Waymeyer as well, just making sure that they're protecting the ball. I think that's the one reason that they're up 7-0. They're not turning the ball over and not giving Aspetuck those opportunities.
Absolutely. I think it's been a little less technical of a first half than I was expecting from all of these squads combined to make these teams today. So hopefully that might pick up a little bit in the second half. I know so many girls out here are more than capable to run some more heads up movement, heads up plays. We're already seeing it from a couple girls on both of these sides. And these are girls that are familiar with each other for sure. I mean, our Orange team, North Bay, Outcast, Morris, they know that Aspetuck is a very offensive defense. You can see that clearly. And they are set up for it sometimes, but other times they are just not prepared for the way that they're going to attack on the defensive side. So that might be an adjustment that unfortunately needs to happen again during the second half, as you mentioned, with more girls coming out here, new roster coming out here. We'll see what changes are made for the Aspetuck and Nightmares as well, because their roster is also a 2-page roster. Yeah. So probably going to see some other faces, other hands out there as well for them. And a lot of game left to play, tight game still, so expecting another eventful second half. Although the scoreboard may not reflect it, that was an eventful first half.
Yeah, it was a solid, hard-hitting first half. And, you know, speaking of changes, we have a wardrobe change on our referee, Adam Gernstein. He's actually reversing his jersey because he was also wearing orange. So it was a little bit confusing.
And I appreciate it, yeah. It was very hard to tell him apart from those teenage girls, you know?
Well, the only way you could really tell him apart was he was kind of lagging behind the plays, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know? Adam is one of our club mates, so we can make fun of him all we want. And he can't hear us right now, so it's fine.
I've never met him in my life, so... What do you think the coaches over on that far side of the field with the Orange team are saying to their players right now?
I would say just keep that ball moving. You know, they're getting opportunities on the outside. They just need to have a little bit more depth in their lineup, and just, you know, they're coming on aggressive, but they're almost too far ahead of the ball in reception. So, you know, a lot of their passes they're receiving kind of on the hip.
Yep.
So you'd like to see them just take a couple of steps back. They have the pace. I think as they get more comfortable playing with each other, they'll start to realize, okay, you know, we have the speed to do it. So I would say those are the things that they would really watch out. And you could see Raznik has a huge boot on her, kicking to the corner maybe a couple of times just to keep the defense honest, and then you'll start to create some holes.
Halftime should be coming to a close here pretty soon.
What would you change on the Aspetuck side? What would you kind of...
I think that as aggressive as a team they are and as aggressive as they want to be, it's clear from the fact that we've had 2 yellow cards in the first half that they need to be more mindful about their aggression. And there is a way to control that. But that also includes players who were not carded, but players who just got penalties called on them. Like when the ref tells you to get your hands out, Sadie Hirschberger, take your hands out of the ruck.
Yep.
So small things like that, playing to them, because the ref is only going to say it so many times before it's fully going to be called again. So I think that as they should keep that energy, keep that aggression. Do not tone it back at all, but be smart about it. Use it to your advantage. Use it in a way that's going to help the team and not hurt you, because these girls are hard hitters. They are strong ruckers, and they are strong rugby players. And they just need to make sure they're channeling that in the right way.
Exactly. You're not helping your team by getting a yellow card for sure. And, you know, being down 2 players so far in this game, it's going to hurt you towards the end. You know, when the teams are both running side to side, you know, it's physical, it's hard hitting. So you're really going to waste a lot of energy if you're kind of giving that up. So we're being joined by
Special guest.
special guest here. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. So we'll talk to her in a couple of minutes. Maybe she could jump in with you for the second half. We're obviously you guys can't see at home, but we're joined by former Morris player Miss Cogan, Elizabeth. Would you like to come join your sister here?
We got a second half coming up between Morris plus North Bay plus Outcasts versus Aspetuck plus Nightmares.
Got 5 teams going on here.
Good
Would
game,
you like
tight
to do
game.
some color commentary?
She does not, folks. The answer is no. But we will hear from her later.
So Liz is fresh off playing in Ireland, playing in Shannon, which you won a little bit of hardware this season over there too. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. All right, Aspetuck is ready.
Referee's now wearing what might have been white once upon a time.
I think it's
Maybe.
reversed orange.
As long as he's not wearing orange anymore.
Yeah.
Orange taking the field now. That's our North Bay Outcasts Morris squad, and they're going to be kicking it off to start up this second half. Tight ball game here. Still 7-0 after that first try.
Olive Rhodes with ball in hand.
Aspetuck Nightmares set up, ready to go. And kick is up. Gonna go outside, try to get it on those wings. And ref's gonna call a knock right off the kickoff. She was facing backwards when she caught it, but it still fell forwards on the field, unfortunately. So scrum right away in this second half. Great opportunity for North Bay Outcasts Morris.
For the orange. Come on, you should be used to saying
The orange, yes. I am the orange.
Exactly. So Mignoni with ball in hand, getting ready. Feeds it in.
Big drive, solid drive by the Orange. And out to their back line. Great pass right there, stepping through the defensive line. That's Raznick from North Bay. Great pace onto that ball from Rhodes. High step to get out of the defensive grasps.
So we've had a switch at 10. Maeve Flaherty has come in at 10. Maeve is a really good ball distributor. As you saw right there, she gets the ball out quickly, went to Rhodes, her teammate from Morris, and then obviously Raznick found a hole and punched it through right under the post.
That was quite fast compared to how we started the first half. So North Bay Outcast Morris coming out here, guns ablazing, ready to get some tries on the board early in the second half right here.
Cyborg for the conversion attempt.
Aspetuk's going to chase it down. They're set, ready to go. Waiting for movement.
Up and over.
That brings us to 14-0 for North Bay Morris Outcasts.
Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
It really does. You know, I'm going to miss saying it after this game.
You'd be saying it in your sleep.
Communication about where they want the kick to go off this kickoff.
I would keep an eye on wherever Hirschberger is.
Ball's up. Kind of a straight ball, but reaches the midfield, goes past Weinstein, but she goes back to field it. Tries to get a little step going, gets two defenders down. Stiff arm to Hirschberger, stiff arm to Brown. Finally got her. She gained probably 15 meters on that run right there, taking out 4 defenders with her. Fast ball by Corden right there, but a little bit sloppy, a little bit too hard for how tight her receiver was on her side, and that's going to lead to a knock-on.
Yeah, unfortunately, Baratti just bobbled it in the catch. So, much like with the last series, Aspetuck has a good attacking platform here. Scrum on the 10-meter. Let's see what they can do. Looks like the yellow card of Wiener is done, so she's back in.
Yeah, just in time, too.
Yep.
Valuable spot in the 8 right there.
She peels off the back. Good work by Cordon around the ruck.
Yeah, that was just very heads up. Play was late. Your defense was already back, so you know you had support with you. Just getting that ball. Still a little bit flat from Orange right here, but they're deep in their field, so hoping they get a little bit steeper as they keep chugging their way down.
And it's stolen, and it looks like it may be stolen illegally. That was Flaherty that took that step back inside into contact. So Mignoni is going to have it ball in hand. She's going to take the tap. Looks around, gives it to Cordon.
Yeah, pretty flat down the middle of the field, so she had options on either side. It's going to start working her way back towards the strong side.
You'd like to see Orange start to move that ball a little bit more out the wing, and you know they're
Hirschberger with another poach. Yeah, I think they should get it a little closer to the sidelines before they start working their way back towards the middle.
Yeah.
Hirschberger still has the ball after that poach, able to work through the defense. Wayward pass from the 9, big tackle, pushes them back, loses all that space that Hirschberger was able to gain for them. Good tackle by London Key of North Bay right there. Gonna try to keep pushing them back.
Some big tackles in this one.
Gotta get a little bit lower. Wiener's trying to run it. 2 girls on her to get her down. Support is there for the ruck, but not quite set up in solid rucking formation. I think if Orange wants to try to push it over, they might have the opportunity to counter ruck. some of these.
Aspetuck starting to use the edge a little bit.
Yeah, ball gets out to Amy Guerin right there. And finally, couple offloads, gets them down the edge right there.
So that was work from sideline to sideline. Very solid by Aspetuck. Nightmares.
Absolutely, and good heads up, quick ball movements to kind of keep the defense on their back foot as you were chasing down the field, pushing past them.
And it's funny because we just talked about Orange possibly doing the same because they've been kind of just taking the ball, running into contact phase after phase, and they'd softened up the middle a little bit. So, you know, then spread it out to the outside where you've got those gaps. And Aspetuck did exactly that and resulted in a try. It's going to be a hard conversion.
Lining herself up.
Solid kick, just a little bit short, it looks like.
Yeah, I think she almost had it, but that is a tough kick all the way from there on that sideline.
So it looks like there's been quite a few changes in the lineup for Orange.
We have our first light blue jersey out there. That's Piper Lentz from North Bay, as this game has come to 14-5 in favor of North Bay Morris Outcasts. High kick going to that backfield.
And unfortunately, it is dropped.
Good decision for that high kick.
Yeah, for sure. Now it's a good opportunity for the Orange to put something on the front foot.
Great positioning right there for them. They have the option to go either way. They're not too tight towards one sideline if they want to take it weak side with whatever they're setting up.
Looks like Cordon is setting up at 8-man, so definitely likes to go off the back. She works well with Mignoni.
I would say, like, if I'm the coach, I'm calling 8-man pick, go to the right side, draw that defender in. This wing on the far side is going to come and take that.
Oh, look at it. Mignoni sneaks outside for the pass. Goes through the hands. Referee says it's okay, play on. Orange losing a bit of ground, but still
trying to run
maintaining
sideways
possession.
instead of forward. Not going to help you in most scenarios,
Nope.
unfortunately.
Will, she's sitting down right over there.
Looks like they've lost the
Aspetuck
ball.
was able to get it away, but then they dropped it, so ref's going to call a knock-on off that, and they're basically going to get a redo from exactly what happened 45 seconds ago. A scrum in the same spot, see what they can do differently.
Does take a little bit of time off the clock, although it is early in the second half. Let's see if Cordon and Mignoni try the same again, or do they get it out the strong side? Big push. Scrum is wheeled. It's come out Aspetuck side.
They're going to take it at that weak side. They had numbers over there.
Strong run by the scrum half. Support is there. Ball goes through the hands.
Not sure who that pass was going to. They were a little confused, but they were able to field it. They're going to send it back, and they're going to keep pushing it towards this near side of the field, try to get it out to some of their backs.
Doherty.
Good, smart offload right there. Big step through the backfield coverage. Good communication by Aspetuck right there. She was going for the offload, and she said, no, hold it, hold it. Little bit of pace maybe coming into that tackle. There should have been pace coming onto that ball from Aspetuck as well. I think that some of these players in Orange have adjusted to the aggressiveness of Aspetuck and are giving them a taste of their own medicine. Good tackle by number 5, Madison Scherfel.
Aspetuck driving bodies off the ruck. Referee says it was illegal.
I didn't quite see the hand signal.
Yeah, I didn't either, unfortunately. Ball's
Ball's
our
coming
way.
for us. Don't worry. I would have caught it if there wasn't a 10.
Oh, absolutely. One-handed. One-handed.
Well, I still got it. I don't know about you.
Nope.
So we're going to get a line out kind of right in front of us. Great view right here.
It's like Moran with the put in.
Ref's making sure that Aspetuck is the proper distance back behind the set piece.
Orange going with short line out.
Yeah. Over the top, bobbled a little bit, tackled without the ball. 20 fielded it. That is Sophia Yun. And they're going to start pushing that ball out.
Just a little sloppy on the pass. We're
Yeah,
gonna go back for
Weinstein missed
penalty.
it a little bit. They're going to go back to this tackled without the ball.
One of the basic rules in laws in rugby is you have to have the ball with you to be tackled. So, just some rugby knowledge there for you guys.
We're going to go for a kick again down the field. That one's not going to hit us.
Good style points by the touch judge here. Very aggressively flag waving. Almost a little bit like the ribbon thing in the Olympics.
Oh, yes.
Good style, good style.
Getting the ball back to the field. Somebody's got to go get it. We have extra balls right in front of us, I guess.
I like that one.
Another line out right in front of us. This one not over the top, but patted down to the side. Weinstein able to field it this time. Gets it out. They're going to keep sending it a little bit wide with these short passes, though. Defense from Aspetuck and Nightmares right up on them. They're going to go back the reverse way. A little bit of a shadow run right there. Five's going to dish it out. Weinstein on the edge with
makes
it.
Forward.
No opportunity to counter ruck from Aspetuck. They were still rolling away from the tackle. Setting it out. That's Cottaby out there. Just got stuffed on the edge. See, and that again, they're not working all the way to the sideline. They're really using this middle of the field, and they're getting somewhere, but not as fast as I think they could be if they were using the edges more. They're going to be playing on advantage.
Be penalty offside.
Yeah, ref's going to call it back. They weren't gaining too much momentum on that advantage there, so he's going to give them a chance to get a restart.
Orange slows it down. Looks like they're going to tap, but again, they're back a good 10 meters from the tap, so no support.
Not a lot of pace coming onto that ball. Started to pick up her feet a little bit once she got it, but going to start moving it back. They are very flat for these girls. Big double tackle on the edge right here. Support a little slow to get there, but sets up the ruck for Moran to come field the ball. Take advantage of these double tackles by Aspetuck. If you get it out quickly, you clearly have a numbers advantage.
Number 18 is giving those little dish passes, but they're being telegraphed. So
they're going to keep sending it back this short way. I'm not sure if that was the smartest decision. They have space on the edge. They want to keep sending it. Support's a little lacking there. 24 probably should have joined this ruck before the scrummy had to. 13's going to go for the box kick over the top of the ruck. Again, not fielded cleanly by Aspetuck.
Smart kick. They weren't really getting anywhere. It was getting a little bit sloppy. Put the ball up into the air, and the end result was a knock-on. So it's nice attacking platform now by for Orange.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for them to use their backs here, get the ball to the edge.
Yeah, you said it multiple times. It's just it's staying in that middle channel.
I don't think they're listening to me on this mic.
It's just not. In the replay, they'll probably do it every time, but
I think there's like an extra 10 meters between them and the sideline when they're starting to turn it around and start playing back the other way. Those are valuable. That's valuable space.
Yep. Because every time you can move that defense, it's going to. It may not pay you off in that particular phase, but it's going to pay off
in the later phases.
Exactly.
Wheeling again. Ref's just going to blow it dead.
Is getting warm now.
Yeah, the clouds have started to disperse. I'm moving around the tent, staying in the shade. All right, they're going to set up for another scrum right here.
Let's see if Cordon breaks off the side.
They got to hold it a little stronger. That tight five has got to push together on this one.
Flaherty is a very good ball distributor, but I would like to see her take a couple of steps forward before she gets that ball out. That's going to be hands in ruck.
Yeah, so
Scrum, yeah.
they're going to go just for a tap for the girls in orange right here.
Don't seem to be too organized on what they were trying to do.
No, I think they took it a little quicker than they wanted to. I think they should have taken an extra second to maybe talk about what they were setting up, and obviously it didn't work in their favor because Aspetuck has now stolen the ball back. We got the Aspetuck and Nightmares getting ready to go. Set up a little flat. They are deep in their backfield. Gonna send it to that far sideline. They're gonna use their edges. A little bit of an errant pass right there. Aspetuck still has control of the ball. Can they control their pace?
Oh, and it's stolen
No.
by Raznik. Raznik punches it in the corner. Saw a little bit of a sloppy pass and just punched right through.
They had like 4 sloppy passes before that one, so that was clearly okay, they're tossing it over the top. They're really arching this ball. It has a lot of air time between hands. That's the opportunity to go in and grab that.
Yeah, and nobody was really moving forward on that series. It was just, I don't want the ball, so let me just give a little pop out, and not kind of the area of the field you really want to be messing around in. But, heads up play by Raznik to turn the Jets on and take that ball to the corner.
Absolutely. Great use to take advantage of what was a turnover right earlier. Get that ball back.
Cyborg will attempt the conversion, certainly within her range.
Aspetuck not going to charge it down this time. Too busy talking to their coach, figuring out what they can adjust as we enter the final minutes of this game. Beautiful kick, but no good, unfortunately. Score will remain 19-5. Aspetuck still getting set up, put a little pep in their step. Game left to play still for these girls.
So what would you do off this kick? Maybe put it deep. There is a lot of space in that back corner. Rose now moving over.
I would do the same thing they did in their last kickoff, where they kicked a fairly straight, head-on, fast kick. It was bobbled by Weinstein last time, but ended up behind her. They could take advantage to see, or not, but they could have done that again to see if perhaps it would lead to a knock-on this time. Strong run right there. A little bit late to the ruck, but they're going to get it out of there. Some of these passes are a little too hard for how tight the team is.
Yeah.
I think they need to be a little bit softer for some of this movement.
Aspetuck a little bit high on those tackles. They're flirting with that high tackle line.
That comes back to using your aggression smartly.
And you get later in the games, people get tired, and you get kind of poor technique sometimes. Well sealed by Flaherty.
Supports there. No counter ruck from Aspetuck. Gonna keep sending it back this way. Beautiful steps, dodging defenders, dragged down by the jersey, but support a little bit late there, and that's gonna cost them. Aspetuck able to poach the ball out. But
Rhodes pushing right back.
North Bay Morris gets the ball right back. Quicker to these rucks for both teams here. Morin's gonna dig that ball out, get it out to some solo runners. Support's got to get there.
Aspetuck just a little slow
Send
off
it
those
back to
rocks
the
as
weak
well.
side.
Cyborg dinking and dunking her way forward.
Movement has been all over the place. Morin needs to listen. 10 needs to call for more solid motion. They went back and forth on phases. That is not quite getting them anywhere defensively.
There's huge numbers outside if they can get it out there now.
Yeah, a little bit of a hesitation step right there. Thought it was smart with the juke, but 2 people on her. Still, Aspetuck definitely needs to get lower in some of these tackles. We're getting dangerously close to some head-to-head contact on some of those.
There's some really good ball movement there. Not sure who it was, but they sucked 2 players into that.
I believe it was Shoop.
Okay,
Elizabeth Shoop.
Good job
from
by
North
Shoop.
Bay.
Sucked 2 players in and then give a nice little dish pass on to somebody coming at speed.
Yeah, so definitely taking advantage of the franticness that Aspetuck and the Nightmares were showing in their defense right there. Not only in their tackle technique, the fact that they either weren't counter-rucking or were just not strong enough in their counter-rucks, little bit concerned, and they were confused by the back and forth that the scrum half Morin was going with directionally. I think they probably could have gotten it out to the wing a little bit sooner, but that also comes with experience. I mean,
Right.
Morin is only a sophomore,
Yep.
so definitely has time to adjust.
Plenty of time to grow. You can see Aspetuck is just getting a little bit tired. They've been doing a lot of defending.
Yeah, we're in the extra minutes of this game right now. Not sure how much time ref still has on the clock. Kick still has to go up for our girls in orange. They are going to chase it down this time.
Raznik with the kick just sails past the post. And that's going to be it.
That's going to be game. Final score 24-5. North Bay Morris Outcasts with the win over Aspetuck and Nightmares. The second half of this game was completely different from the first.
So we're going to add on a little bit of bonus rugby for you guys. We're going to play 10 minutes with the younger kids because the Morris, well, let's call it the Orange. They have about 28 on the squad, so we want to make sure that everybody gets some playing time.
Absolutely, and that's what this weekend is all about. Going back to the game that just happened, how do you think that North Bay Outcast Morris was able to blow that open in the second half?
I think they matched Aspetuck's aggression. They were meeting them at the rucks. They weren't allowing them any space, and they were really, really physical. I would say where it maybe change things in the next game for Orange would be maybe get that ball out earlier. They did a good lot of ball movement, but like we talked, they were keeping it kind of in the channels. So
Yeah.
I would move that ball maybe out to the wings a little bit more and stretch out the defenses.
Part of that comes down to the fly half and the scrum half communication about where you're sending it, who's getting it. But also, some of these backline players were choosing to carry instead of pass, and in some cases it worked out for them. A lot of them have a great step, but that's part of the reason why the wings aren't getting touches is because it's reaching your centers, and the centers are just being centers, you know?
Well, and that's the thing, some of these players might be used to breaking a tackle and, breaking off a 30, 40 meter run, but you're facing top competition here, and you might break a tackle for a couple of meters, but somebody else is going to pick up that slack, so.
Absolutely.
So we will take a couple of minutes break here, and we'll be back with the action very, very shortly.
All right, we're back from our very short break. You may notice that the same teams are returning to the field again. We are playing a surprise extra 10 minutes, shout out, for all the younger players on both of these sides. Both of these teams made up of a comprised 5 sets of teams, had very deep rosters. So we're going to get a little bit of extra playing time for some of the girls that may not have touched the field yet today, and some of these younger girls that are looking to get a little bit more experience in. So it's still Aspetuck and Nightmares in the yellow on the right-hand side, running right to left, and Morris, North Bay, and Outcasts in the light blue and orange combo, running left to right. I am Marissa Kogan, still joined by Brian Ahern.
Who doesn't love a little bit of bonus rugby?
Absolutely. In field, the kick goes up and drops in the field a little bit before somebody grabs it, but still kept possession by North Bay Morris Outcasts, who we can no longer call the orange because half of them are wearing blue. So
Orange.
I think the New York Knicks are on the field right now, coming off that big win last night.
Abby Baratti punching forward.
Digging
Aspetuck.
for that ball. Yeah, he's going to call hands in the ruck on 22.
I would have gone the other way on that one, but I had a better view of it from this side.
That's Gemma Beasley right there, and looks like 24 for Orange is going to take that herself. That's Catherine Underwood. Breaking through the defensive line. Support was there. Strong counter ruck option, but nothing out of it.
In running right back into contact without support really being set up. So
Yeah, they're running a little bit alone. They're not quite set up in any pods or anything. There is not a whole lot of formation here on this offensive side right now. This is the first we're seeing from a bunch of these girls, but also this is the same as the last game. This is 3 teams combined, so we cannot knock them too much.
No, but you know, the Knicks, as we will now dub them, they're going to do favors to Aspetuck if they keep running straight up the middle.
Smart offload right there with the slow tackle out to the player in blue. And that was scrum halved out by Isabella Bear.
Good drive off by 22.
That's Francesca Sofield, freshman from Morris.
Keeping the ball moving, looking for options.
They have had pretty clean offloads so far. I hope they don't get too offload happy. That can turn into a very dark path very quickly.
Absolutely, especially against Aspetuck, because they'll light somebody up.
Great job sealing that ruck. Same player is going to do it again. Still not running with any type of formation or pods.
That's Kennedy Curry doing the dirty work on those rocks.
Yeah, that tackle was not quite made. A little bit of a stagnant move there, trying to figure out what to do next. But that comes with the fact that these are young players.
Exactly. I will say I'm really liking what Kennedy Curry is doing so far. She's making sure that she's sprinting to those rocks to be in support. You know, she's not carrying the ball that much, but she's doing everything else that you really need a teammate to do for you.
Absolutely, and we're still pretty stuck in the middle of the field. We're going to go back to a previous penalty instead of playing advantage, and we're going to get our first scrum of this roster matchup.
Curry has taken a little bit of a knock, so she is down. Hopefully she's okay. She's trying to get to her feet. Just give it a little breather and says she's okay.
Coach says sure.
Keep an eye on number 14, Harper Carton, on the wing. She's a freshman, but she has some wheels. Very, very aggressive in the tackle as well.
I would love to see a little bit more use of the edges from this offensive side right now. Ball has stayed pretty close to the center of the field so far, not unlike their upperclassmen counterparts who were just playing earlier.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like Bear is going to feed it in for the scrum right away. One of the props lost their feet in that scrum. Big drive, little bit of a sloppy take. tried for a chipper, blocked, but still in possession of the blue and orange. Ref's gonna stop the clock. Go back, call the captain over.
I think he's going to say going in from the side. So, a bit of a warning. Doherty brings the team in. Has a quick word.
Yeah, I believe this is pretty much just about halfway through their play period anyway, so good time for them to recoup, talk about some options, some ways they can alter their play style right now to maximize this time that they have on the field.
Usually when you get a warning like that from a referee, cards are going to follow if you don't change course. So.
And that practically means you're done for the game in a game like this.
Yeah.
Taken with pace by Amelia Cameron Wolf, freshman from Morris in light blue. Tried for a little sidestep there.
Unfortunately, just knocked on in contact. So we're staying between the 10s. Actually, if we want to, narrow it down to the 5s, really.
It's good to see, though. Good to see some even matchment. Some of the players out there were playing in that game earlier, but still good motion, good movement. Definitely a little bit jumbled, a little bit lost. But individually, all of these players are solid players.
Aspetuck definitely has the stronger pack right now.
Ball went out the tunnel. Ref's going to call that.
Kylie, make sure the flankers keep it in.
Since they're so close to the middle of the field, it'll be interesting to see what the choice is on the play here. Always have Wiener in that 8-man spot. They only have one receiver on the far sideline over there, but they could easily float their 10. Struggling to dig that ball out. They're going to choose to send it to this near sideline. Wide pass right there. Taken cleanly by that edge. Good tackle, support's already there, and nice and low in the ruck. Great adjustment and improvement right there by Aspetuck and Nightmares. Morris North Bay Outcasts a little slow to roll away from some of those breakdowns, kind of losing their opportunity for any type of counter ruck or poaching.
Some good work by Aspetuck. That's Doherty breaking a tackle.
Yeah, they're working it all the way out to that edge. That's something I wanted to see from the blue and orange earlier.
Using their size up the middle as well.
Ball goes for a little skip pass out wide. Gets to the hands of Wiener. Wiener takes 3 to get her down. Trying for the counter ruck, but nothing yet. They have an overload on this sideline, but limited space. Let's see how they use it. 20's going to break up the sideline. Step over, step through. She beat 4 defenders before she was tackled. Starts moving it back inside. Support was already there. Ball a little too high for 25 to catch, but she still got it. She sends it. They're in the middle of the field now, inching towards the try line.
Really good series of phases by Aspetuck. Physical, moving the ball, and then we have somebody trying to crawl over on their knees, unfortunately, which you're not allowed to do. You have to be on your feet.
Tough ending for a great series of phases in play right there.
Yeah, unfortunately. So it looks like it's going to be a scrum to the Knicks.
The North Bay Outcasts Morris Knicks.
It's getting worse. You're adding more syllables to it.
How many words can we put in a team name? Setting up the scrum. We've had to do quite a few redos on the scrums because of many factors throughout the first 2 halves and this extra set of the game today.
Big push by Aspetuck. Oh,
Try
nice
for
play.
a kick again and blocked again. Same kicker, different blocker this time. Just getting it over that try line.
Well deserved by Aspetuck. Great work by the 10 blocking that ball, and she saw she wasn't going to be able to stretch out to get over the line, so she set up selflessly, and Aspetuck is able to punch it in a couple of phases later.
Yeah, great work there. Well deserved.
As the wind picks up just as the kicker decides to place the ball.
Nice breeze going.
Yeah.
Now that the sun's out, maybe? We do have a lot more action on the table today, guys. Do not go anywhere. Right after this, we will kick into our next game, which is going to be Play Rugby USA versus Corning and Carroll. Then we'll get some action for our youngins, the U14 girls. Little bit of a break, and then we'll have a couple more slots of game time later today. So jam-packed action today. Do not go anywhere.
So if anybody's wondering why we have so many teams that are kind of combining this year, the reason being is there are quite a few teams that are a little light in numbers this year, you know, through injuries and players aging out and everything. So we want to make sure that we have the best product on the field, and the best way to do that is to make sure that we put some teams together that match up well.
Nice deep kick right there for orange and blue.
Ooh, very high
tackle, but she released. Ref's not going to call anything right now.
It's going to be advantage. He'll probably circle back to that.
Absolutely.
That was, you know, right around the neck, so it's more than likely going to have a yellow component to it.
They're going to work it out towards the edge. Hirschberger has the ball. Again, multiple defenders to take her down. They're not going to keep working it towards the sideline. They're going to send it back inside. Wiener breaking through. No advantage was really gained, so they're going to go back to the original penalty and give them a chance to start over.
Quick tap taken by Kylie Wiener. Referee says
Not
back
on the
to
mark.
She takes it quick again. Doherty is the only one there in support.
Yeah, support on pace. Wiener's there for the ruck. And the slow movement by the rest of the team has set them up kind of steeply.
Hirschberger has such good footwork. Always taking 2 or 3 bodies to bring her down, and she just changes the angle and finds the soft shoulder.
Going to be absolutely lethal at St. Bonaventure next year.
Yes, she will.
Fairly high chance I will be meeting her out on the pitch, so
good luck with that.
Can't wait. Aggressive on that loose ball, but ref's going to say that's the last play of the game. So little bit of a change in the score here, added it on top of the game that was earlier. Final score, North Bay Outcast Morris 24 and Aspetuck Nightmares 12. Great chance for these younger players to get out there and get some playing time. We are going to hop off real quick and be right back for our next set of action, which is going to be Corning and Carroll against Play Rugby USA.
Yeah, we'll take a little break and we'll see you soon.
Good morning, guys, and welcome back. We're getting set for our next game today. I'm Marissa Kogan still, joined on the mic. This time, a little bit of switch up in the booth next to me. So now I am joined by Lauren Eisenhart. Lauren, welcome.
Hey, thanks, Marissa. Happy to be here. This is my 6th showcase. First time on the bike at this one, but really excited to get going and seeing how this tournament plays out.
We have a great game set up for you right here in this dark blue going right to left. We have Play Rugby USA, and facing against them in the light blue going left to right, we have Corning with a couple players from West Carroll as well. And Kamora Cooley from Prusa is going to take the kick to start us off. Little bit of a grubber right there, hopping over the first line of receivers and well fielded by that second line. Good, strong running bite there by Ava Robles, freshman from West Carroll. Bobbled ball, they're going to choose for the kick instead, but Play Rugby USA is going to pick that right up and start setting up their offensive line. Communication lacking right there, not sure whose ball that was, off of the ruck. Cooley's there to secure the ruck. 9 is telling her players to get it out of there. Ball goes to Rachel Sardoki. She's going to take the outside edge. Gets through a couple defenders, take 2 to get her down. They're going to keep working their way towards that far sideline. No, she'll move back inside. Keep pushing her feet, good movement. Corning thinks they got a hand in there, but good clear by the offensive ruck side. Kamora Cooley's got the ball again. Strong running, but a little bit of a lazy movement by her that's going to lead to a knock on. We'll get our first set piece of the game.
Definitely seeing some early game jitters going on between both teams. I think, it is early. It's early in the day. It's humid out here in West Jersey, but I think, as the game progresses, hopefully we'll start to see less of these little penalties and the game will start to progress a little bit more.
Every game has started fairly the same so far this morning. All 3 that we've played, this being the 3rd one, starts out teams a little bit jittered, especially some of these combo teams that we have going, combining 2 or 3 even high school programs. It's going to be a scrum down to Corning and West Carroll right here in the light blue. Ball is fed. Hooked quickly. Prusa tries for a little drive, but nothing gained there. Ball goes out to their back line, caught on pace. Defensive tackle met them where they are. They're going to start moving back the direction they came from. Interesting choice. Lacking defense there, but also not quite set up to move the ball back to this near side. Ball gets lost, but it moves backwards according to the refs, so they're going to keep pushing it. They should slow down these rucks a little bit. They're not getting set up on offense. Take the time when you have it. Take your time digging these balls out. Yep, and they're going to send it. Strong runner right there. That is Lillian Wilcox, junior from Corning. Play Rugby USA is able to get that ball back, but they're not quite set up for offense yet. Campbell with a run right there. Gonna keep sending it to the near sideline. Cooley's got the ball again. Cooley has got it. She's gonna go down the sideline, diving into the corner for that try. And had support with Maimuna right behind her. Maimuna Conte.
I think that's really good running we see from Play Rugby in the first couple of minutes here. Like we said, off to a little bit of a jittery start, but I think it definitely says something when, especially coming off of a turnover in the middle of the field, as we saw like a phase or 2 before the try. That quick recovery and that quick run, finding space on the edge is always indicative of players with, good ball sight, good game understanding. So I think if Play Rugby can kind of keep up that quick transition and manage to find the gaps and find the space, we'll see a couple more tries from them.
Absolutely, and they definitely can work a little bit more on getting steep when they're on offense, but so far their heads up for the defense they're playing against has been very good, and they've been able to adjust to what they're seeing on the field, which is always a good sign. Kick by Okendo is a little bit short, but doesn't matter. They're still on the board. Play Rugby USA is up 5 with 4 minutes into this game against Corning plus West Carroll. It's going to be Hadlock with the kick. It's going to go right underneath Cooley, right through her hands, but fielded by her teammates. Went backwards, so they're going to keep it going. They're going to go stretch to that far sideline. Ball movement's a little messed up, but they're going to keep it going. They're not quite getting too much momentum off some of these runs and a little late to the rucks here, but cleared out. Yeah, they're going to call Hadlock on diving in. Cooley's going to take the restart. One of their star players on this team is going to go straight to Rachel Sardoki. Another strong player on the Play Rugby USA side. They're going to go out to that outside edge, taking it down the wing, tackled there, backpedaling, trying to get back behind the play. 9 was in the ruck, so somebody else had to go in and take that job. Corning is coming up to meet with them where they are and kind of stuffing them. They need to get a little bit more pace on this and try to work something out maybe a little bit. Yep, keep stretching it. Good skip pass right there out to Maimuna Conte. Maimuna's going to keep going. Great runner right there. Still fairly new to rugby as well. Great run by Maimuna Conte Jr. from Play Rugby USA for that try.
I think that's a beautiful play we just saw right there. I mean, that was multiple phases and multiple phases of getting it across the field in both directions. I think we see Play Rugby having some strength on the wings. We've seen that now a few times in a few phases, but I think if they continue to take advantage of those few passes to get it all the way out to the other side of the field, there is so much space on that side to send that wing. And I mean, number 19 for Play Rugby USA is really able to take advantage of that space with her speed. So I think if Play Rugby continues to capitalize on that, that will work out well for them. And on the other side, I think Corning Carroll needs to be aware of that strength on the wing and make sure that when they are looking to defend, they're coming up really hard, which, I think is preventing Play Rugby from being able to capitalize in the middle of the field. But, making sure that they're stretching and shifting in order to preserve that space is really important as well.
Kick by Okendo is good. I think you made a lot of great points there, Lauren. I think that also they need to focus their aggression a little bit more because they started getting a little bit sloppy on defense towards the middle right there, as we saw, like Hadlock getting called for that diving in the ruck. Those are silly mistakes that are easily avoidable if they just keep their composure, because they're obviously an aggressive team. They want to play aggressive, but you can play aggressive and smart at the same time, which is something I brought up in the last game. Kick's going to be a little short. They thought about going for it, but no. And then as soon as it passed the 10, Corning Carroll was already there to keep it moving, keep it going forward. Play Rugby USA on their back foot, but they're able to pick it up, start picking back some of the meters that they just lost from that double kick. Digging for that ball, she's going to get it out, and they're going to go to the boot. Nobody in the backfield covering, and a fast chase right there by Play Rugby USA. Corning Carroll's able to get there. Play Rugby USA is not set up at all for defense on that side. Great chasing tackle by Conte. She's having trouble getting out of the ruck, so no counter ruck right there. Big opportunity for Corning Carroll to make some movement. Number 3 right there, Lillian Wilcox, taking a couple players to get her down, and they're going to say again, not rolling away. Hadlock's going to take this tap. Play Rugby USA's talking, trying to match up on the field. This is the opportunity that Corning Carroll has been looking for to get something going. Going to choose to run it sideways, but support is there. Going to pick and go from the ruck right back towards the defensive line, gain maybe 5 meters right there. Big, strong ruck, pushes out the counter ruck from Play Rugby USA. They're going to keep going with the pick towards the middle of the field. Little far from the try line for that, but it's working for them. Now they're going to choose to pass it out. They're calling for it on the wings. Little bit of miscommunication there, but they're going to pull it back to the advantage for the high tackle, so they're not going to lose possession. Hadlock again. Gonna send it out with a skip pass that was not communicated clearly. Player did not seem like she was ready to catch that ball, but was able to get it to go backwards, so play on. They're gonna keep working that way towards the outside edge. A lot of bodies in these rucks. Taking out a lot of options for both teams. Wilcox diving to get those extra meters on the tackle. Little bit of a bobble right there by Anau, but able to hold it cleanly. They're going to keep moving it back towards this sideline, but they are outnumbered. They either got to get more support over here or they got to send it back the other way. Yeah, they're going to send it back to towards the far side. Big run right there, caught right before the try line. Now is the time for the picks and goes, but ref's going to call it back. Little slow to get up. Play Rugby USA, number 9, Jaylene Perez. Corning Carroll's going to take the tap, send it over the tops of some of their players, but still have possession, still working. Counter ruck tried for Sardoki, but no luck there. Cooley tries to kick it forward. No luck there. They're going to go it back to the high tackle. We have a player down for Corning Carroll.
You know, I think on a hot and humid day like this, it's really important for these teams to be aware of the weather and aware of, you know, their strengths and capability. I think the weather really can take it out of you on days like this, especially when, you know, you might not be used to it. It's early in the summer. You know, we had a pretty cold winter and spring. So I think, you know, I'm seeing a lot of tackling. I'm seeing a lot of, you know, icing straight into rucks. And I think, you know, the players should try to be a little more aware of where the space on the field is to avoid these kinds of things, because I also think after a couple phases of this hard line, you know, middle of the field rugby, this is where you're seeing a lot of penalties, and the penalties can end up in injury like we're seeing right now. So I think, you know, especially on days where, you know, the weather is unforgiving, the heat is really beating down, it's so important to be aware of the way that you're playing and how you can support your teammates, and how, you know, that generally affects the speed of the play and all those other factors that are so important.
The ref has also called an advantage on 3 high tackles within the last probably 7 minutes by Play Rugby USA. I think that it's maybe time to start pulling out the card if they're going to keep high tackling. Make sure they know that they have to get lower. Can't keep, obviously we want to keep the flow of the game going, but you can't keep calling advantage if they're going to keep high tackling. And there were 3 separate ones in the last couple minutes. Players still getting checked out for Corning Carroll right here. Both teams taking this opportunity to chat and also take a breather.
So the possession will obviously come back to Corning Carroll following this penalty here. I think, as Marissa noted, that's happened a couple of times in this general area of the field. And I think Corning Carroll has a really good opportunity right now to take a breath, talk to each other, figure out what's working for their team, what's not, where things are needed. Hopefully talk about that kind of shift to the wing. You know, in this last couple of plays, there have been a decent amount of space on that right side of the field to put a winger away, perhaps, and avoid some of these tackles in the middle of the field. So I think if Corning Carroll can come in and really have that conversation right now, they should be able to come back to this penalty and capitalize on where they are on the field, as they're only a few feet from the try zone. On the other hand, I think Play Rugby also needs to be having that conversation, not only to prevent the high tackles from continuing, but to really hold this line strong. I think if they can do that, that sets the tone for the rest of the half.
The player who was down is now being escorted off the field. It's good to see her up and moving. We will resume play. Subs came on for the injured player for Corning Carroll right here. Ref's going to have a word with Captain Kamora Cooley on the Play Rugby side to discuss kind of the events that led to what just happened and his reasoning for how the game will move going forward. I'm assuming there's also going to be a warning inside there saying I'm going to have to start going to the pocket pretty soon. Going to talk to Hadlock now as well, and then Hadlock's going to take the tap herself, sending it out to this short side over here. Play rugby is still pretty high in that contact. They're calling their defensive line, but they're not quite coming up on the call. Closer and closer. Another high tackle call. And I believe we're going to the card.
I think it's times like this, yeah, we see the card here. I think it's times like this where, you've got 4 high tackles really in a row here. And this is really where the captain needs to step in and tell the players what's going on. I think, at this level, there are a lot of people with experience, but there are also some unexperienced players who might need a little more instruction on what good tackling mechanics looks like. And so hopefully Play Rugby is able to address that quickly and we're able to move on with the rest of the game.
Absolutely, and I think that perhaps after her chat with the ref earlier, Kimura Cooley should have approached her team and said, hey guys, can we take this extra second and just focus on what we need to fix? Obviously, they're creeping up right on that try line right there, but they've been hanging out in this general area for probably the last 4 minutes and still haven't been able to get it in. Unlucky bounce right there for Corning Carroll. That's going to stop pretty much all the momentum they had built up. And Play Rugby's going to chance at a possession deep in their backfield.
I think that's a little bit of a disappointing outcome for Corning Carroll here. As Marissa said, they have been down in this area for a while, trying to find that space. I think this is where you got to kind of look at the way that your team is moving forward on offense and address where some of those strengths and weaknesses may be and adjust your game accordingly. But I think this also presents a good opportunity for Play Rugby to come back from a couple of these penalties and maybe have a couple good runs here off the scrum.
Absolutely, and hooked right away. Okendo's going to get that ball out to her back line. They're going to choose for the kick. This time there is coverage in the backfield for Corning Carroll. They're going to get it. Number 7's running toward a very clumped Play Rugby defense that is finally getting spread out towards the rest of the field. Tackles are looking a little bit lower this time. We'll see how they look as they get closer to the try line. That was their downfall last time. Lots of communication on the defensive side. Play Rugby talking about where they need to be. Ball is poached by Play Rugby USA. Number 5. That was Campbell. Prusa still with possession here, but starting to get a little bit sloppy in those rucks. Okendo's digging that ball out, and she's able to get it. They're still so tight, not quite using the full field to their advantage. And all the chatter that they had on defense has kind of been quieting down now that they have possession of the ball, when it should, in fact, be quite the opposite. Gonna go back, get a chance for a fresh start, still maintaining possession. Talking to her team, tell them to set something up. Not quite in a formation right now, but they'll take it. They're gonna go for a pod. Sending it out.
Just drop.
Play Rugby with the quick passes, still working the ball. Slow ball movement out of those rucks. Big drive by Campbell right there. Sardoki's there for the support. Cooley with the clear out from the ruck. They're so tight on this side of the field, not really anywhere for them to go besides straight into bodies. Ball's lost, but lost backwards. Play Rugby still with possession, but they have not been able to break out of their zone. Couple players down, slow to get up on the play rugby side. This is their longest possession of the game so far. Multiple phases keep moving. They're getting closer and closer to the 50, but this girl's running alone. Big tackle by Corning. Slow to get set up steep, and they're gonna pass it strong side, run around the ruck to go weak side. Big run right there. That was Aspinall, I think. Sorry, I didn't quite get a clear number on that. Unfortunately, all that momentum that they built up is gonna get lost with a knock on the far side of the field.
I think this last play here and, these last couple of phases really represents a little bit of a momentum shift. I think play rugby is really starting to settle in and know what their teammates are looking for and able to communicate well. And that last break we had there, I mean, that was the first real break from a forward I think we've seen all game on either side. And as the kind of half progresses and people get tired, I think being able to capitalize on where you see those gaps is so important. And I think, tough end to the phase here for play rugby with the knock on, but I think, that should hopefully be a sign to keep their heads up and keep moving the way that they have been. And, they're right there with another try.
Absolutely, and they did make their way down the field utilizing pretty much the full team. It made it through everybody's hands. They went from sideline to sideline, and that was honestly great to see because we were missing that a little bit in the beginnings of this game. Ball is in. Hooked. Pretty solid scrum right there. Corning's going to get their hand at trying to work their way down the field now. Hadlock has it. Takes a couple defenders to get her down. Corning gets set up fairly quickly on the ruck. Wilcox breaking down at the defensive line. They're going to go back towards the far sideline. High steps to break through that defensive line and still going. Great run right there by Fielding. Keep working it towards that far sideline, trying to stretch it out. Great use of the sideline right there. She's going to go all the way down, try to get it as close to the center as possible. Cooley's going to make sure that she tries to catch her before she can get perfectly center. Great hustle right there by Kimura Cooley, but also what a break up the sideline by Corning Carroll. Waiting for her to turn around so we can get a number on it.
Really impressive play there, I think, by Corning Carroll. I mean, capitalizing off that scrum, I mean, they were well behind their 50-yard line, deep in their own half. And, keeping that composure, able to just create those phases and find that space on the wing, trusting your speed. I think we saw that. There was really no hesitation by the player who scored. She knew she was going right for that, and she was able to get in, put it right between the posts. I think, again, that creates some momentum for that team. And so I think, we've got a pretty even game here on both sides. And, in the first half, we've still got a lot of time to see how this all plays out.
That try is credited to Kendall Clow, and after I read the name, I realized that I probably should have known that because I coached her last summer. Good job, Kendall. And Hadlock's going to line up for the kick. Well down the middle. Great power behind that boot. And tight game so far.
Really good first half here. I think we've been seeing a lot of different types of playing. I think, we're seeing a lot of crash runs up the middle. We've seen that successful for play rugby. We've also seen a couple of great runs down the wing by the backs.
Corning just scored.
I think that really represents a lot of talent on both sides of the teams, on really everywhere on the field. And going into the second half, I think it'll be exciting to see how these teams, communicate at halftime, understand where their strengths and weaknesses are, see what their gameplay looks like when they come back into the second half, and see if any changes are made to the strategy, or if we try to keep things going and really keep the momentum for both sides. I think this game could really go either way here.
Yeah, it's definitely been back and forth so far. Both teams with some early game jitters for the first couple of minutes. Then we had quite some sloppy plays and penalties by Play Rugby USA. The yellow card late in the half right there, taken advantage of by Corn and Carroll, who were able to dot one in. I think that right now, over at Play Rugby USA, they're definitely talking about, one, recycling on offense, and two, making sure they keep their composure on defense as they get closer to the try line, because their tackles look great when they're out here in the middle of the field. The closer they get to the try line, they're getting kind of high, they're getting kind of frantic. Over here at Corn and Carroll, I think that it took a while for them to get into their system. Part of that was because of the consistent penalties by Play Rugby USA, but you can't blame it all on them. A lot of it is also on you and your team. We saw them start to get into their system at the end there. Obviously, since they are another combo team, combining West Carroll and Corning, there is always going to be a little bit of bobbles because, you know, these girls do not play together normally, but that should be something that should be well out of their systems by the time we get into this second half. I have like grapes if you want fruit. Do you want any fruit?
How do you move this?
Whistles have gone up. Second half's about to get underway here. Lots of good comms onto the sidelines for both of these teams in blue. Prusa, Play Rugby USA in the dark blue, coming on the field on the far side right now, are up 12-7 at the moment against Corning. Carroll in the light blue over here on your screens as you can see them. Corning Carroll saying, okay guys, let's keep the energy. Great comms to get started into this second half. They had a great end to the first half with a late try right there by Kendall Clough, junior from Corning. We're going to start with a kickoff from Corning to Play Rugby USA. Trying to figure out who's taking the kick. It's going to be Hadlock again. Haven't seen many kicks from Corning Carroll so far, so can't wait to see where she decides to put it. Hadlock's got a boot. Gonna go for a low kick. Grubbed and not knocked. Ref says went backwards, so gonna let them play. Driving legs, good work right there. Strong ruck by Play Rugby. Try to keep their feet a little bit. Could have been called diving. Sardoki with the run right there. They're set up nice and steep, which was better than the first half already. Let's see if they can keep those adjustments into later in the half. Okendo's going to take that right off the ruck and go for her own run. Support is there, but they're not sure what to do. It's the nines in the ruck. So get the ball, get it out, send it to somebody. pushing back that Corn and Carroll defensive line. They're able to poach the ball out of that ruck, adjusting quickly now, switch over to offense. Wilcox taking out Cooley. Unfortunately knocked on right off that ruck. Getting set up for that scrum. Cooley a little slow to get up. That would be a big loss for Play Rugby if she needs to come out. Make sure she's okay, though. It's going to be a scrum to Play Rugby. They're trying to figure out their offensive setup. They have a play call, so let's see what they're making happen. Ball hooked. Has some trouble making it through the second row. Ref's going to call penalty on Corn and Carroll. Play Rugby USA is going to try to get set something up. Cooley's going to quick tap it and send it to the only player who is calling for it ready. She has no option to pass. Nobody was there ready for it, so she's just going to take it and go. Cooley's right there to support. Big run. Might have been a little bit of an elbow pop right there, but they're going to keep it going. That was Amanda Fosu, senior from Play Rugby. Cooley's going to take it out to the short side and dot it in for a try. Great work by Kimora Cooley. Great head up off that scrum by Play Rugby. Scrum penalty called. Cooley goes for the quick tap, sends it to pretty much the only player from Play Rugby who was set up already. Great run on the side right there.
I think that's a really great play and hopefully indicative of the rest of the half for the Play Rugby team. I think, they were quick off the kickoff, a little bit of a fumble back there, but I think, they quickly kind of got into position and were able to find each other. And we're seeing a lot less jitters than we did in the first half, I think, among this team. Some quick, confident runners in the back, which I think, is ultimately what led to the try here. I think, there's a lot of talent on this Play Rugby side, and I think they're just starting to kind of tap into that. So, I think we'll see more of that hopefully throughout the rest of this half, and if so, I think we can see a couple more tries. And I think, at the same time, we got to see Corn and Carroll really step up to the plate on defense there, make those tackles. I think we're seeing Play Rugby able to break through 1 and 2, and it takes a couple to get them down, even in the back. So I think, Corn and Carroll has their work cut out for them here if they, want to come back and make this an even game. And I think that really starts with defense, but and they have an opportunity to do that right now as they're going to take the kickoff and really step up to the plate on defense and make those tackles and communicate all that really good stuff.
Play Rugby has strong runners. That is evident. That means you have to get low. You have to go for their knees. That is the only way that you are going to get them down. Somebody like Campbell, somebody like Cooley, somebody like Fosu. You're not going to get them down by going any higher than the knees. They're just going to be able to drag and keep going. Maimuna Conte with that pickup off the kickoff, and she's going to run it a little bit sideways. Had a great run and try in the first half. Support is there when she gets tackled for the ruck. They're going to keep sending it this way, keep their momentum going towards this near side of the field. Solid ruck set up by Play Rugby USA. They're getting low. They're holding on. They're getting solid. They're bringing the ball back into the action where the ruck was, though. I want to see them start moving it out towards where there's a little bit more space, a little bit more green. Ball goes through some hands, not cleanly fielded. Makes it out to their wing. That's Carrie Ann Aspinall. Play Rugby has been pushed very far back from this kickoff, not able to get anything going on offense so far. That's Rachel Sardoki trying to run through. They have to make up a lot of ground, but they have an advantage. They're going to get a penalty called, not rolling away on Chloe.
This is exactly the kind of defense we want to see from Corn and Carroll here. I think, they're really, really quick to make that first launch, and that's going to continue to push Play Rugby back into their own half, and it's also going to force them to make mistakes. And I think, that's going to eventually work out for Corn and Carroll if they're patient enough.
Absolutely. Another big run by 17, Edna Mensah. Gonna take their time getting it out of that ruck, see if they can set something up. She's gonna just pick it up and keep going after tackle. Support is there though, gonna keep driving her feet. Took maybe 3 players to get her down. They're gonna keep working their way towards that far sideline. Almost picked off by Corning. Instead, it makes its way all the way out to Cooley, who tries to get it to Conte. Misses her hands a little bit, though. Conte runs back and tries to get the ball that she missed the first time, but she gets it, and then unfortunately, they lose it in the ruck. Not releasing. No support was there. She didn't want to give it up. But this gives Corning Carroll a great opportunity. They're going to kick for touch on that far sideline. Hadlock with the boot.
I think that's really excellent work from Corning Carroll here on defense. You know, they were patient enough to just make those tackles, keep that launch, which is even harder when it's this hot and humid outside and we're in the second half. You know, it's grueling, exhausting work to be playing defense like that for a long time and for several phases. But I think we saw patience, we saw, you know, calm and cool-headedness, and ultimately that forced a penalty onto play rugby, which good defense is always going to be able to do. That kick for touch was brilliant. I think it went far enough. And here we are with possession in play rugby's half, and I think now their job is just to capitalize on this opportunity, stay connected, stay calm, don't commit any penalties, and really just keep the ball moving.
Beautiful line out off the top right there. Makes it way to the first receiver. She's going to run at a little bit of an angle, but she has support there, and she saw where the space was. They're going to keep working their way towards this near sideline. Little bit of a bobble, but it goes backwards according to the ref. They're starting to get a little bit frantic. Maybe take a little bit of extra time to clean this up. Hadlock with the scrum half pass out to Lila Caparella. Going to start working their way back inside. Didn't quite get all the way to this sideline. Play rugby with the counter ruck. Corning Carroll was not ready for it. Scramble to poach that ball, but it moves backwards. They're able to keep possession. Play Rugby USA has stolen the ball back inside their half. They're not set up for offense. A lot of stagnant players on that side. Not set up, not sure where to go. They're going to go for the kick. Little short kick, but it just makes its way over backfield coverage for Corning Carroll. She's going to take it to the edge and keep it going. Maimuna Conte on the chase with the tackle, and Cooley's right there to clear out that ruck. Fortunately, Conte did not roll away from the ruck, so they're going to give the ball back to Corning Carroll. Kick for touch again. Sets them up right where they were just a minute ago.
A little unfortunate here for play rugby, I have to say. You know, those 2 counter rucks that they had, you know, the first one being successful, but, you know, finding the team a little bit unready to create that transition moment into offense. And second one here with the unfortunate penalty. But I think the counter rucking strategy and willingness to do so in general is really great that we're seeing on play rugby's part, especially deep in this half when things are getting really tiring and it's getting really hot. I think that's so important, and if play rugby can keep up that momentum and just work on shifting back to offense and being aggressive, like that's going to work out really well for them. At the same time, I think Corning Carroll has a really good opportunity here in this area of the field to capitalize on the offensive strategy they've had and the wins that they've been seeing so far.
Ball goes over the top on the line out, but still caught by Corning Carroll. They're going to try to dig it out from the ruck. Tackle was made right off the line out. Big run, breaking through tackles for Corning Carroll right there, making their way towards that try line. They're going to go for the pick and goes a little bit. Now that they're getting close, keeping themselves nice and low, forcing play rugby to get low as well. Getting close, ref's going to check it. Play Rugby USA has held it up. I think that was much better work by Play Rugby on the try line here than it was during the first half. Obviously, during the first half, not only were they committing penalties, but they were just not being smart about what they were seeing in front of them with this offense. I think this was a lot better of a showing defensively by then. Chloe goes back to field that ball. Breaking through, she has 2 people tackle her. Play Rugby USA is going for the poach, and they're able to get it. Great defensive work. I believe that was Janiyah Burgess. Sardoki tries for the high step. Play Rugby needs to make their way out of this deep zone. Saw a door and got it. That's Amanda Fosu. She saw the opening. She's going to take it. That right there gained them quite a few meters. Unsure which direction they should work in. Calling for the ball on this weak side. They're going to try to take it to the edge. Play Rugby USA. Strong runner here. She's going straight for the touchline, though. That's Anala David with a great run right there. Big knock on the sideline, though.
Do you need medical?
Guys, hold my teammate.
Physio.
Can you breathe?
Ref's going to call time. We have a player down for Corning Kendall and a player for Play Rugby, a little bit slow to get up as well.
This is definitely a physical game I think we're seeing today on both sides of the field, and also, you know, really with every player on the team, there's been no real gap in terms of the physicality between sometimes as we see like the forwards and the backs or the subs that are coming in off the bench. I think, you know, both teams, all the players, it's clear that they want to win, they want to be in this game, they're doing everything it takes, and I think, you know, unfortunately we do see stuff like this where there's a big hit and something lands the wrong way and you know, things happen, but I think in general, both teams right now have a lot to be proud of in terms of the effort and the grit that they're putting into this game. And I'm not seeing a drop-off. I think we'll continue to see this until the final whistle blows.
No, and that was phenomenal defensive work by Corning Carroll right here with that break up the sideline, just chasing her down. She was getting dangerously close to touch. Like I said earlier in the day, that touch line is your extra defender. Use it to your advantage, and that they did. And that was a lot of momentum right there by David, but great work by Corning to scramble, get back, and make that tackle. All right, both players have gotten up. Player from Corning Carroll taking a little bit of an extra second. Got the wind knocked out of her a little bit by that hit.
Never a
6
good
minutes
feeling.
left to play. No, I mean, it happens to all of us, right? We're going to restart play with a scrum. Oh, no, we're going to restart play with a line out. They're going to call it out of bounds. A little bit of a short lineup for the line out. Corning Carroll not choosing to go full. See what they have working here. Great catch by the jumper. It's going to go out to 17, who's going to dish it quickly. They're going to start sending it out. Chloe's got it, tries to work her way through, but tackled, but she offloads it right as she made contact, and that was a great option because now they have a strong run going up the middle. She went for the offload as well, bounced once, went backwards into the hands of 11. That's Ruth now. Corning Carroll making their way through, trying to get towards the try line. Number 1, Marion now with a great run off the feed, basically, from what I'm assuming is her sister. Great work by both of them. A lot of momentum coming down the field after that line out.
I think everything about that play was just perfect. I mean, coming off the line out, really seamless into the hands of the jumper, down to the scrum half and out through the line. I think we see the try score here with a huge run, really able to break. I think it was 2 or 3 tackles. And then that offload that was a little bit bouncy, but we're able to recover and then still saw that gap through the middle. You know, I think with, 2 minutes left to play in the game, on a day like this, it can be really tough to keep pushing with everything you've got at the end of that game. But I think that's exactly what we're seeing here from both teams, but especially off that run. I think, Corning Carroll has a lot to be proud of in how they've played today, and especially in that last try.
Yeah, that was great work by them. They're definitely still building up, and they are clearly not succumbing to the heat as a team. They still have as much energy now as they did when they started the game. Kick is good.
Corning Carroll is going to get possession off of this kick, so I think, they still have time if they want to capitalize off of their momentum and have a chance to actually win this game if they score one more time. It's very
Absolutely.
close.
Game's not over. 15s, you get the ball back. And I think that right now they are outworking Play Rugby a little bit. Cooley's going to go for the high short kick. Works in her favor. Knocked on at the front line. Fielded by Play Rugby. They're going to play advantage for the knock on. Going to start dishing it out to their pods set up. Pods are a little tight. Defense is already right there. Ball is stripped in the ruck and poached by Hadlock. She's going to get a couple meters, then send it out to a now again. And now with the run set up, nobody's there to protect the ruck, but high tackle's going to get called on the ruck clearance. They're going to call advantage on the high tackle again. Hadlock's going to take it herself. They're not 10. Ball is bobbled again by Wilcox. Unfortunately, that was 2 knocks in a row for her.
Unfortunately, I think that's, what you start to see at the end of a long game like this. It's just so tired. It's been so grueling and so physical the whole time that mistakes are just kind of inevitable if you're not actively focusing and paying attention on, not committing them. So unfortunately, I think we see this a lot, but there's still time. We'll see what they can do with that.
And in a close game like this, obviously Corning Carroll knows that they could win this. If they score a try, clock is ticking down, you start to get a little bit frantic. You start to get a little bit hungry for that win. That can lead to you getting a little bit sloppy. Unfortunately, if you have your eyes on the prize instead of your eyes on the ball, that can mess you up a little bit. Play Rugby USA is going to have their scrum right here. Big drive by Corning Carroll, but able to get it out to Cooley. I'm going to send it out to the wing. Little bit of a pile of bodies over there on that side. Play Rugby USA maintains possession, though. Corning Carroll was told to get out by the ref. Breaking through the line, another run. She had one earlier. She'll have it again, and she'll have a try this time. That's Edna Mensah from Play Rugby USA. Had a great run earlier in this game. This time she gets the run and the try. And that should probably close us out, but we'll wait for the final whistle just in case. I think she broke through maybe like 6 girls there.
Yeah, I think, she's a player that can kind of do it all. I mean, she's a great forward. She's a hard runner. She's able to break through those tackles, but she's by no means slow in any sense. I mean, she is really running through that whole line, taking people on in a foot race and making it out. And I think, it's that level of grit, but also the confidence to do it that really just shows in a great player like that. And I think players like that will continue to score and will continue to win games for their team. And it's just really great to see at this level.
Yeah, ref's going to go blow final whistle. Cooley's kick was short. There's also a little bit of wind, so wind might have pushed it back a little bit. Final score, 22, Play Rugby USA, 14, Corning Carroll. And we are going to go take another break before the action resumes on this field. Up next, instead of some high school teams, we're going to have some younger players out here, some U14s getting some action. So make sure you come back. We'll take a little break, but we'll be right back, guys.
Welcome back to the Showcase live feed. Right now, this game we're taking a step back from high school and we're moving towards the middle school tournament here. On the left side of your screen, you will see the U14 pink-purple team, and shortly on the right side of your screen, you will see the U14 red. My name is Lauren. I'll be doing the analysis for this game. You might have heard me in the last game, but stepping in for Marissa doing the play-by-play is actually my sister, Alyssa. And she will be helping out with us right now. We are both Morris alums. This is both our 6th rugby showcase here at Bundt Park in West New Jersey. So this is a little emotional for us, but it's fun to be on the other side of the field. And
Okay, and we are off. Red is making a good hit so far, pushing the ball up. Got a good ruck here from the red team as well, getting the ball out. Let's see what they can do. Oh no, dropped it a little bit there. So we're gonna have a scrum to the pink-purple team. Once again, nice to see you all. My name is Alyssa. I'm Lauren's sister, her younger sister, and we are very happy to be here commentating on this U14 game. We remember when we were U14 players. It's been a long time, and we're just really excited to see these girls play, and hopefully they develop the same love of rugby that we have developed over the last 6 years, 8 years, something like that. Losing track of time.
10 years for me, 8 for Alyssa, we think. So it's been a while. We're a little removed. But it's good to see all these girls out here. I mean, the teams are definitely bigger in numbers than they were when we were playing at this level. So we just really love to see the game growing, and this is just so exciting.
We're going to have a scrum here for the pink-purple team. We have our scrum half wearing number 10, Edith Kang. She's getting ready to put the ball in, but we're just getting ready for that ruck to be set, or that scrum, excuse me.
If you're familiar with rugby, you might know the scrum is really all about safety, and so I think at these younger levels, that's the key priority. It may take a little bit longer to set up, but it's always in good faith.
And we've got the ball out. They're going to look to move it wide. Nice run there by number 22. Oh, she's going to try and go all the way. Hopefully she can stay in. Oh, good tackle out of bounds from the red team, but great run by number 22. That is Madeline Jefferson. So we're going to have a line out to the U14 red team. It looks like they're going to try to put a pod up in the front. So we'll see how this line out goes. They are pretty deep in their half. I would say they're in the 22 at this point. So looking to kick might be the right option here. But then again, they do have space wide. And so looking to go wide also wouldn't be a bad decision either. Nice line out throw. Good catch by the pod. Good, she's going to look to move it out. And we're going to look to take it up here and maybe move it wide. Oh, the ball looks like it got dropped, and the pink-purple team has picked it up. Oh, and it looks like it's gone back to the red team. They're going to look to punch it up. We'll see what they do after. Nice work, looking to get the ball out wide. Good run here from, I think that's number 22 or possibly 12 on the red team. Good big run there. They're going to look to move it out to the right. Oh, great run here from the red team. Oh my gosh, she's going to go all the way. That's number 14, I believe. Nice job. And a try for the red team.
Off to a quick start in this game. You know, I think we're seeing on both sides a willingness to really take the ball and run, whether that be into contact or looking for the space on the outside. I think, you know, the discipline and already seeing the game knowledge from both teams, I'm very impressed. You know, and I think we'll hopefully continue to see that. But right now, both teams look pretty evenly matched. I mean, you're getting some good plays from both sides. You're getting some good set pieces from both sides. And so I think, you know, as we continue to move forward in this game, hopefully we'll continue to see more of those nice long runs. But, you know, knowing how hot it is, you also have to be aware, you know, might have to lean on your teammates a little bit more as you get tired, because those long runs are pretty grueling.
So the pink-purple team will kick off to the red team here, and we'll see if the red team can keep it in their possession and look for another try, or if the pink and purple team can put some good defense up, win the ball back, and then look to get their first try on the board. The kick is up. It goes 10 middle. Looks like a little bit of a grubber there. Not sure if that was intentional, but that's okay. It works. And a good counter ruck from the pink-purple team, except it will be a penalty to the red team. And they'll look to restart and move the ball out wide left. Oh, she'll cut back out to the right. Nice little pass there. We've got the ball out to the width here. We've got another breakaway. Good drive on those legs by her. That's okay. They just need to get reset. Nice run by number 7. Good decision to keep it in and go to ground. Good pick there from the ruck. Oh my gosh. Nice work from number 9 on the red team. That is Amelia Collier-Lake. Oh.
I think we had a little bit of a tri-zone misunderstanding here. I think, you know, the lining can be a little difficult. Looks like she might have touched it down a little too early, as the tri-zone is behind the posts here on this field, which can differ on different fields, so it can be very confusing. But unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to give the try there, and they're going to restart with a scrum.
Great run from her, though. That was a really heads-up play, picking the ball off the ruck. We're looking for that first channel on defense to be filled, and I think the pink-purple team was just a little bit slow to get there. So great look by her to take that ball around the ruck and then look for that breakaway. It's unfortunate that the try line's a little confusing, but that's okay. She'll definitely not make that mistake again, and I'm sure we'll see her getting a try on the board soon enough here. The ball is put in for the pink-purple team in the scrum, and they're going to look to go to the right. Nice passing there from them. Oh, a little unfortunate. That's okay, but a nice look there. They're going to have another scrum here, this time to the red team because of an unfortunate knock-on. Morris is really going to have to, or sorry, pink-purple is really going to have to look to have good defense here. We want to make sure that we're not letting the red team run in. They are in a very dangerous spot, so we'll see what the red team puts up here.
You're getting the ball, KK.
They're going to put the ball in. Oh, the ball has come out the channel. She's going to re-put it in one more time. It'll come out the back this time. Oh, it's a pick and go from the 8-man. Nice drive there with the legs. Nice way to keep moving. Oh, and that's a try awarded for the red team. Nice job.
Really good play there by the red team. I think that shows some pretty good game awareness to go to the weak side with a pick when you have a scrum in that area of the field. You know, you're deep in the pink-purple half. You're also a little bit to the side, which I think is kind of prime real estate for a pick and go. And I think that was really well done by the red team. Way to capitalize on that opportunity. And I think now, you know, we'll kind of see how the pink and purple team responds. I think there's a lot of time left in this half. And hopefully there will be more opportunities for them to not only kind of sharpen up on the defense, but also get a couple of those runs themselves on offense.
We're going to have another restart for the pink-purple team here. They're going to do another kickoff to the red team. We'll see what kind of kick they put up this time, and we'll see what the red team can do with it, or if the purple and pink team can win it back and put some good defense up. So the kick goes center field, farther back this time for sure. It's picked up by the red team. She's going to make a run and then look to pass. Great pass there. Way to draw in the defense. Move the ball out wide. Oh, we got another breakaway here on the outside here. Nice work by her. She's really using her footwork, really driving forward. She is taken down, but the red team's going to restart pretty quickly, actually. And we're going to see another big run here. Oh, my goodness. Great run. Great hit. Nice work. They're going to move the ball out to the left again. I think they should move the ball wide, but they all seem to be a little bit clustered, which is okay. But I think sometimes we forget that the field is so wide. This is a pretty wide field, I won't lie.
Definitely unfortunate for the red team to have knocked it on a little bit there, but I think generally speaking, we're seeing a lot of really good runs from them. Some really hard, strong runners off the kickoff, off of passes. And so hopefully we'll kind of continue to see that, and I think sharpening up those penalties and sharpening up those little passes, offloads will really go their way. I think on the other side of that, you know, pink and purple, I think they're doing a good job tracking. They're definitely getting to the tackle, but I think just a little bit more confidence in those hits and getting low would go a long way for them, especially, you know, in creating those turnovers and getting the ball back in their own hands.
We're going to have another scrum here to the pink-purple team. They are once again in their half, a little bit above the 22, a little bit behind the 10. So I would say they're about halfway back in their half. We'll see what they look to do here. They're going to move the ball out to the right. We got another good pass. Doesn't make it to hands, but it is a nice bounce, picked up very cleanly. She's going to go to ground. Good. We have a nice quick ruck over there. We're going to look to go back the other way. Nice catch there. A little bit wobbly, but she gets it into her hands. Oh my goodness, great hit from the red team. Oh my gosh, okay, we've got a big run here from the pink-purple team. Good, she's gonna use her footwork and go to ground. They're gonna look to get the ball out again. A nice pick around the ruck, again by number 2 on the pink-purple team, but unfortunately we have dropped the ball. So we're gonna have, oh, the ref is showing what looks like, okay, it's a free kick or a penalty, I can't really tell. I think it's a penalty to the pink-purple team. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but they're going to look to move the ball again. Great run there from, I think, number 4. She goes to ground, and they're going to look to move it pretty quickly out of the ruck, which is a good idea. Nice pass there. Great tracking on defense from the red team. Great tackle as well. Okay, another penalty to the pink-purple team is going to be awarded here. I think not rolling away is the call. Great movement, great movement. Really good movement there from the pink-purple team. Another really great tackle, but I think it's going to be called a high tackle, so it's going to be another penalty to the pink-purple team. She doesn't quite take it at the mark, so we're going to have to go to the mark and reset. Number 11 is going to look to take it on her own there. Nice run there. Nice way to keep her legs driving that whole time in contact. And they're going to look to move the ball out right again. Nice, nice. Good job. Oh, and she's tackled out of bounds, but a great run there from number 23. Way to follow the ball and get right on her teammate's hip to receive that ball and make a run forward. We'll have a line out to the red team right inside of their 22.
I think that was a really good couple of phases for the pink and purple team. I think they're finding hands. They're clearly looking to offload to their teammates when they're making contact. All of that is really good heads-up rugby play. I think, you know, the red team is understandably very aggressive on defense. But, you know, a couple penalties here and there, I think that's coming from a place of wanting to be aggressive and being young. So I think if they just sharpen those up a little bit, they'll see a little more success on defense. But really honestly looking forward to what this pink and purple team is going to continue to do on offense.
Great tackle there from the red team, but it is going to be another penalty to the pink-purple team. I've really liked the aggression from the red team with their defense. I think they're putting great defense up, really challenging the pink and purple team. I think the only thing is they just have to be a little more careful with their height of their tackles because they are getting called a couple times now for a high tackle or not rolling away. So their penalties are coming from their defensive end, which is hard because we want to be aggressive. Oh, great run here from number 2 on the pink-purple team. And she will put it down. Try.
That's really good stuff from the pink-purple team. You know, I think, as we were saying a little bit earlier, they're finding hands, they're starting to connect, they're starting to settle into this game. And I think stuff like that is what leads to tries like what we just saw. A little bit of a break through the line, you start to see those gaps a little bit better, communicating with your teammates to find that space, and ultimately I just think that was a really great play for pink and purple. And, you know, as Alyssa was just saying too, for the red team, I think they've got a really good aggressive defense. They're holding that line really well, but they will have to manage those penalties, and they will have to manage that space just a little bit better, because if they can do that, I think it's going to be really, really difficult for the pink and purple team to continue to find those kinds of spaces and opportunities. But ultimately, I think we're seeing a pretty even game right now, which is exciting. Kick was just made there by the pink and purple team, so, you know, we've really got a game here.
That was Alexandra Connolly, also known as AC, making the kick there for the pink and purple team. So we are now sitting at a 7-10 score, very close game. The pink and purple team is not out of it yet. If they can get one more try, they'll be ahead, and the red team will start to look to put some more tries on the board. We will have a kickoff to the red team. We'll see what they can do with this. The kick is good. It goes 10 to space. Good eye there from the kicker on the red team, but it is recovered really well by the pink and purple team. Great counter ruck there from the red team, but we are going to have another penalty. Not rolling away is the call, or possibly offsides. So the pink and purple team will get the ball back. Great run there from the pink and purple team, and great support too. I think it's number 2. She's great on that support. She was right there, possibly ready for an offload, but she was the first person over the ruck, which is really important. Good ruck there from the pink and purple team again. Way to get the ball out. Great tackle there, though, from the red team. And it is picked up by the red team, and they will look to run it all the way in. We have a great run there, a great pass to the offload. Another great run here from the red team. Although I think she was just tackled out of bounds, so we will have a line out to the pink and purple team deep into their half.
Making a couple substitutions here. You know, it is quite a hot and humid day. Probably going to see a couple more come off the bench. So we'll see how that kind of changes the momentum of the game for both teams. But luckily we've got some big rosters here, so shouldn't let it affect them too much. And hopefully, you know, subs being made for the pink and purple team. You're going to see someone come on in a yellow, black, and white jersey. They are still a member of the pink and purple team. So that is important to keep in mind, though it may be a little bit confusing.
I think that was number 17. That's Sophia Rosales going in, wearing the Aspetuck jerseys, but playing for the pink and purple team. The line out is good. The pink and purple team have picked it up. They're deep in their half, though, so they're going to have to look to get it out with either a big run, which they're doing right now, maybe move the ball wide, or look to kick it out. Great pressure there from the red team, just taking a little too long. Oh, and we're going to run it in for a try, but the ref is going to call something else, I believe possibly offsides. So the red team's going to move back, and the pink and purple team will get the ball, and no try will be awarded there for the red team. So far, this whole game, we've seen really good defense from the red team. Although they have been giving up penalties, they've been putting that pressure on really well, which I think is flustering the pink and purple team just a little bit, but they're doing a great job at continuing to just play their game, which is really important. A big run there from the pink and purple team. We'll go down for another tackle, and they'll look to move the ball to the right. Great drive on the legs there. Great offload there. Oh, one more pass. Oh, she's up still. Good fight through that tackle. Nice job. Good ruck over.
Back up, KK, back up.
They're going to look to move the ball to the right here.
Tackle Kayla.
Good drive on her legs there. Way to stay working, and way to go to ground right before she goes out of bounds. Another, oh, unfortunate drop. That's okay. Another penalty is going to be awarded to the pink and purple team. Good quick tap there by number 11. She's going to look to take a run and then move the ball to the left. Another, okay, so I think the red team's not back 10 on this one. So the ref's going to stop the clock for a second and talk to the captain. That's, I think, probably like 4 penalties in the span of a few minutes there, which is important for the red team to talk to each other, figure out what's going on, and prevent more penalties in the future.
I think with young teams like this, we do tend to see some of these little penalties, especially when you're getting kind of one after the other. It can be easy to get in your head a little bit and start to focus on that instead of focusing on what you need to do. And so I think
Great offload.
Once you've got a little bit of a break and can talk to your teammates, I think that's really important.
We had a great run there from the pink and purple team, although the Reds defense is pushing them back. They're losing meters, but they're doing a great job at moving the ball. Great run here by the pink and purple team. Oh, she fights through the tackle. Nice ball placement. Nice pressure again from the red team. They're going to look to place it back again and move the ball to the left. Red team doing a good job here of just choking up the pink and purple team on these tackles, not letting them get past them. Their defense has been really good today, really aggressive and sharp. The pink and purple team is looking to move the ball wide. They're getting caught just one. Oh my goodness, stiff arm to the face, but we're going to call that a penalty on the pink and purple team. Great aggression there from the pink and purple team. Unfortunately, we can't have any stiff arms to the face or the head. It's dangerous. Nice way to get low on this tackle, though. She recovers and she gets really low on the tackle. Great run there from the red team as well. The red team's going to look to move it wide. Oh, great idea there. Just a little bit fumbled. And we're going to make another big run by the red team here. She's going to look to go all the way. She is taken down, but the red team does a good job of rucking over. And they're going to look to move the ball wide again. Great drive line there from the red team. Number 7 will look to take the ball in. Number 20 will make a great tackle for the... Oh, she picks it up. She keeps going. And that will be a try awarded for the red team. That was number 7, Carla Rodriguez. Great work. That was really a heads-up play by her to get tackled, see that there's no one really coming to support her, so she picks the ball back up, and she looks to make another run. That's pretty advanced play for a U14 team, so that's really awesome to see.
Looks like we're going to take a bit of a break right now. But I think, really great play from both sides here. I think we're seeing a lot of grit, a lot of aggressiveness from both teams. A lot of hard running, a lot of good tackling. I think, ultimately sharpen up on those penalties a little bit as we go into the second half. I think that's a topic of conversation that will hopefully and probably be had by the red team here. And I think for the pink-purple team, just need to talk about how to make those tackles just a little bit better on defense, but on offense also capitalize on such great runs that they've had. I think, as Alyssa pointed out earlier in the game, we are seeing a lot of space on the wings, especially on the weak side. And I think for both teams, being able to capitalize on that and take advantage of that is going to create some opportunities and some tries potentially in the second half.
We are back for the second half of this game. The red team will kick off to the pink and purple team, and we've got both of our other Aspetuck jersey subs are in. So number 3, we have Grace Person, and number 23, we have Carly Hegner.
Which one do you call your legs broken a foot on my field? This one? That was you, right?
I think they're trying to figure out subs maybe right now. We've got some hands raised on the field. Not sure exactly what's going on, but I'm sure we'll get started any minute now.
Hey, don't let this ball touch the ground.
And we will start our second half here with a kick from the red team. Great kick. Will be picked up by the pink and purple team. Nice pass there. She'll drive her legs. That's a good drive. Big stiff arm, big run here. Nice run. That takes almost 3 girls to get her down. That was number 3, Grace Person. Great run there. They'll look to move the ball wide, but unfortunately we're going to have a knock on, and so we'll have another scrum to the red team.
Hey, eat it.
Pretty good momentum so far by both teams. I mean, that was an excellent kickoff by the red team, right into space, perfectly in the air. And I think obviously, like Alyssa said, an absolutely great run for the pink and purple team for Grace Person there. I think, first scrum of the game, pretty much middle of the field, really could be anyone's here. And a set play like this is often a really good opportunity to set the momentum for the game. If you can really capitalize off of a set piece like this, move the ball well or defend very well, if you don't win the scrum, that can really set the tone for how the rest of the half is going to go. So hopefully we will see something really good here from both teams.
The ball is out. It's going to get moved left, and we're going to have another big run from number 9 here on the red team. She's going to fight through that contact. Great fight on that tackle, both of them, both defense and offense. And they will force the ball to be moved wide. We're going to have a little bit of a forward pass there, but I think it's picked up by the pink and purple team. And they're going to drive on for a tackle there. We're going to have a penalty to the pink and purple team. Oh. Just kidding. We're going to have a free kick to the red team. They're going to restart. Great tackle there. We're going to have a penalty to the red team. Offsides by pink and purple team is the call. Great drive there for the red team. The pink and purple team is doing a pretty good job on defense right now, stopping them in their runs. Great run there from number 9 on the red team. That is Amelia Collier-Lake. And we will have a try awarded for the red team. A punch-in try there, a couple steps, and she dives into the try zone. Great heads-up play by her. The score is now 20-7 with this try, and we'll see if the red team can make the conversion, make it 22.
I think that was really good heads-up play from the red team, like Alyssa said. I think, a lot of strong runs. I've noticed that kind of all game. The red team has some really, really strong runners. And I think, when you're able to get a pass and get up to full speed before you're really encountering anyone on defense, it is just so hard to make those tackles as a defender. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Although I do have to commend the pink and purple team for their defensive effort. I think, that try was not a given. And I think it could have happened a few phases earlier if the pink and purple team had not really stepped up to the plate and been kind of pesty on defense and able to make those tackles and able to just kind of hold them up. And I think we saw that with that kind of dogfight down in the corner a few phases earlier. So I think, we're seeing really good stuff from both teams in the beginning of the second half, and still got a long time left. Could be anyone's game.
Excuse me? Are we done for this game?
Not necessarily, because there's people that are coming out and getting dehydrated.
We're going to have another kickoff to the pink and purple team here, and we'll see if the red team can keep the ball in hand. Nice pick up there by the red team. This is number 7, making a big run. Oh my gosh, she's gotten past the halfway line. She looks for the offload. Great offload there to number 14. Number 14 makes a great run. Great counter ruck there. It is picked up by the red team, number 7 again, but she is tackled out of bounds. Great defense there from the pink and purple team, but great offense from the red team. They're keeping it fun. They're making different choices every time. They're running, they're passing, they're offloading, and they're securing their own ball, which is really important. So great work there by the red team. We're going to have a sub for the pink and purple team. Number 13 is going to come on. That is Anna Crosby. And she is replacing number 22, Madeline Jefferson. Great pass there. It does go backwards. It is dropped, but it goes backwards. Great run here. But oh, great run. She's still going. She's still going. Good job. She stays. Oh, she's tackled very shortly out of bounds. Almost not out of bounds. That's number 17 for the pink and purple team. That's Sofia Rosales.
That was a really, really good play by the pink and purple team. I think they did exactly what we talked about, hopefully seeing at halftime. We're able to take advantage of a line out on one side of the field, swing the ball all the way out to the other side of the field, and get quite a few yards in that final run on the wing, which I think is exactly what we want to see and is exactly what is successful in these kinds of games where the players are a little bit younger, they're a little bit smaller, which just provides more real estate on the field. And so hopefully we'll continue to see that.
They're going to call that line-out throw as good, and the red team is going to keep the ball here. Looked a little bit not straight to me, but that's okay. We're here to learn. Great run here by number 23 for the pink and purple team. This is Carly Hegner. She's making a huge run. Takes 2 people to take her down. She gains a lot of yards for the pink and purple team, and we're going to have a penalty for not rolling away for the red team. Great run by Carly there.
Also a commendable effort by the pink and purple team to not let that line-out call get in their head. I think everyone was a little confused by that. I know, rugby is really about continuity, and I think that starts at young levels, so that could be why we didn't see a call there. But the pink and purple team was really able to recover from that and get those yards, and we're seeing them inching closer and closer to the try line. Hopefully they are able to get in there in the next phase or so, but really good work from them there.
Oh, and she picks it, and she's in, and that will be a try for the pink and purple team there. That was number 3, I believe. No, I think that was number 17. Wait, no, that was number 23. Carly Hegner, again, she has just been creating such good offensive plays for the pink and purple team here, making big runs. She's like untackleable. They need 2 or 3 people to bring her down, so great heads-up play there by her to pick around the ruck and dive in for that try.
Yeah, I think that's just a really great effort from the pink and purple team throughout, a couple of these phases. I think, it was a team effort there. We had a couple really, really good breaks, but the support was there. They were able to ruck it well. They stayed composed as they got closer to the try line, and they were able to put that pretty much right under the post. Not quite, but very close to make this kick reasonable for the kicker. Unfortunately, it'll be a little bit short. But I think ultimately the pink and purple team has a lot to be proud of in those last couple of minutes.
We are going to have another kickoff for the red team here. Number 10 will take this kick. That is Phoebe Edgill. Good tackle there by the red team, and the pink and purple team will look to restart. They're going to give the ball back to number 3 here. That's Grace Person. Great run there. We've got, oh, way to stay in this time. Oh my gosh, she's so close to the edge. Okay, and she stepped out of bounds once again here. They're really looking to get the ball wide, which is really good. We just need to make sure that they're looking to just have one more step inside to stay in bounds. That's kind of been the name of the game here today. We've had a lot of tackles out of bounds, but it's really good that they're looking to get the ball wide.
We're going to take a little bit of a water break right now. It's not halftime. It's not the end of the game. But if you're not joining us in person here in New Jersey, it is quite a hot and humid day. So taking a couple more of those breaks, just make sure that players are staying hydrated, staying healthy. That's ultimately the most important thing on a day like this, in order to make sure that, not only everybody's staying safe, but that players can really be their best on the field as well.
We are going to start back up here with a line out. The last thing we had again was just getting tackled out of bounds by the pink and purple team. So the red team is going to have a line out in their own half, but they're not that far in their half. They're actually right on the 10-meter line. So there's a lot of options for them here. Great pickup there by the red team. That was a very good line out throw, perfectly straight down the middle. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we had a little bit of pause there, but a great tackle there from number 23 on the pink and purple team. That's Carly Hegner again. I think Carly has been just a game changer for the pink and purple team, coming on, making big runs, big hits. She's pressuring the ball again. Oh, and she dove on the ball, but we're going to call it a knock-on, unfortunately. But great work by Carly in this game.
With about 8 minutes left in this game, I think, it's pretty close. I think it's definitely still within reach for the pink and purple team. And I also do think they've had the momentum these last couple of phases and minutes. So with this scrum, it is a scrum to them, so they'll gain possession. And I think hopefully we'll be able to see what they've been doing really well, which is breaking the line with some good runs, getting it wide. And I think we might have another try on our hands here. But they are currently the underdogs, so the red team, should be feeling not comfortable, but knowing that they are in the lead here. So we'll see what happens.
The ball is out. It's going to get looked to move wide to the left. Unfortunately, it's dropped, but the ref's going to call it that it went straight down. Good tackle there by the red team. Great rucking there by the pink and purple team. Way to hold their own. Oh, we've dropped the ball again. We're going to call it a knock-on. There were 2 knock-ons, so we're going to have the ball be to the red team because the original knock-on was by the pink and purple team.
I think when it gets late in a game like this, we do start to see the penalties pick up a little bit. And this is just a note for players, at the U14 level, but even into the college level. I mean, Alyssa and I both played at the college level, and I think we both saw this within our teams when it gets late in a tight game. It's just so important to stay focused on the mechanics and the basics to avoid giving up these kinds of penalties, because a scrum, as you can probably tell by looking at it, even if you're not experienced with rugby, is a very grueling and tough move to have to make. And the more of them you have to do in a game, the more exhausted you are. And so hopefully both teams are able to kind of sharpen that up, and we have a clean last couple of minutes here.
Great run here from number 7 on the red team. She's going to look to go all the way. Great tackle there by the pink and purple team. And she's in for the try. That is Carla Rodriguez, number 7 on the red team. And yeah, just like Lauren was saying, shout out to the forwards out there. As a back myself, never had to be in the scrum. But I do know that when we knock the ball on, it's not a very exciting thing. So shout out to my forwards, constantly scrumming. You guys are awesome.
Okay, guys, why don't you guys go in?
Yeah, and I think the best thing a back can do to repay the forwards for scrumming constantly, especially after a lot of drops by backs, is to have that kind of run that the number 7 just had on the red team, and really put one down for their team, and that was just a beautiful run. Big effort by the pink and purple team to chase that down, but that was just a really good play.
And the kick is good there for the red team. That was made by number 10, Phoebe Edgill. Great kick there, straight through the post, great height, great follow through, all around great mechanics there. We'll have another kick from the pink and purple team to the red team here, and we'll see what happens next. We're gonna have the kick from number 23. Once again, that is Carly Hegner. She's gonna take the kick here for the pink and purple team. I think that's a new look for them. That's pretty good. As a kicker myself, you wanna have as many kickers as possible so we don't get our legs too tired. Great kick there. The red team did a great job picking it up. They're going to look to go forward. Great counter ruck there from the pink and purple team, but they are going to get their hands out of there. And the red team is going to look to reorganize. They're a little disorganized right now, but I think they just need to get a couple big hits up, and they can reorganize themselves and look to move. The red team is still in possession. They're going to look to move the ball out to the left. Great run there by number 8. The ball is going to continue to go to the left. We're going to have a big run here. Great run there. It took a couple people to bring her down. Again, that was Phoebe Edgill from the red team, number 10. Great offloading here from the red team. They have done a great job of keeping that ball alive. It's really hard to play good defense when the ball is constantly moving. And they have really definitely taken that as their strategy this game with the offloads and keeping the ball alive. Number 1, great run. They're going to look to move the ball to the right still. Great run there. Great decision to keep the ball down and just go to ground. Great run here from number 9 on the red team. She's going to take it up a couple yards. Great work. Oh, pick off the ruck again by number... Oh, we have 2 number 9s. Apologies if I have been saying the wrong name for the number 9s on the red team. Didn't know there was 2. So shout out to both Amelia Collier-Lake and Grayson Richburg. Both playing a really great game today. And we're going to have another try for the red team. Great work.
I think that was really, really good rugby again by the red team, moving the ball back and forth across the field. We saw not only a few passes in a row making it to hands and getting across the field, but also really good support from each other when somebody does get tackled, which the pink and purple had a few excellent tackles during that phase. But the red team was really there in support to either ruck or offload or pick and go. And I think especially at this level, that's really what separates the best teams from all the others, is the willingness to see the field and the ability to capitalize on the space. So shout out to the red team for that. That was really, really good rugby. But also have to hand it to the pink and purple team for some incredible tackles made, especially on this near side, which could have definitely been a try. But because of a great tackle by the pink and purple team, that was able to go a couple more phases. Down to the final minutes here of this game. Looks like we're still making a couple of substitutions. As we said, this is an incredibly hot day, so it makes a lot of sense that we would be doing this. So looks like we're just checking on numbers, and then we'll have the kickoff back to the red team shortly. We'll see what they can do with the ball in the last couple of minutes here. We're going to have another kick here from the pink and purple team to the red team. And we're coming up into the last minute here of the game. So we'll see if the pink and purple team can tally one more or if the red team can keep the ball and look for one more try. Number 13 coming on for the pink and purple team. That's Anna Crosby. She's back on. Little bit of a mishap off the kickoff here, but it looks like it, luckily for the pink and purple team, will be a penalty to them. Looks like we're trying to figure out what to do with that, but looks like they're going to take the scrum. So that's going to be right about at the 10. Pretty good advantage here for the pink and purple team. I think, you know, when you have a kickoff, you always kind of want to look for ways to get the ball back early. And they've done that here, intentionally or not. So this should set them up for a pretty good phase. They have time to get one last try before the end of this game, so we'll see what they can do. I think we've got a jumble of players on the field here who don't know how to scrum. That's okay, though. U14s, we really want to just teach them, coach them up how to do it, so they're trying to form a scrum here. For those who are not super well-versed in the rugby game, there's so much more that goes into a scrum than just, you know, kind of crouching down and hitting each other, as you kind of see on the screen. And obviously, Alyssa and I we're both backs by trade, but I think both of us can appreciate how much work really goes into setting up a good scrum and the form for it. I was in one scrum one time as a hooker, and my back was sore for probably 5 days after I did it. So really have to hand it to them. There's so much that goes into it. There's so many teachable moments, and I think that's what we're kind of seeing here. And it just really sets you up for, you know, U14 going into high school, playing against bigger girls, older girls. It's always good to have those fundamentals right. So shout out to the ref for putting that together and making sure that this is done correctly and safely. Oh, the ball is out. That was a pink and purple scrum, but it went back to the red team. But the pink and purple team is going to pick it up. Number 22 is looking to cut through some traffic there. Good footwork, good rucking by the pink and purple team. They're going to look to move the ball out wide to the right. Good run there by number 23. They're going to look to go back the other way. Good run here from number 3. She has support on the outside. She's going to put the ball into the hands of number 17. Good run there. They need to reset. They're going to reset here and look to move the ball again. Good on number 17 for the pink and purple team for understanding that she's so far on the width and has to work on staying inside. You know, I think earlier in the game that was a little bit of a teachable moment, but it looks like she's adjusted and is now setting her team up for the try. Great run there. That was number 23, Carly Hegner, to put it in for the try. But that was a big team try from the pink and purple team. They lost their own scrum, but great pressure from number 22, the one playing scrum half in that scrum, to pick it up, and then the support from all of them to follow it and create something off of it. That was a great team try by the pink and purple team.
And that will be the end of the game here. It is a 32-17 score for the red team to win it, but a great last play there by the pink and purple team, playing all the way through the end and just showing that they never give up. Great work.
We will be back shortly with our next high school game, so stay tuned, and we'll take a little bit of a break and be back very soon.
like in middle school, you can focus on the numbers that you actually have in the club, which is rarely able to communicate. Yes, so in middle school, you develop the basic skills of passing, tackling, rushing, kicking, responding to a kick, kick passing, drop kicking, like build those skills, American what we call, kind of general stuff like international level, that you give the girls all those skills in school. When you're in high school, you go play 15 and you learn a specialty. How to play, how to play, how to run, how to fill that. And you come to that with the breadth of skills from the middle school experience that you've learned to play classified and lead the field. For me, there's absolutely no point in making a hooker at age 11 when she's going to grow another foot. And when you ever look for another team again, and you spend all these hours on lineup with this one girl who is never going to be college. Look, so that's my philosophy. Not a very lot. So, and then you go back to your club, and all you have is 7, because that's all the numbers to play. And so why not compete with what you have and grow with what you actually have? So I don't know. That's just one way of looking at it. One way of looking at it. I'm trying to get these girls to be like regulars and like class and stuff like they're too shy to use it, so they're not good at it yet. So why not take, why not show it?
Yeah, man, that's my big problem is that I tell them, like, in homework, hey, watch rugby. And you guys don't understand this all the time. Take 15 minutes.
You need to go on Instagram and get a short, highlight reels, pick what you want for that 1 week, like how to do an amazing time up. Give them sound bites of like 15 seconds of the best counter up here before. And feed them that. If they're not going to watch the whole game. Even my daughter Amelia, who loves playing, has a hard time sitting through a 30-minute match. We watch like CWA or watching. She does all the programming. She knows, like highlighter and watching and players. But she doesn't have the attention span to watch an 80-minute game. She can play an 80-minute game, but she can't watch. Look at those kids. You can just go on, So, I would say the best thing for this generation, little reels, little Insta, little TikTok, little sound bites, 2 minutes each, highlighting who's got a muscle, who's got a kick, who's got a, what's the best breakthrough ever saw, Then they'll get hundreds of it, maybe.
Do you want to play 15 or do you want to dial it back? Because we can do that if you go.
Oh, right now for the second?
For the third pre-conference.
I think that for simplicity's sake, we could either do like 3, so we could do 3 games of 7 for that second hour, but, for this size pitch, we might as well use larger numbers. And then we'd have to do it like man subsidy. I don't know, I feel like in some ways the die is cast as far as, like let's just finish up with
let's leave it. And then in the future now, you and I can communicate and I'll come and get it.
Well, it might seem like very much like you want to do, like promote this team. And his reasoning is because he's trying to go to those high school. It's like the old territory, it's like I used to play for Milk and NRU and the Cross College and funded by the territory. Now you can invent that because everything's stable. So
Test. Okay. Okay, we good? Got me? All right. So to those who are on YouTube, thank you so much for welcoming or joining us again here. It is my pleasure to present the Doylestown Dragons with this year's, don't go crazy yet because I have a whole speech. This year's EGRL trophy. For those that are at home who may not understand today, it's a little different than we've done in years past. And that is a testament to this squad. You know, they've been my rivals for a long time. So this is hard to say. It brings a little bit of a tear to my eye. But in all sincerity, they were so dominant this year. They were so dominant this year that we just did not think that the EGRL playoffs and championships would go the way that we wanted to go in front of the college coaches, which is to give good games. And we just didn't think it was going to be a good enough game that I asked the rest of the league to concede the championship and play them as an all-star team, which is what you will see next. Understand that no one should take that lightly. That is an amazing accomplishment, and it is a first for the EGRL. We have prided ourselves on the fact that this is dominant rugby on both sides of the ball every single year, and anybody can win this thing. Unfortunately, this year, the rest of the league decided that anybody cannot win this thing. And so we had to go with everybody to take a shot at winning this thing. And so with that, it is my sincere pleasure to present to Coach Stacy, Coach Shane, Coach Jack, the rest, the whole squad, the captains, the squad, the 2026 EGRL Championship Trophy. I can't go any further. You gotta come to me. Okay? As is our tradition, each player will receive their annual medal. Okay, for some of you, it's probably getting a little heavy with all the medals this year, but you're up for it. We know you got the strength to do it. Thank you both for a really, really good season. It has been an absolute pleasure to watch you. And for some of you, get the chance to coach you. You're going to go on and do great things. Some of you seniors, it does make me a little sad, although I never did think some of you would ever be gone. But I'm glad that you are, and we'll see what you do at the next level. Thank you so much. Make sure you stop by the table and get a medal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Testing. Try yours.
Testing.
Okay. I think we're back. We're going to get underway here shortly, guys, with our all-star Tier 1 team versus Doylestown. Ref has blown the whistle to get both sides to the field. We should be getting ready to go pretty soon. All right, welcome back, guys. This is Marissa Kogan alongside Lauren Eisenhart. We're back with you for our Tier 1 All-Star Selects in this light teal combination jerseys, a couple Corning jerseys, a couple EGRL Selects jerseys, a couple Downingtown jerseys, playing against Doylestown.
Shaping up to be a really, really good game. Obviously, the Doylestown team here has been dominant throughout the tournament, but also for their whole season. And I think that's kind of reflective of how we've got this all-star team set up just to kind of give them a good game. But that being said, the all-star team is an all-star team. They've got a really solid lineup here, really, really strong group of girls across all the rest of the teams that are here today. And so I think this is definitely going to be one to watch. Highly recommend tuning in. Glad everybody is here, and we'll get kickoff in the next couple of minutes here.
So we have our complete roster for Doylestown. Going to be making a couple educated guesses on this select side, but for the most part, these are standout players. So if you've been watching today, this should be recognizable faces. We're going to start with a kickoff from Doylestown to our all-star selects. Nola Flynn from Doylestown is going to take the kickoff. Senior, committed to Dartmouth, sends it back towards the sideline, starting with a strong one bounce and caught, run. Good speed to the ruck so far for these all-stars. Good speed off the ball as well. They're setting up steep. They're running onto the ball. This is what you expect to see when this is a team of selects. Should be some great rugby out there. Sadie Hirschberger with the tackle breaking run. She's going to keep going. Finally caught by Doylestown. Gets the ball back, sends it out wide to their wing. Maimuna Kante misses the tackle, but they're there to save it. They're going to skip past it back towards the middle of the field. Try to take advantage of a bunched defense on the All-Star side. Nola Flynn, excellent eyes, excellent hands. She has that scrum half shimmy down. They're going to send it out. It's number 15, Leah Sapolo. It's going to take it all the way to the edge.
Really fast, quick play here from both teams. I think the All-Star Selects had a really, really great start. Couple of big runs up the middle, couple of quick passes. But I think quickly we saw why Doylestown is so dominant. Very good tackles and quick on those counter rucks, which is every time what kind of sets teams apart. That created a turnover, which resulted in a couple really, really quick, strong passes and a run down the side of the field, which at that pace is pretty much guaranteed to give you a try every time. So I think, you know, the speed of this game is something we're going to continue to see as a theme. And honestly, it's just very exciting.
Yeah, I think this has been a great start for both teams. Honestly, a little bit of sloppiness from the All-Stars led to that turnover in favor of Doylestown, but still, they're doing all things technically sound. I think the chemistry is what they're lacking right now. Since this is a select side, they're going to keep building that as the game goes on. Going to come back for the kickoff right here. Looks like Olive Rhodes is going to take that kick from Morris. It's going to go straight into hands on the far side. A lot of bodies in that breakdown for Doylestown. Flynn's trying to dig the ball out. She was able to get it to hands, breaking up the sideline down the far wing. Quick to that ruck, a little bit slow from the All-Stars to get back on defense after that break. Big tackle by Rhodes, who's going to go in for the next hit as well. And the All-Stars were able to poach the ball, take it back after two big hits from Olive Rhodes, who now has the ball in hand. Working through, forcing them to fully make that tackle. Ball goes out, they're going to keep passing it, trying to stretch it wide. Little bit of a jumble. Didn't adjust her hands after a bad pass, and that led to a turnover. Nola Flynn sent that a little bit too far in front of her teammate, but they were able to field it cleanly. They're going to keep sending it back in. The pod. Strong running by Doylestown is breaking through that All-Stars defense. And they're going to go for a box kick down to uncovered green in the field. And the All-Stars are going to just choose to call the play dead.
I think we're seeing what exactly Marissa indicated before, which is a couple of early game jitters from the All-Stars here, but that can likely be attributed to the fact that a lot of these girls have never played together before, probably have seen each other on opposite sides of the field multiple times throughout their careers, but you know, it can always take a couple minutes to really learn and understand what your teammates' style of play is and what they like to do. But thankfully that comes quickly in a game like this. I mean, this is so fast-paced, you have to lock in quickly, and I think we are seeing that. I think the couple of mistakes they have made, you know, not indicative of their playing style or talent in any way. So I do think we should start to see that dissipate a little as the game progresses. But Doylestown is taking advantage of those mistakes very, very quickly and very well. So the All-Stars do kind of have their work cut out for them here and will need to adjust to that quick level of play in order to stop making those mistakes and get some momentum on their side.
It's going to be a Doylestown scrum. They already tried it, collapsed right away. Ref called it dead. So Nola Flynn will be feeding it in just in front of the try zone. See if Doylestown can extend their lead early in the game right here. Ball's in. Quick hook and quick pull by Doylestown to go for the 8-man pick. Thought about the offload, smartly kept it in hand, and now gives them a chance to set up some offense as they drive towards the try zone. Close enough to opt for a pick, but instead choose to send it wide where they see they have space. Ball movement's a little too slow. The All-Stars are able to catch up and spread out there. Comms are up for the Doylestown side right now, sending it back towards the middle of the field and diving into the try zone.
I think that defense was really good from the all-star team, though, and I think they adjusted to the speed of play and the skill level of play that Doylestown is offering right now. We're able to kind of keep those phases all in one place. There wasn't a ton of forward movement in those last couple of phases from Doylestown, and I think that's really attributable to the defense of the all-star selects here, and the ability to just stay calm, stay together. Unfortunately, tries like that are going to happen with high-level teams like this, but I think if the all-stars can just continue to pressure on defense, that will create mistakes for Doylestown, as it would with any team, when you are so quick on that first push after the ruck. So I think if we see more of that, the all-stars will get some of this momentum back and hopefully get the ball as well.
That was Bridget McGonigal with the try and Erin DeLuca with the conversion as well. Both upperclassmen, DeLuca just a junior, but McGonigal senior, committed to play at Sacred Heart. This Doylestown team is just stacked with college commits. Harvard, West Point, Sacred Heart, Dartmouth, LaSalle, a lot of big schools on there. Our All-Stars team is going to kick off again. Going to opt to try to go short. Bounces once and then hits touch.
Good idea there. Yeah, good idea there by the All-Stars to keep it short. I think the name of the game in this will be the team that has possession is the team that will win. And so I think it makes sense for the All-Stars to try to just get every inch that they can on their side and win that ball back to the extent that they can. Because as we've seen now for the first almost 10 minutes of this game, Doylestown is dominant when they've got the ball in their hands. So the easiest way to prevent them from scoring and doing damage is to not have the ball in their hands.
Line out straight into hands for Doylestown, catching it at pace off the line out, but a little bit of a bobbled offload gets knocked on. It's very surprising to see that execution by Doylestown, not usually something they have to face so far this season, but again, just their set pieces, they have their system, they know what they're playing, they have strong runners. So unfortunate loss of the control of the ball right there.
This will be a great opportunity to see what Doylestown can do on defense. We haven't seen a ton of that so far in this game, but if they can defend as well as they've been attacking, I think that will really help them.
Absolutely. All-Stars are a little tight here. They could be using their width a little bit more. We know all these players have good hands and can pass, but they are taking it with a pace and moving forward. They're not going to work all the way to the sideline. They're going to choose to go in the opposite direction, and unfortunate first receiver is going to knock that on as well. I think part of that was because of how tight they are. They have strength behind their passes. Sometimes you can abuse that a little bit too much and throw a really hard pass towards somebody who's not that far from you. I think that's what happened right here.
I definitely agree, and I think knowing that Doylestown is going to launch really, really hard off the ruck, trying to find that width, like Marissa is saying, becomes even more important, because if you can't exploit the middle, you have to find where other options are, and that's typically either on the sides of the field with the wingers or behind the defense if they've got a fullback that's maybe a little bit weaker or out of position. And so the All-Stars hopefully will start to look for those opportunities to be creative and have a little more success on the attack.
Doylestown with the quick feed, pop it out to the fly half, who's going to run far side of the field, made a great run and then sent it out to her support, who's going to dot it down in the corner for a try. Great teamwork by Doylestown right there to get that try going. Great use of open space in the far side of the field. Just absolutely quick off of that scrum. Ball was in and out right away. Love to see it. Very systemized machine.
Yeah, you can tell that this is a team that's been working together for not only one season, but a lot of these girls have been playing together, for several years. I mean, as Marissa was saying, we've got several seniors, several upperclassmen, many college commits. I mean, these are girls that have been playing the game for many, many years at this point. And so you can tell in their play that, they've been working together. They know how their teammates operate. and they also just have such quick execution finding space on the field. And I mean, that will be just invaluable wherever they end up going after high school. And it's proving invaluable in this game.
Absolutely. So we're about 11 minutes into this matchup of our Tier 1 All-Stars, who are in the blue, versus Doylestown, the league champions this year, in the yellow and green. High kick this time, fielded cleanly, and then popped right back to the backfield. And that backfield right there, I believe that's Okendo from Play Rugby USA, who was able to take it off the bounce and set up a good ruck. Her team quick to get back, which is good to see. Strong running. Doylestown tried to get some hands in there, but ref said no. Ruck was formed. Strong run right there by, I think, Anal, one of the Anal sisters. They're set up nice and steep, running at the ball. Still, they have some width that they could work with. Gonna keep sending it towards this sideline, keep the momentum going the direction it is. Rhodes is gonna take it back inside. Digging in there for the ball, getting it out. Good run through the defensive line. Rucks are getting there so quick. Doylestown is starting to struggle with rolling away. Working it from sideline to sideline. This is technical rugby right here we're seeing from this All-Stars team, and you can see the flow. They're getting the chemistry starting to form with these players, all coming from different teams this weekend. Not rolling away, and I said it before, they're getting so fast to these rucks that they're starting to force the option. Doylestown has no opportunity to roll away once that ruck gets over them. All-Stars are gonna take it, run towards the sideline, and take it down another 10 meters. Doylestown defense scrambling to get back. Line breaks on almost every possession, every phase at this point. A little bit of a bouncing pass, didn't quite reach its target, but only moved backwards. She went and looked for the offload, but smartly kept the ball to herself. That definitely would have been a turnover. They were there, ready to cherry pick that right away. Strong pass by Rhodes. She's there for the ruck, supporting her teammates. They have few options down on this weak side, so they're gonna send it back towards the middle of the field and switch direction again. Running through all the defense. Rhodes just has that step with her. She hands it off to Maimuna. They're able to get the ball out cleanly, sending it back to Rhodes, who's gonna step away with the pass, little fade. Their speed to the rucks has been near perfect this half. Using their back line, strong double tackle by Doylestown, but she has time to get the offload off. Gonna keep chugging their way towards the try line. They're getting close, but not there yet. They look for space on the outside, but are still outnumbered back there. They're setting up and recycling quickly, though. A little bit of a struggle at the ruck back there, but they still have possession, still working their way in, and they've made it into the try zone. Right there.
Really, really great play there by the All-Star side. I think that's exactly what we wanted to see going into this. A little bit of bobbling in the beginning of the game, a couple of mistakes here and there, like we said, kind of attributable to the fact that they have not maybe worked together before. But, you know, I think clearly we were able to sharpen up there. And I think the All-Star team now is matching Doylestown's speed, which I think is their biggest advantage. And so I think that's just incredibly great to see. I think we'll continue to see that throughout this game. And I think really speed is the name of the game right now. I mean, speed of passing, speed of running, speed of kicking even. And so I think that will determine who wins this game ultimately.
They have reached that flow. They have solidified that chemistry, and you can see it now. Obviously, these are all individually, technically skilled players. They were selected on this team for a reason. However, the way they play with each other, that was entirely dependent on the start of this game here right now. And after the first couple minutes, they've finally been able to get something going. They have their system down. Their pods have been set and tight. Their rucks have been set and tight. And this is now turning into a tight game despite the scoreboard.
19.
And the All-Stars made that kick as well from the far side. So now just a 12-point differential. Still in the first half here. Flynn's going to go high and short. They're going to let it bounce like they have been. Doylestown is going to receive back their own kickoff. Smart play by Flynn right there, seeing as the All-Stars have been letting it bounce once off the kickoff on almost every one.
Yeah, I think as a former kickoff taker there, that was exactly how you want the kickoff to go. And I think, once you kind of learn who you're up against, you can exploit that space and you can exploit players who you know are going to let that ball bounce. Maybe they're not super confident under the kick. And I think that's exactly what we saw. And so, the All-Stars need to respond to that by becoming comfortable under the kick, by not letting that kick bounce. Because once a kicker identifies that they can exploit you in that way, they're going to do it every single time. And so I think that's definitely an area where maybe a conversation needs to be had. Something needs to happen to make sure that that's not happening for the rest of this game.
Side judge saw something, wanted to let the ref know. We're going to have a scrum down. It's going to be a scrum to Doylestown after the touch judge let the ref know that there was a knock on. Flynn's going to feed it, and again, it goes almost straight through. Asks her 8 to move out of the way. They're catching it at pace. What a quick run. Great speed, great movement right there by Campbell Way. Breaking through the defensive line.
I mean, that's just beautiful rugby. There's really nothing else you can even say for a play like that. I mean, it's just perfectly executed. And I think, that speaks to the practice of the set plays, the constant repetition of that specific style in practice in other games. I mean, it was just, you can tell. They could have done that in their sleep. Everyone knew where to be. Everyone knew where that pass was going to go. Everyone knew where the line break was going to be following a dummy run. I mean, it's just great, great, great rugby.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like Doylestown has been able to run their system exactly as they had hoped to. Unfortunately, they're playing against a side that doesn't quite have a system because it is, a mingle of players from multiple different teams. You can have, the top 5 players on all the programs here this weekend playing on that team, but unfortunately they can't really make a system because they got about 45 minutes of practice before this game as a side altogether. But this is kind of a preview for what we're going to see tomorrow. Tomorrow, all of the recruitable players get mismatched into teams, and that's the real showcase that these collegiate recruiters and coaches want to see. How is that player going to perform when they don't have their team around them?
Exactly, and I think that is it. I mean, clearly in this game, it speaks to if you can adjust to the players around you and get to know each other and learn the style and also be adaptable as a player, that is what is going to give you the advantage to beat these higher level teams, because everyone here is a good rugby player. Everyone knows how to play the game at this level. So to take it one step ahead is really just how you work with others, how you're able to adjust and adapt to the conditions. All of those kinds of things are what really sets people apart. And I think that's what we're seeing in this game. But also definitely, as Merce said, what we're going to see tomorrow.
Towels tries for the kickoff, and it just rolls right over to the hands of Doylestown. They're going to get called on a high tackle, but they're going to play advantage off of that. Flynn decides to take the tap herself, runs a little bit, and then passes it right to her first receiver, who's going to take a couple steps, then kick for touch. Smart heads-up play by Doylestown, and that is going to end the first half. The scoreboard looks very disparate right now, 26-7, but I believe that this All-Stars team has just finally hit their flow. I hope it does not get muted at all by this break that they are forced to have at halftime. I need them to come into the second half with the momentum, the connection, and the energy that they built towards those last 7 or 8 minutes of that first half. That will mean that we'll have a very entertaining second half in front of us here. Obviously, Doylestown up by quite a bit. Very successful first half for them. What do you think they're talking about in their huddle right now?
I mean, I think Doylestown obviously has a lot to be proud of. I think they have a lot to celebrate out of that first half. I think, that was really a team half. There was no one that really clearly stood out or scored all of the tries for that team. I think it comes down to the way the team is working together. We're seeing the forwards doing what they need to do. We're seeing the backs doing what they needed to do. We're seeing them be creative. We're seeing them exploit different areas of the field. I think one thing that I hope, they're talking about or discussing or looking to come back in the second half about is their defense. I think the All-Star team, to their credit, when they get the ball in their hands, they're able to break the line. They are able to disrupt the momentum that Doylestown has had. And we've seen actually a couple penalties come out of that. And so I think if I'm the Doylestown team or the captain or the coach, what I'm talking about is when we don't have the ball in our hands, how are we responding? Are we staying connected? Are we staying with an ability to launch together? Are we communicating? Are we keeping the mechanics correct? Are we keeping the fundamentals correct? I think if they're able to do that on defense, I mean, it's just unstoppable. And I think they've got the advantage of having played together on offense, which is clearly working out for them. I think the defense is where they need to focus on the second half.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that insight, Lauren. We're going to have a little bit of a show for you guys during this intermission. Lauren is going to hand over her mic to Elizabeth Kogan, who is visiting us today. We're going to have a little bit of an interview going here, and if her last name sounds familiar, it's because, yes, we are related. Elizabeth, thank you so much for joining me today. Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me, Marissa. Always great to show up to this EGRL showcase and see what the next generation looks like.
So Liz here is an alumni of the program. She played for Morrison High School, was able to catch the back end of the beginning of these showcases in her upperclassmen years, went to play collegiately at University of New England in Maine, where she had a very successful career. And then post-grad, she recently came back from going over to play in Ireland. Liz, tell me about that. How'd you end up over across the pond over there?
Well, connections. So after I graduated from University of New England, I knew I still wanted to play rugby, and I knew I wanted to be at a level in which I had found in high school through these types of showcases. So through connections with Morris Rugby and Brian A. Hearn, after seeing me post-grad, he told me about this cool opportunity called Rugby Link, in which coaches just like these reach out to coaches abroad to see what types of programs are looking for international players. And I was able to connect with Shannon Rugby in Limerick, Ireland, and Coach Ken over there and see what I could do over there as part of a fun transfer over. So I was able to play for their 2025-2026 season for Shannon, and we were able to compete in the Munster Division 1 League, and we ended up winning the All-League, the Munster Cup, and the Munster Open Cup playing over there.
That sounds like a very successful season for you guys. I'm not sure if you can give any insight into what the coach was thinking, but why does Shannon participate in this Rugby Link opportunity? Why do those teams over there have interest in players like you from stateside?
Well, especially in Ireland, there is a ton of youth rugby that goes into these women's leagues that then look into the national programs, and particularly the Munster and those types of groupings in Ireland. So they're always looking to expand past their local girls. And I think with the opportunities of college rugby over there, they're looking for not just college girls, but also women to add onto their roster that they have not seen before because of us over in the States, but want to increase the game and show that there is further rugby past college in which you can play at a high level.
That sounds like a great opportunity for you and so many other players, and I'm sure there are many players here today who might take advantage of opportunities like that in the future. We did have our halftime whistle blow, but just to get our last question in here, Liz, you played rugby for so many years before going over there, but what is one thing you learned while you were over playing for Shannon?
Hard question. I think the biggest thing that I learned is the importance of starting early playing rugby. A lot of the girls over here in the States, when they join, they're able to join a team in which there are like people who are joining early and also experienced players. But over there, the women's team, everyone is experienced. Everyone has the rugby IQ. Everyone is looking to get to that next highest level. And so the competition is a lot harder than what I found over in the States personally where I was. And that helped me expand my rugby knowledge and also made me fight for my position. There was no guarantees that I would be able to play or start, but I had to fight my way through all these girls that they had played with the same girl since they were 9, 10.
Always up for a challenge, though, Liz. I'm sure that started right here at Morris and at the Rugby Showcase. Thank you so much for joining me. We're going to get back into our second half of action here. Lauren is going to come back on the mic with me again. Thank you to Elizabeth Kogan for that surprise guest appearance. Wonderful answers to my questions. So we're returning for our second half here. Lots of chatter on the sidelines for both of these programs. And the teams are going to take the field again. We're going to start with an All-Stars kickoff to Doylestown. So just reminding all of our viewers, this Tier 1 All-Stars group is who you see in the teal on your screen right now. A couple different jersey designs, but all in the blue. Those are all the All-Stars from many of the teams across this weekend decided today, and they are playing the EGRL 2026 champions, Doylestown, in the yellow and green. So we're going to start with a kick. It's going to be Kimora Cooley from Play Rugby USA who's going to kick it wide. Well caught by Doylestown, and excellent timing on that offload. Contact made, ball out of hand. Beautiful work right there. Flynn's going to choose to take a couple steps off the ruck and then dish it, but I don't think her teammate was ready for that pass. Ball's going to go out of bounds off the hands of Doylestown, and that's going to be a little bit of a sloppy start for them. Not expecting this going into the second half, but a great opportunity for us to see what kind of momentum the All-Stars are coming into this half with.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think, that's really a commendable start from the All-Star selects here. I think, going into the second half, we knew that Doylestown was going to be sharp and they were going to have the speed. And I think the All-Star team just met that on defense. They launched hard and they created a mistake. I mean, that is exactly what you want to do on defense. And they're reaping the benefits of it right now in this line out, and hopefully they'll be able to make the most of it. A little bit of a bobble there, but...
Yeah, ref's going to say ball wasn't straight off the throw. Nola tries to take it quick and go for the kick, but ref says no. They're going to bring it back, and it's going to be a scrum down to Doylestown inside their defensive half of the field. The All-Stars are set up steep. They need to recognize that they should be on defense, and now they're moving up to get into their straight line. Ref is setting up the scrum. It'll still be Nola Flynn from the Dragons feeding it in. Ref's going to pull up the scrum. Didn't like what he was seeing. You can be particular about these kinds of things. Safety is very important. Players are very vulnerable in the scrums. Calling the marks again. Flynn feeds the ball. Quick hook straight out the back. Gonna pick it and dish it. They decide to run a crash line and fake the pass, and that opens the door for a little chipper, but it's going to reach the sideline before it reaches hands. Great idea by Doylestown, but the execution just was not quite there. You could see it on the players' faces as soon as that ball rolled out. That was unfortunate for them. Obviously, not what they had planned. Hands were almost there to field it, but they were a little too close to that sideline. Looks like Hirschberger is going to be our thrower for this All-Stars lineout. They're going to slap the ball off the top. Looks like the team was not ready for how quick that ball came off the top, and that's going to lead to a turnover Doylestown has the ball back. Quick tackle by Sardoki from Play Rugby USA on this All-Stars team. They're going to send it to hands. The pod is set up, though, running with speed, with pace, and with support. And they're going to keep dishing it. Something impressive about this Doylestown team is their pace. They have pace. They are pacing with each other. There are not any players leaving each other behind. She's on a breakaway at the sideline right now, but she has support right behind her for that ruck, and that is great to see them all running like a machine. They're going to move it back inside after reaching it to the wing and dot it down just inside the field to the try zone.
I think that was just really excellent rugby by Doylestown. I think, if you were with us for the kind of pre-halftime talk, I mentioned that Doylestown, their main focus, in my opinion, was their defense, their quickness and sharpness on defense. And I think the try we just saw started with that defensive effort. I mean, they challenged the ball super quickly, counter-rucked hard, were able to get the turnover from it and transition quickly back into offense where they know their strength is. And that's why we saw that try go down the corner there. So I think that's just really, really commendable effort by them. And, I think the All-Star team has their work cut out for them in the second half. There's still plenty of time. This is still a very winnable game, but it's by no means going to be an easy effort. And I think they just have to be incredibly sharp with their skills and their fundamentals for the remainder of this game, and also open to being creative. I mean, I think that's one thing we're really seeing from Doylestown on these attacks. You're seeing box kicks, you're seeing pop kicks, you're seeing grubbers, you're seeing switches, you're seeing dummy passes. All of that is just creative and confuses the defense. You don't exactly know what they're going to do. I think we need to see more of that from the All-Stars for the second half. I think they have to take a few more risks here, because I do think they have the capability, they have the speed and the talent to pull it off. It's just a matter of trusting yourself and trusting your teammates, which, is obviously hard when you're playing with people who you may have never played with before. But like I said earlier, everyone here knows how to play the game. Everyone's good at it, so it's definitely within reach.
Cooley with the kick again. It's going to go a little short, caught by first receiver for Doylestown. Great points there, Lauren. All of these players so individually talented. I think if they just talk more than they're used to, just keep talking to each other, you can run whatever you want as long as your team knows what you're doing. Great break through the line, and then beautiful offload from Erin DeLuca right there. Taking it with pace is Paisley Davey, senior, going to Grand Canyon. Doylestown is just plowing their way down this field. No problem, breaking through defensive lines, forcing the All-Stars to commit multiple girls to a tackle, and really drawing in that defense. Made it all the way to the far sideline. They're going to start sending it back. Looking very similar to their last sequence that led to a try. Going to go for a crash line and dish out the back just behind the hands. Ref is going to say that it was knocked. That really stifles all the momentum that Doylestown was bringing up right there.
This is a pretty good opportunity for the All-Star team here. I mean, they are deep in their half, but they've got possession through this scrum. They have the chance to do something with the ball here, and I think we have to see that from them at this point in the game.
It's going to be a scrum down to the All-Stars, and the scrums, collapse right away. This is the first scrum for Teal, I think. It's been only Doylestown scrums so far this game. Fortunate start for them right there. Ref's going to see what he can fix this time, get them set up. I believe that is Aliaga from Greenwich Southington playing scrum half for the Tier 1 All-Stars right now. Good feed, kicked back, goes through the line. Aliaga chooses to go weak side, had support running a line behind the scrum. They're going to go for quick hands. Couple juke steps, trying to figure out where to go, creeping towards the touch line. Ball finds the hands of Cooley. Cooley goes and crashes. Strong ruck by Wiener from Aspetuck right there. Aliaga's going to keep sending it. Running a little bit alone right there, but the last ruck support was still in that general area. Aliaga's going to choose to take it herself, and I think Doylestown got hands in there. No, ref's going to say diving.
This is really excellent play by the All-Stars right now. I mean, you saw off that set play, couple of opportunities to get pushed out of bounds, but they stayed smart, they stayed controlled. Doylestown is counter-rucking extremely hard, but All-Stars are meeting that. I think we need to continue to see that.
They're going to choose to kick for touch. Doylestown is trying to play it off. Touch judge is going to say, play on. Fielded cleanly. Doylestown is going to take it. Great restart from the Dragons right there. They're going to keep moving their way down the field. Big tackle by All-Stars number 12. And they got hands in there. Were able to poach the ball off the ruck. A little bit slow to that breakdown. They were quicker to these rucks in the first half. They've been a little bit slow so far in this second half. They need to get on that. Aliaga's going to take it herself. Looks for support this time, though. Scrummy is in. They're going to choose to pick and go. Comms need to come up for this teal side right here. Very quiet out on their field. Gonna come back towards this near sideline. Driving run, forcing them to commit themselves to that tackle. Cooley gets the ball. Cooley dragging defenders down the field, chooses to take it herself. Ref's gonna say, she didn't release.
Yeah, that's a tough call by that referee, I have to be honest. I mean, that was some really, really great momentum from the All-Star team. A couple of penalties on defense by Doylestown kind of led to the All-Stars getting some serious field advantage. Unfortunately, it's not going to pan out for them this time, but they're by no means out of this play. I mean, they're deep, deep into Doylestown's half. So I think if they can just stay collected on defense right now after this line out, they may be able to win this ball back. And certainly if they get the ball back in their hands here, I mean, it is a chance for a real attacking opportunity.
We're going to have a Doylestown line out. Right here, they have a lot of ways to go to get to their try zone. Solid line out straight to the hands of the jumper. Goes down and out to their setup receivers. Flynn's gonna box kick. Great chase right there by Mackenzie Aloise. All-Stars are able to get their hands on it though, struggling to get back and set up in time for their 9. 21 drops the shoulder, runs through contact. That's how you're gonna get some meters against this Doylestown team. They're just gonna keep pushing you back on defense as we saw right there. You gotta be confident in your running, confident in your support. They're gonna choose to kick it over the line. Doylestown is back there, chasing it down to get it, but some fast chasers from the All-Stars missed the first tackle, but 2 more are right there to get that tackle and gonna force Doylestown to start working their way back down the field again. Little bobble right there, but kept in hand. Doylestown set up, gonna go for another kick. Flynn knows that she has support. She knows she has runners who can get there, but it didn't work last time and it won't work again now. Gonna find the wing. Corden takes a step back inside, forcing girls to come to her. Gonna call coming in from the side. Aliaga wants to take it quick. Smart idea, but tell your team you're doing that. That's that communication that we're looking for on these heads-up plays. Support is there a little bit late, but still there in time. They're gonna pick and go. Very used to only doing it outside the try zone, clearly. And they're gonna keep whipping the ball towards the sideline. Jump through the hands, but goes backwards. All-Stars maintain possession. And They're a little late getting back in support, little late to get back there to receive the ball. They have to get steep so they can run on with pace. Doylestown defense calling for help on this near sideline. If the All-Stars choose to send it wide right here, they have a clear advantage. Gonna choose to keep breaking it up the middle. Big ruck right there by Tessa Beckenauer. It will be enough.
Doylestown with ball back in hand, I think they need to be a little bit more composed in the last couple of minutes we've seen from them on offense, and they're going to get the penalty here, but I'm seeing a couple of choices that it looks like the team is not necessarily aligned on these last couple of phases, which has actually allowed for several turnovers. And I mean, that could be because of we're kind of well into the second half at this point. It's pretty hot, it's tiring, but I think it's important to stay clear on the objectives and to really stay connected with your team. Otherwise, we're going to see continued turnovers like this.
Time for a monster roster change from the All-Stars. They're going to exchange out, I think, about 8 or 9 from their roster. Get some fresh legs out there, some faces and legs we already saw in the first half. Got a little break at the top of the second. Now they're back into it. Obviously a stacked roster for these All-Stars, pulling from multiple different teams at the tournament this weekend. They're going to start on defense, though, as Doylestown has a line out inside the 22. Miscommunication about who's in the line out. Ball goes up. Not quite what they intended it to be, but they maintain possession regardless. They're going to start sending it out to their system. See what they can get working. Back line set up to run something, runs a little bit of a dummy switch line, finds its way out to Caitlin Kemp on the wing, far side. Got some hands in there, and Rhodes is able to strip it out of the ruck. Running through defenders, takes a couple to get her down. And they're gonna go for the kick. They have somebody in the backfield for Doylestown there to field it, but ball's gonna bounce out of bounds there regardless.
Great work from the All-Stars on that last play. Clearly, they have the ability to meet Doylestown where they are now, and I think I've seen a little bit of a hiccup on the Doylestown side, and the All-Stars have by every means taken advantage of that. But at the same time, I mean, the last play we just saw from Doylestown, they were able to find that space in the wing, and one more pass worked out, I think they would have had that try. So this is still an extremely close game in terms of talent. The scoreboard doesn't necessarily reflect that right now, but I really do think that could change at any moment. Both these teams are excellent right now.
Doylestown working their way up the field after a successful line out, getting pushed back and stuffed by this All-Stars defense. They figured out their flow. They're meeting the ball where it's at. They're committing multiple girls, but they're there also for the counter ruck. They've had a couple successful poaches so far this game. They're going to try for a couple more. Ball's going to try to find its way out to the wing, but ref says knocked. Ball dropped on the ground. Unfortunate for Doylestown right there. They were about to break out of their zone, I feel.
I think we can clearly understand, with this all-star team, as we just saw, I mean, the majority of the team was just subbed out. And then, like Marissa said, a bunch of new fresh legs came on the field. And I think we're kind of seeing that reflected in the way that the game is being played right now. You can tell that, a lot of these players on the all-star side are sharp. They're ready to go. Meanwhile, Doylestown, with not as many subs to put in, is starting to fade a little bit, I would say. Committing more penalties, missing more passes, which, at this point in the game, that's when you really, really need to lock in and, be more aware of both where you are on the field, but also how your teammates are playing as well, and adjust accordingly. So there's plenty of time left in this game for Doylestown to come back. But I think, that has to be a conversation that perhaps the captains are having with their players. Just need to clean it up a little bit, and I think we can continue to see more scores from them.
Ref didn't like how the first scrum was set up, is going to have them readjust. In that readjustment time, looks like Towels pulled a side Hadlock on this All-Stars team, and they changed the play, just communicated out to her 10. That's Emma Hadlock from Corning feeding the ball in. Towels looks like she asked for a pick. She's going to take it to the weak side and go. She has support there, setting up the ruck. They had a layered line of backs behind the scrum. Backs are still there, ready to take it whenever they're needed. Ref's going to call it back. Let them play off the tap. This is a great chance for these All-Stars as they work their way towards the try-zone. Big run right there. Support's a little late getting to that ruck. Gonna pick and go for a couple dummies. Tried to send it back, went to no hands, but went backwards, so they're able to field it. Rucks are getting a little bit high. Players might be getting a little bit tired. Calling for the ball on this near sideline right here. Olive Rhodes for Morris with the footwork. You're gonna go for the dummy and then quick pass right there. Working their way down, getting closer and closer, switching directions. Coming back to this near sideline. Big step by Rhodes, and it gets picked. Defense is there to tackle, but unfortunate turnover right there from a hopeful offload. Gonna choose to kick from the ruck again. Quick chase by 19 on the All-Stars. It's gonna get tackled almost right away by Mackenzie Aloise. Doylestown is quick to get back there for defense, but you can tell the fatigue and the heat is hitting them.
Great heads-up play there by Doylestown. I mean, really quick. They've been trying this box kick for a couple of phases now, and this one finally worked out for them. I think it's really indicative of how they know their players and know that when they have the speed on the wing. And, I mean, that's kind of where we're going to leave it right now.
Yeah, so that's going to be game. Dominant showing by this Doylestown side right here, but still a great turnout from these Tier 1 All-Stars. They're going to finish with a wide score differential, but should still be super proud of the way they've played. Obviously, these are girls put together from multiple different teams. It took them a while to get into their flow and into their chemistry. They started getting it towards the end of that first half, but they had very little possession time in that second half for them to be able to execute off of it. And again, Doylestown just has such a strict system that you can tell that they are so confident in running. They are so confident in each other. Their back line has so much chemistry. They run with such tenacity. Their forwards have such tight pods. Just textbook rugby we're seeing from these teams. Our next game after this, we're going to have a little bit of a break here, but our next game is going to be more of the U14 squads that you got earlier. So can't wait for that. We'll see them in a little bit. All right, guys, surprise, we are back, and we are playing a third period of rugby here with Doylestown and the Tier 1 All-Stars. Still more chances for these All-Stars to come in and show this momentum that they've been building throughout the last 30 minutes of this game. We're going to start with a kickoff from Doylestown to the All-Stars.
Apologies for not having a scoreboard for this portion of the game. I think we were all a little bit caught off guard by the fact that there would be a third period, but
Nobody in the production crew was told that they were going to keep going. So if we're going to point fingers at anybody, I think we're pointing fingers at my guys.
and we can say that because we know him personally.
Well, Production O'Brien didn't know that we were still going, and he's usually the man. Hadlock's going to take the tap, going to send it to players and teammates coming with some pace. Could be steeper, could be a little bit faster, knowing how fast some of these girls are. Going to go for a deep pass just over the heads of her first two receivers. And the All-Stars are finally making their way past the 50. Picked again by Doylestown. They had that beautiful pick at the end of the second period. They're going to choose to kick it again. Tackled without possession, but maintaining the ball is going to be the All-Stars. Sending it to a pod of forwards. Emma Hadlock from Corning playing 9. Dishing it with a skip pass out to their wings, trying to get it wide. Support is there. Going to keep going towards the sideline, running a little bit alone. Late to the ruck on that far side, but got there just in time to secure the ball. Sending it back inside. Good step right there. Taking 3 defenders to get her down. Going to keep working their way through that sideline, really bunching this Doylestown defense. Going to start sending it back the other way. Dishes it to a forward pod. Point offloads it to the side. That goes out to number 9 in blue. Support is there. Doylestown goes to counter, but has nothing there. Hadlock looks for options and was a little late on that. Looks like she forgot her lefts and rights. But they're going to have a break up the sideline. The chase is there. The chase is good, and the chase just misses the ankle tap. She sheds the second defender and makes it all the way down into the try zone. Able to center it before the defender gets there. Beautiful run.
Not sure if you can hear from the fans and the bench out here, but people are really, really excited about this last play. I mean, it was just great rugby from the start of when they gained possession all the way back behind the 10 of their own half. And I think this is exactly what we needed to see from the All-Stars coming into this period, was the ability to both match the pace of Doylestown, but also take advantage of what we've seen as kind of a declining defense. I mean, towards the end of the second period, the Doylestown defense, we saw them giving up some penalties, we saw them making mistakes, and I think it's the mark of a great team, which we're seeing now from the All-Stars, to be able to take advantage of where those gaps are, not only in the line, but also, you know, where the players are, who the players are. And I think that's exactly what we just saw, the ability to keep pushing forward, find space, take advantage of the middle here, which I think, you know, we see a lot usually in high school level rugby, is kind of the crashing up the middle of the field. I will say we have not really seen that much in this game. And in this case, I actually do think it worked out very well for the All-Star team, who did that for a few phases, brought the Doylestown defenders in all the way, and then were able to exploit them on the wing. And not to take any credit away from the runner who made that final try. I mean, that was just a beautiful run, able to shed 2 defenders. I mean, is not an easy job. So credit goes to the whole All-Star team. It was a beautiful, beautiful try.
Absolutely, and the kick was good, so that adds 7 more for us on this imaginary scoreboard that we have going here. A bunch more subs made for this All-Star side. 6 girls switched off during that break after the try right there, so making sure everybody is getting playing time. Everybody gets an opportunity out there as they're playing this game. really has no stakes, so this is their time to just go out there and just play some rugby. Doylestown with the kick. Flynn's gonna send it short, one hopper into the hands of Sadie Hirschberger. Hirschberger is always so good at diving forward after getting tackled. Got to get those extra meter or two for that ruck right there. That is space, and that is something that is really valuable to a number of teams, that extra few meters that you get from the tackle right there. Tried for a soft pass right there, maybe too soft to her 10, but she was able to catch it before it hits the ground right at her feet. And they're going to start working their way towards the far sideline. Ball finds the ground, but they're able to get it after falling backwards. Happens again. I think they tried to go for a little kick right there and didn't quite have it. Doylestown is able to steal the ball back. Ref is going to call it back to a knock-on the All-Stars. I think they tried to go for a little grubber in between defenders, but missed the foot, and Doylestown tried to play advantage off of that. Ref decided to just blow it.
I think this is where Doylestown has consistently been dominant throughout this game in both this area of the field, but also off of the scrum. I mean, I think there have been at least 2 tries where right off the scrum, Doylestown has been absolutely seamless in terms of their ability to connect through the backs. I think that's hopefully what we're going to see here, and I think if they are able to be successful off this play, that will dictate the way the rest of this period is going to go. It's been a little bit messy in the beginning, but this presents an opportunity, and unfortunately, it's actually not going to work out for them. It's going to go back to the All-Stars.
No, that was definitely a wayward pass by Doylestown right there. Put it a little too far back for the pace that the receiver was coming on with. Mignoni's going to dish that out from Morris, playing at the 9 spot right now. Made their way to one sideline, working their way to the far one. Hirschberger breaking through defensive lines, took 4 girls to get her down, and that's kind of what she's known for. Doylestown tries to get their hands in there. Ref says no. They get a chance for a breather, something to set up maybe here. They're going to go for a close dish right there. Ball goes out the back on a play, and able to break through the back line as their fly half hits with the stiff arm on the last defender, who maintains contact, but she drags her all the way to the try zone, is able to dot it down outside the far posts.
I mean, the All-Star team has a lot to be proud of right now. This is a pretty stark shift in momentum from what we saw in the first 2 periods of this game. And I think that speaks to kind of both teams. On the one hand, the All-Stars are coming out hard. I mean, they really came into this game, this period, wanting to win, knowing that they were down by quite a bit. And I think we are seeing the results of that effort, the fruits of their labor. And on the other hand, you know, Doylestown, I think they've got some areas where they can improve. They came out so strong in those first 2 periods, really connecting passes well, sharp on defense, big counter rucks. But now I think we're seeing a couple penalties. We're seeing some missed tackles. We're seeing some bobbled passes on attack. And I mean, like we've said, it's a hot day out here. Of course, you know, those mistakes are going to be natural on a day where you're tired like this, and it's hard work. But I think it's the mark of just an exceptional team when you're able to just mentally cross that line where, you know, it is hard and things might not be going well, but you got to keep your head up and you got to stay in the game. You got to rely on your teammates, and hopefully that's what we're going to see here. You know, they will start out on defense as they're kicking the ball back to the All-Stars, so they have a real opportunity here to shut down this momentum and bring it back to themselves. So looking forward to seeing what they do with that opportunity.
This 3rd period has been all All-Stars. They just made that kick to add 7 more to the invisible scoreboard. And now they're going to get the ball back, see what they can work with here.
If my calculations are correct, I believe we should be at 31-28.
I think it is. I think it's less than a tries difference by this point.
So that's pretty impressive work for the All-Stars. I mean, coming back from a almost 4-try differential, I mean, they are right within reach here.
Flynn went for the short kick, worked out in her favor as the All-Star team let it bounce again, and it was able to get caught by one of her own teammates. They're going to start working their way down the field, go for the fake. Faked out her own teammate, found its way to the wing. Maimuna Kante tries to get that chasing tackle right there, misses it, but slows her down enough for teammates to go get her. All-Stars having trouble rolling away from that ruck, but ref's gonna say that they had the ball. Gonna be a turnover. All-Stars in teal are going to get their chance at a possession right here. Deep in the field, they're gonna opt for a kick to touch. Kick is not gonna find touch though, and Campbell Way is right there to catch it. She's gonna dish it off to Leah Sapolo, freshman. Was a standout here last year as an 8th grader. Ball finds its way back into the hands of the All-Stars, who start to break up the field again. These rucks have just been so back and forth. Cooley with the dummy and dishes it off to Hirschberger. What a heads-up play by Kimora Cooley from Play Rugby USA into the hands of Sadie Hirschberger from Aspetuck, I believe.
I mean, that was just incredible rugby from the All-Stars. I mean, that is just, I mean, what more could you ask for? You just had 2 forwards doing what a back, as a back, struggles to do in a hard game like this. I mean, that was a perfect dummy pass right through the channel, found her teammate, who was then able to cut up 3 Doylestown defenders and get some serious ground, which now puts them, I think, within the 22 on a scrum. I mean, unfortunately, the ball goes to Doylestown here, but that's pretty much exactly what you want to see.
Usually playing for opposing teams, have gotten the opportunity to watch and commentate for Cooley and Hirschberger, both over the last couple of years, had the opportunity to coach Kimora Cooley for the last couple of years as well. They have very similar play styles. So seeing them work together right here is just honestly showing me more and more. They are very similar players, and they are working well off of each other. Hirschberger is going to come out of the scrum and I believe get subbed out of the game after her phenomenal run right there. What a game so far for Sadie Hirschberger. Doylestown feeds the ball. Flynn's going to dish it out. They're going to go for a kick. Coverage in the backfield. It's not there in time. Ball's going to find touch. Still going to be All-Star ball though.
Good heads-up play from Doylestown there. I mean, the space was definitely on. Her kicks have really been on point today in terms of the location that she's putting them. She's really able to find that space. And I think, you know, on a day where it might not be as hot or when you don't have 3 periods, it may be easier for your teammates to get there in time before it kind of rolls out of bounds. But I think ultimately this is a good heads-up play from them, and they'll probably continue to do that for the rest of this game. We've definitely seen confidence in the kicking game from Doylestown today.
Yeah, I think knowing that Doylestown is a team that likes to kick, I think that probably the All-Stars should have been more prepared for that, dropping a wing off the back once they saw they had a turnover deep in their defensive end. All-Stars with the clean line out to get back into their hands, back into play, working their way back towards the middle of the field. Ball finds its way to Olive Rhodes. It's going to take 4 defenders to get her down. Nothing unusual there for Rhodes. Finds the hands of Maimuna Kante from Play Rugby USA. Takes 2 girls to get her down as well, but ref's going to say not releasing on the tackler. Tried to get into the ruck right away as well, and there's Aliaga from Greenwich Southington with the ball, talking to her team. What do they want to run right now? This is the communication we need. They want to run something fun. They want to play smart. They want to be inventive. These girls don't know each other. They had limited practice time, so now's your chance. What do you guys want to do? It's going to dish it out wide. Skip pass all the way to the wing. Little bit short. Doesn't quite get there, but no, yep, it is knocked on as the ref signals. Good idea. Execution fell a little bit short, but I like that they're trying other things, trying to be creative. That's the only way they're going to keep it going against this Doylestown defense.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that is historically throughout this game where the All-Stars have been able to exploit the Doylestown defense. The Doylestown defense is very good at that shift. When you put several passes down the line, try to get it out to the wing, they're very good at communicating whose players who, when are we shifting, how are we using the wing to our advantage. But when you put in a little bit of creativity, you disrupt it a little bit, that's where I think they've been able to catch them off guard.
Bridget McGonigal's going to go for an 8-man pick for Doylestown, works her way up the field, pop pass from the ground out to her wing, who is there in support. Caught right away, though, by the All-Stars. Slow to go to the ground on that tackle, gives them more time to set up on defense as they try to stop this Doylestown team from entering the try zone. They've been able to stop this Doylestown team all period, but Doylestown able to dive it in there. Defense not getting low enough off those pick and goes. Absolutely instrumental try for Doylestown right there as the game was getting tight and they had really not shown up offensively in this third period yet.
Yeah, they definitely needed that score. I think it was well earned, you know, that fight, that tussle kind of at the end of the field. Credit to the All-Star team for defending it well, but I think, you know, Doylestown just seemed to kind of want that one more than the All-Star team was able to match with their defense. So they'll get the ball back off this kickoff. We'll see what they're able to do, if they're able to kind of get back into the flow that they had in the first two periods and maybe put up a couple more points. But depending on how this kick is made, the score currently should be 36-28. So it is still very much within reach for the All-Stars, but this is a tough, tough kick. And if she can make it, that's going to add some serious momentum. Unfortunately, it does come up a little bit short, so I do think our score currently sits at 36-28. Very close game, much more reflective of the talent of these two teams and the way this game has been played.
Absolutely. This All-Star team has just broken out in this latter section of the game, finally getting into that rhythm that we spoke about at the beginning of this game that was lacking a little bit, but that's always what you're going to get when you have a mishmash team right here. Kimura Cooley's going to take the kickoff for the All-Stars. Going to line it up. Goes high and short, but it reaches the 10. Caught right away by Daisy Van Loo.
That's
Offsides called.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the All-Stars. Looked like the ball was out on that one, but the referee says no. So it is going to come back to Doylestown.
Flynn's going to put the ball to boot. Fine touch here. Well into touch and into a tree. Finds the ground. Dog there to receive it. We'll have a line out right in front of us here. Doylestown communicating how many they want. All-Stars trying to figure out who's supposed to be in the line out. Little bit low of a throw, but still caught by the jumper. Sends it out to their back line. Quick dish by Leah Sapolo. Gains them an extra 10 meters on that offload. Flynn has a phenomenal pass. She trusts her receivers. She's going to take it a couple steps there herself. Draw in the defense. They send it out wide. 2 passes to the wing. Tries to go for an offload there. Nobody there to receive it, but it rolls backwards. Ruck gets formed. Flynn there to get the ball out again. Doylestown set up steep. Sends it to a pod. Working their way through the line. Driving, driving, driving. Flynn loses the ball a little bit there, but is still able to get it out into hands. They find their way to the wing. Mabel Cashman there on the edge to get it. Worked their way almost to the sideline, decide to start sending it back inside. Finds Lily Fisk, senior headed to Thomas College. They run with such tenacity, such pace, coming onto the ball with support. Flynn is standing there, letting her team know this is the time for a low pick and go. It worked for them before. Let's see if it works again. Absolutely, and the All-Stars not learning from their mistakes on the last one. Scored on in almost the same exact fashion on the opposite sides of the post this time.
That should currently put our score at 41-28. So Doylestown is starting to separate again as they were in the first 2 periods. And I think the difference is the way these tries have been scored. I think we're looking at a very different game than we were seeing in the first 2 periods. It's a little bit less dynamic. It's a little bit more forwards heavy. We're getting a lot of those big hits, a lot of those, one crash runs into the try zone, as Marissa was saying. And I mean, it's a mark of a good team. If you've got tired backs or if the back plays aren't working anymore, it takes a real heads-up player to say, hey, let's experiment with something new. And I think that's what we just saw from Doylestown, and that's going to be ultimately, we think, what gets them the win.
Who knows?
We think this must be the last period.
Are we playing a fourth quarter? Let us know. I think maybe this might be the end. We see some hugs going on the Doylestown sideline. Let's wait and see if they shake hands, though. Not the end of the action today. Still some games yet to play, but most likely the end of the action for these two teams right here. What a breakout end for the All-Stars right here. Really making this a game as it should be.
Yeah, I think the success that they had in this period is really attributable to the fact that, in the first 2 periods, they were still learning how to work with each other. They were learning how to communicate, learning each other's styles, and it seemed like, at least to us, in the 3rd period, they were starting to really get a lot of that down. And that was giving them the ability to connect and find the space and do what all of them are capable of doing as individuals, but this time as a cohesive unit. And I think that is... it shows that, being part of a great team is what wins games in this sport. You can't win it as an individual, you have to work together.
All right, handshake line means that I believe now we are at the end of this game. It's been a pleasure. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break and we'll be back right away with some more middle school action. Get those players back out there. Exciting stuff.
Welcome back to the showcase. Here we have the two U14 teams going back at it for their second game of the day. Again, we've got the team Pink Purple, that's what we're calling them. They are on the left side of your screen. We do have a couple players that are playing for Pink Purple but not wearing Pink Purple. They are in the Aspetuck yellow, white, and black jerseys. On the right side of your screen, you're going to have the red team here. That is also what we will be referring to them as throughout the game. They seem to be all in red, so that one should be a little easier to keep track of. We look like we're about a minute out from the kickoff, just making sure that everything is logistically sound. I am Lauren, as you might have been hearing me throughout the day, and I'm joined by my sister Alyssa, who will be doing the play-by-play, and we are happy to be back.
We'll start with a kickoff from the pink and purple team here. Good kick there. Finding space. So that's a really good opportunity for them to win the ball back. But the red team does a good job of picking it up, using footwork, and looking to move it. We're going to have a penalty. Nope, that was a knock-on. Okay, actually, we're going to have a penalty. Not sure what the call is there, but it is going to be the pink and purple team's ball. Good take into space there by the pink and purple team. They'll look to move the ball out wide again. Nice quick hands there. Doesn't exactly find. Okay, so it's another penalty to the pink and purple team. Again, not sure what the call is. No!
All right, we are coming back for a scrum here. It's a little bit tough for us to tell. It looks like it's a scrum to the red team, so right on the 22.
The ball's going to come out to the red team. They're going to start to move it out wide. Great run here by the red team. She's very close, and she'll be brought out of bounds. Good run there by number 7 on the red team. That's Carla Rodriguez.
Good little play there by the red team. I mean, right off that scrum, they were able to move it out wide, found their strength on the outside. Unfortunately, taken into touch, but ultimately, that was able to give them some yards. And if they defend it well, they could easily get the ball back here. So we'll see what they can do. On the other side of that, pink and purple now with possession. We'll see how they are in the line out and whether they can move the ball.
Nice line out there. They're going to look to move the ball left. They're looking to use hands. Good run there. Good tackling by the red team as well. They're doing a nice job of coming up on defense and stopping the pink and purple team from getting any momentum. The red team now has the ball, and they're going to look to move it out wide. Great run here by the red team. Way to take it into contact and keep those feet moving, keep those legs driving. Another pick around the breakdown from number 9. There are 2 number 9s on the red team, so I'm not exactly sure which number 9 that is, but it's a great pick and go from her. We're going to have a knock on, so we're going to have a scrum to the red team.
Pretty good play from both teams so far. I think we're seeing a lot of good completed passes, good job looking for teammates on both sides. It is a little bit clumped in the middle. I think, as some of these games typically start, it takes a bit to kind of adjust to the size of the field and the width, especially when you are one of the younger players. So I think as the game continues, we'll continue to see some more momentum here in that sense.
Nice offload there from the red team. That's going to give them some meters ahead. They're very close to the try zone. They just got to finish it. Great run on the outside there from number 14. Oh, but she's going to go out of bounds before she's able to touch it down.
Great heads-up defense from the pink and purple. I mean, that kind of a run could easily have been a try, easily could have just kind of slowed down on defense and allowed that to happen, but that's not what we saw. We saw, an unwillingness to give up, an unwillingness to allow that try to just be taken in, and it actually materialized for them. And I think, the pink and purple has a lot to be proud of on that play. That's really, really, really great defense. Not exactly sure what the call is here, but they're moving the ball up the field. I believe it's going to be a penalty to the pink and purple team. Again, not exactly sure what the call is here. It's now in the hands of the red team. They're going to look to move it out wide and counterattack off that penalty kick. Good footwork there from the red team. Way to fight in contact. Oh, the ball is stolen by the pink and purple team. That's number 23. She's doing a great job all day of just changing the momentum of the game. She stripped the ball from the red team and got forward momentum. That was a great play by her. And now the ball is in the hands of her teammate, who is doing a great job driving on in contact, committing multiple defenders to bring her down. And they're going to look to move the ball out wide. Great run here by the pink and purple team. Let's see if she can go all the way using that footwork. Great run here. Great footwork there by the pink and purple team. They're really gaining momentum here, and we'll see if they can get it, just keep punching it down the field in hopes of scoring a try. Still 0-0 here. Pretty tight game so far. Both teams doing a good job keeping possession, but also doing a good job of defending and winning the ball back. Good decision to kick there, right into a good spot. Make those pink and purple team players work. Great recovery there by number 23 on the pink and purple team. But red will win it back out of the ruck. Great driving run there by the red team. They're going to look to move the ball to the left. It's a little bit wobbly in the hands, but they're doing a good job of picking it up off the deck and continuing their momentum. Good tackling, too, here from the pink and purple team. I think, last game, something we identified was that the pink and purple team seemed a little bit hesitant to make those tackles, especially, when you've got the red team making runs like they just did and putting up a score there. But I think, the pink and purple team still has a lot to be proud of in terms of how they've improved on their tackling game in this game. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them this time, but it's still very early. They've still got plenty of time to come back, and I think we will see that. That was put down by number 9. We saw her earlier in the day get a couple tries in. She's been doing a great job. She's very fast. She's shifty. She's almost not able to be tackled, so great run by her for getting another try on the day. After some water right here, we're going to have another kickoff from the pink and purple team to the red team. And we'll see if the red team can capitalize right away or if the pink and purple team can win the ball back and get some momentum here. And the kickoff is here. A nice kick right down the middle. The red team will pick it up,
and look to attack. Good stiff arm there. Good run. Oh my
Great
goodness,
run.
multiple stiff arms. She's really getting through. That's number 7 on the red team. That is Carla Rodriguez. All day, she's been making great runs. She makes really good plays. She forces the pink and purple team to have to commit multiple people to the tackle, and that's really what you want to see out of someone running on attack. Great counter ruck there from the pink and purple team. They're going to win the ball back, and now they will maintain possession.
I think at this level, the stiff arm is really something that if you can get that going in your play this early in your kind of rugby career and add it to your repertoire on attack, I mean, it is just lethal, even at the high school and college levels. So it's really exciting to see the U14s doing that out here and having success with it.
Great run by number 10 there, Phoebe Edgill. She's been having great runs as well all day. Red team definitely has some key players on attack, and you can see that when they get the ball, they make stuff happen, and I would say that's number 7, number 10, number 9 so far today. I think we're going to have a knock on here, and we'll have a scrum to the pink and purple team.
Unfortunate there for the red team to lose the ball in a penalty situation such as that. But, I don't think that by any means is going to ruin the momentum that they've seemed to have in this game. This is definitely an opportunity for the pink and purple team to explore what they can do on attack. I think, we've seen it a little bit here and there, but I would definitely like to see more of what they can do. They are pretty deep in their half, so hopefully they're able to get the ball moving and create some space.
Ball is really bobbling around in there, but the pink and purple team will pick it up. They're very deep in their half, so we'll see what they do to get it out, whether that's a kick or punch it up the middle a few times and look to get it wide. It's really fumbling around down there, but it's picked up by number 15. She makes a really good run. She's by herself. She's against like 4 red team players, but the support is there by number 12. Great work by the pink and purple team there. Great counter ruck, though, by the red team. They're doing a great job of putting that pressure on. And we're going to have a penalty to the pink and purple team. They're going to take it quick. Looking to make some yards with this. Great run by the pink and purple team here. They're playing a lot quicker out of the ruck, which I think is really helping them. Last game, it was sort of taking some time before they were able to get the ball out, and that was allowing the red team to set up on defense. And so they're playing quicker, which is allowing them to have more space to attack, more options, and just being able to be more creative in general.
Yeah, I think in addition to that, it looks like they're much more confident in their running. I mean, we've seen a couple of girls now. We're seeing one right now. I mean, really driving up the wing. It looks like she might even make it all the way into the try zone. Not
quite. But they're going to call it a knock.
But
unfortunate.
Yeah, super unfortunate, because I feel like, throughout this game, they've really been trusting their speed so much more, which is such a key aspect, especially as a back, when you're playing in these kinds of games where you're pretty evenly matched. And that really is what it comes down to, is just trusting in yourself and trusting your teammates. And I think we're seeing that from pink and purple in this game, and it's really exciting to see. Looks like that is going to be halftime here. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. Real hot day here in New Jersey, so, those water breaks are just essential. And hopefully we'll allow both teams to come back with a renewed energy, and we'll see kind of how this game plays out.
I'm not sure if it's exactly halftime yet. I think this might just be the water break, but we will see shortly here whether or not they switch sides. We're going to restart here. I think they're going to start from where we left off. Because it was a knock-on in the try zone, it's going to be a goal line dropout from the red team. I don't think that was halftime. I think that was just a water break, so we'll see.
Yeah, ignore the time that you see on the scoreboard. The scoreboard itself is accurate, but the time is not.
Nice kick there. Good bounce for the red team. Good pickup by number 23 on the pink and purple team. Nice attacking run again. I believe this is the same girl who just made it all the way to the try zone and unfortunately knocked it on.
Yeah, this is really, really good running that we're seeing from the pink and purple team. I think in the first game, it is the first game of the day. You've got some nerves. It might be a little bit harder to want to do those kinds of long runs and get in contact and push yourself out. But it's really exciting to see this team really kind of step into that role in this game. And I think we're definitely seeing a more even-toned game than last time. I think red was pretty dominant last time around. But in this game, the pink and purple team are really holding their own. And not only are they holding their own, but they're getting really, really good attacking runs. And if they're not scoring, they're very close. So hopefully we continue to see that momentum throughout the second half, and hopefully the red team can match that.
The pink and purple team will maintain possession here. They're going to look to move the ball wide. Good pressure here from this red player. Good, and we have space on the outside here, but great tackle there from number 9 on the red team. And great counter ruck. She is off her feet, and that is what the ref will call, so it will be a penalty to the pink and purple team. I think we have an injury, so we're going to have time off.
It's unfortunate. She had a really, really good run there. We saw her pretty strong on the wing in the last game as well. Looks like she's okay, so that's good. We'll keep her in the game, and hopefully she'll get another shot at that long run.
Time's going to go back on, and we're going to have a penalty, but we will have a knock-on there from the pink and purple team. It's unfortunate, but just learning. So we'll have a scrum, and it will be to the red team.
Looks like the referee is going to really take his time with having this scrum set up, which is always good, especially at this level. There's a lot that goes into a scrum. Safety is a key priority, so it looks like we might not be doing the drive here, and we're going to just have it come right out, and it is going to go to the red team.
Good defense there from the pink and purple team, putting that pressure on and forcing that red team to ruck their own ball, and they will get it, and they will counter ruck, they will get it, and they will touch it down almost for a try, but not quite. But we are going to have a penalty to the pink and purple team for diving over the ruck, is what the ref is calling.
Again, good momentum for the pink and purple team. I think just the next step in their play would be to take a little bit less time when they do have the penalties. I think when you're in a place like that on the field, tactically, it's always a good choice to go quick because you catch the defense off guard. In this case, they didn't need that to put the ball down and score, but I think generally speaking, they are young, they have a lot of time. That might just be the next step in the game. But shout out to them for getting that try. They've been working at that for pretty much this entire half. And good on them for, keeping their heads up, not getting frustrated when things don't go according to plan, and eventually being able to touch it down.
That was touched down by number 23, Carly Hegner. Again, all day she's been having great momentum for the pink and purple team. She's constantly coming in and making big plays, big hits, big runs. So good for her to get another try on the board there. We're going to have another kickoff. This time, the red team will kick to the pink and purple team. We are all tied up at 5 here with a little bit over a half remaining. Good catch there by the pink and purple team. They will put it down. They'll look to reset. Move the ball right. It's a little wobbly, a little jumbly in the hands, but they're doing a good job of picking it up off the ground and continuing their momentum. Good run there by number 21, and the ref will call, I believe, not like coming in from the side on this ruck. Good aggression by the red team, but we just got to make sure we're doing it correct. They'll toe and go, and they'll go to the left. They'll look to come up.
Oh, another breakaway run here.
Great breakaway here by number 15. She has been so good all day. Oh my gosh, with the stiff arm fend off too. And she'll touch it down for a try. That's awesome.
Great
That was
work
number
by pink and
15
purple.
on the pink and purple team. That's Rosie Woodring. She has been very standout this game with her running, and she's really gotten up that left wing multiple times, so good for her.
Yeah, I think the pink and purple team is really starting to understand where their strengths are and where they're strongest on the field, and it does seem to be on that left wing. So it makes sense that they would want to keep getting the ball out there, keep looking for those longer runs. I think the red team kind of has their work cut out for them right now. They've been on defense a lot during this game, and I think that's because, maybe they're a little bit tired, maybe they're a little bit in their heads after, some real pink and purple momentum. So I think, the captains, whoever the leaders are on the team, should come together and say, there's a lot left in this game. We haven't even had halftime yet. Let's keep our heads up. Let's keep moving. Let's keep pushing on defense. Just like at any level, when you're pushing really hard on defense and coming up strong, you will force the other team to make mistakes and you will get that ball back. I do think that's very within reach for the red team here.
Great pickup by the number 9 on the red team again. She's going to look to touch it down for another try of hers today, and that will be a try awarded for the red team.
She is such a dominant player on this red side. I mean, all day we've been seeing her very dynamic. She definitely, knows how to play the game. She's strong on defense, but she's obviously also very strong on attack. She's been unlucky a few times. She's gotten, a tackle before she can quite get there. Touch it down too early. But I think, this is a good win for her. I think this try has kind of been coming for her all day. So I also think, this was a really good momentum shift for the red team. I think you saw some heads down. You saw some kind of slow walking towards the half after that last pink and purple try. But the red team was really able to come hard out on defense and capitalize on that opportunity. So good on them.
We do have a player down right now, so I think we're going to take a second and let her get checked out. They ran water onto the field. The time has stopped, and we will continue when she is checked on and make sure that she's okay.
All right, we are back after a little injury hiccup, but everybody is okay. And it looks like we are going to continue where we left off, which was off of a red team try. And the pink and purple team, excuse me, is going to kick back off to the red team. Good kick there, right at the 10-meter line. It will be picked up by the red team, and they'll look to go left. Good run there by the red team. Great tackle as well. Kind of tackled onto her head, but she seems okay. It's unfortunate that happens sometimes. They're going to look to move the ball to the left here. They have space out wide. Good tackle there by the pink and purple team. Great run there by the red team. That was number 8. Laurel Sedgwick. Great run by her. Number 10 has the ball now. This is really good ball movement from the red team that we're seeing. You can see they're trying to connect passes. They're looking for their teammates, but if the opportunity is in front of them, they are taking the ball themselves, and I think that's a really good thing. And then looking at the pink and purple team, you know, they are matching this aggressive running with their defense. They're really coming up hard for those tackles. They're making their tackles very well. You know, they're quick to the rucks, and all around, this is a really good game of rugby. Great run here again by the pink and purple team. Like Lauren said earlier, they're very confident in the way that they're running, and that honestly can make all the difference. You can have great runners, but if you aren't confident, you're going to get tackled. And these players look very, very confident, like they're trying new things, using footwork, and just not falling down at the first sight of contact. They're fighting through it, and they're going down when they absolutely need to. And that was a great pass there, and another great run here from the pink and purple team. The coaches on the sideline for the pink and purple team are really yelling, "Move the ball." Oh my goodness, wow, this girl is really good in contact. She is not going down unless she needs to. Good heads up play from the pink and purple team, number 5 there, to stay in touch. It can be really hard, especially when you get to the wing, but she was able to maintain her composure and get it back into the center of the field. And that looks like it's going to be the half. Sorry, not half. Grabbing some water here.
I think it is half. I think we had a water break earlier, and this is halftime now. They don't seem to be shaking hands, so I don't think it's the end of the game. Sorry, we're a little confused on the timelines today because we've been playing in thirds, 20-minute thirds, 15-minute thirds. Like, it's been really all over the place, so sorry, we're also a little confused. But I think it does appear that it's reset to 20 again.
So I think what's happening is we are playing halves. However, they are taking water breaks in between, and those time periods between the water breaks are about 20 minutes each. I think that's what's going on. So this should be halftime. They should have already had a water break. So we will be coming back with more U14 action shortly, and we will see you soon. We are lining back up for the second half. We got a little bit of clarification on the way this game is structured. So each half is 20 minutes, as you will see at the top of your screen. Red's going to take that kickoff now. And after 10 minutes, the teams are going to take a water break. So that is where we will take another pause. We have the beginning of this half, a water break at 10 minutes, another play for 10 minutes, and then the game will be over. Looks like we've got a strong run here from the pink and purple team, but pretty good tackle from Red to close that out. She's going to make another tackle here and actually regain possession for the red team, who is now going to take it up the field, try to get it out wide, try to get it through some hands, keep it on that left side. The left side has been seeing a lot of success for both teams today. Still making it through, has broken at least 4 tackles, but is finally taken down. Great run by her. She is going to be avenged by her teammates, who are now being met by the pink and purple team well in the center of the field. Red is going to keep possession and keep moving it through the hands, trying to get it down this right side, cutting back a little bit towards the middle here. Still going, but successfully taken down by the pink and purple side. Red is going to keep possession and try to swing it left. A little bit slow to get the ball out of this ruck. It's going to be very successfully counter-rucked by the pink and purple, but the red is going to maintain possession. Driving up the center of the field is number 5 for the red team. She is taken down, however. Red keeping possession. Oh, and a unfortunate drop there that is going to result in a knock-on. All around, great momentum by the red team so far this half. Getting it through the hands, successfully rucking, getting the ball to their teammates, utilizing both sides of the field. When they are able to get the ball back, I'm sure we will see more of that. But right now, the momentum is in the hands of the pink and purple team, who is going to take the scrum here and try to create something out of it. Let's see what they can do. Ball comes out of the scrum. It stays with the pink and purple team, who swings it all the way out. Successfully staying in touch for now. Oh. Big hit by the red team there, but looks like everybody is okay. Great run by number 3 on the pink and purple team. Way to stay in touch. It is going to come back to the red team here. For a line out to the red side. Looks like we are a little bit confused on who's going to be taking the line out throw, but looks like red has figured that piece out and are working to get that secured right now.
Nice snatch there from the red team. They're going to look to move the ball out wide. Great run here from number 8. She's going to break through the middle, and I think she's away for a try. Great run by her, though. With speed and momentum, it's almost impossible to tackle. That was Laurel Sedgwick. Again, she did a great job in the first half of making those big runs. She's very hard to tackle for this pink and purple team, and she showed out again just now.
That was a really good overall effort by the red team, getting the ball off that line out. Having the ability to swing it into the center of the field, find space, and hit that gap really hard, as Alyssa said. That's just really great rugby right there, and I think the red team definitely has a lot to be proud of on that play.
It's going to be a kickoff for the pink and purple team here to the red team. The score is now 10-17, still a very close game. The red team is leading by 1 try. So if the pink and purple team can get the ball back here and score, make something happen, we can tie up this game and keep it close. Good tackle there by the pink and purple team. Good rucking by the red team.
Ladies, we gotta get low. Get low.
I think the pink and purple team is doing a good job of tracking on defense, but they are coming up a little bit high on the tackles there, which is allowing the red team to continue to drive their legs and move through the tackle. Good run there again from the pink and purple team. But it... Oh, we're offsides here as the red team, so the pink and purple team's going to have an advantage. Good counter ruck there from the red team, not quite quick enough to put the pressure on, but the pink and purple team is going to get a breakaway, but before they're able to do that, they're going to knock the ball on, so we're going to have a scrum to the red team out on the right side of the field.
Definitely an unfortunate end to that phase for the pink and purple team. They have had a lot of really good moments in this phase, connecting passes.
Cheney.
All right, we are setting up for the scrum here. Ball's coming out for red. They're going to try to take it weak side.
Great tackle there by the pink and purple team again, stopping that red momentum, but the red team's going to continue to move the ball. They're doing a lot of running in this game. You would hope that they would look to connect a little bit more, but I think both of these teams are mixtures of players, and so it's hard to be fully with each other if you don't know your players, but we're going to have a big run. Okay, a good idea there from the red team with a little grubber. Unfortunately, the pink and purple team will pick it up, but not a bad idea at all by number 7 there. That was Carla Rodriguez again. She has been very influential all day for the red team.
I think that's ultimately really what you want to see at this level is just the confidence to try new things. Kicking is it's not a natural aspect of the game, and if you've never kicked before, it can feel really, really unnatural. But I think the courage to try it, both in the sense of trying to kind of give yourself a little grubber or maybe trying to kick it down the line for a teammate, that is just exactly what we want to see at this level, trying new things, getting confident with the ball in your hands and on your feet. And that's just really great to see in this game, even if it doesn't work out.
I also will mention that there are 2 number 7s on the red team again, so apologies if I've been calling the wrong name. We have Carla Rodriguez wearing number 7, and we also have Faye Columbo wearing number 7, so if you're watching this back, and Faye, that's you, I've been calling Carla all day. Both doing a great job, but just wanted to clear that up. We'll have a scrum here to the red team from a knock-on for the pink and purple team. Pick off the outside. It's number 7 again. Will run through and touch it in for a try.
Solid fight there by the try scorer. As you can see, she had 2 pink and purple players trying to make that tackle, but she kept her legs moving, kept her legs pumping towards the try zone, and was able to get down there and touch it down. So big shout out to her for that. Also a good lesson in the early days of rugby is to just keep those legs pumping, because many times people will kind of let off that tackle if they think that they've got you down. So if you keep moving, you might break that tackle and, in this case, score a try.
We're going to have another water break here. We're 10 minutes into the second half. So we'll have a nice little water break, and then they'll come out and they'll finish the game. We've restarted pretty quick here. The ball is in the hands of the red team. They have a ruck. They're going to look to move it again. Great run there from the red team. Good, powerful movement. Another very powerful run, but good tackling again by the pink and purple team. Again, just this red team doing a really great job of running the ball out, around, through, just moving it as much as they can, forcing the pink and purple team to really have to make those tackles. Only 10 minutes left in this game, so we'll see. It's still very close, 24-10. So we'll see if the pink and purple team can get a few tries on the board here and catch up the score. But overall, both teams have done a really, really great job this second game of just capitalizing on each other's mistakes and really taking the things that I'm sure that they've talked about together and making them better. The red team is punching in more and more, and that will be another try for the red team here.
Really good comeback from the red team in this game. Initially in the first half, it seemed like they were a little bit slow, a little bit tired. They were allowing the pink and purple team to really expose their defense and find gaps and score a couple of tries. But as we've seen in the second half, they've really had a good ability to come back and do what they seem to know how to do well, which is find each other, move the ball, expose the gaps in the pink and purple defense, and ultimately score off of them. Still plenty of time left in this game for the pink and purple team to come back. We've seen them have a lot of success, and we know that they can keep pushing. They know how to play. They know what their strengths are, so hopefully they'll be able to come back and put another couple of points on the board before the day is done. Looks like we're going to take another quick water break here.
This has been one of the most confusing days ever for rugby, I think.
It is important to note that it is almost 90 degrees out here today. So if you're not with us in person, it does make sense that we would have a lot of water breaks. It is so important to stay hydrated on a day like this, especially with so much running, so much tackling. It's really physically exhausting work. So
you can't see it, but the girls are just pouring water on each other, like trying to cool down. It is really, really hot out here, like Lauren just said. And I give major kudos to everybody who has stepped out on the field today. It just has gotten progressively hotter. I mean, it's 4 o'clock almost, 4 minutes to 4, so we're reaching the hottest part of the day, and having your second game be at the hottest part of the day, that's tough. So great job to all the girls who just keep pushing themselves, and they don't even look tired out there, so good for them, because I'd probably be doubled over heaving.
all right, players are getting back on the field now. We're going to do a little bit of a different style for these last few minutes. They are going to play 7 minutes total, and the clock is going to stay running. And what I mean by that is if there's a score, if there's a penalty, if there's a kick, the clock is just going to keep running. Like Alyssa and I said just a moment ago, it is quite hot, quite humid out here. We are reaching the hottest part of the day, local time. So really trying to just ultimately make sure that everybody is staying safe, staying healthy, and this is one way that the teams and the tournament administrators are trying to do that. So the pink and purple team here will kick off to the red team. And that will begin the final 7 minutes of this game.
And we're off here. The red team is going to look to move the ball wide. Again, just a 7-minute running clock, so not much room here for mistakes that would slow down the game. We're going to have a big breakaway run here from the pink and purple team. And it looks like she's going to go all the way in and get a try. Great job.
Great start for the pink and purple team here. Final 7 minutes of the game, final 7 minutes of the day for these teams. And I think when you know that, you can really check how much you've got left in the tank and try to leave it all out there on the field. And I think that's kind of exactly what we just saw with that run from pink and purple. Really proud of them for continuing to fight in this game. They're down by a couple of points, but by no means out of the game. So if they can continue to have these really hard, strong runs, work together, they'll get the ball back off this kickoff, and that'll present a really good opportunity for potentially another try before the clock runs out.
They're going to look to take a drop kick here. She's very far away. And we'll have a restart with the red team kicking to the pink and purple team. Oh, crazy tackle there from number 9 on the red team. It looks like she didn't bring her all the way down to the ground, which is a little bit dangerous, but I think the pink and purple player is okay. Great run here from the pink and purple team, number 3. And they're looking to move the ball again, which is good. Another good run there from number 7 on the red team. Straight offload to number 1, who makes a big run. The red team's back in possession. They're going to look to get another try on the board. Moving the ball out wide. They're really using their support, which is really key. But it will be a line out because the red team was just tackled out of bounds.
Great tackle there by the pink and purple team into touch. That is another thing that, as you get a little more experience in rugby, becomes a really good advantage when you're defending on the wing and you know how to use the sideline as kind of an extra defender. And so that was a really great heads-up play to use the sideline to the advantage there, which will result in a line out.
Again, we do have this running clock, so not a lot of time to set up for this and do it. They are taking a little bit of time, but it's okay. I think we have some new players who may not know their place in a line out or outside of it, and that's okay. Nice line out throw there, but it will be snatched up by the red team and then snatched back up by the pink and purple team. So good 50-50 ball there. They're going to look to move it out wide. Great run here by the pink and purple team, just absolutely taking multiple people to take her down. We're going to go back, says the ref, back to where we were earlier. Not sure exactly what the call is yet. It looks as if maybe it was a knock-on. We're going to have a scrum to the pink and purple team. Again, they're very, very deep in their half, so although we have a running clock, maybe a kick would be good here. But because we have that running clock, we don't want to give the ball up. We want to keep it and make our way back down the field.
Looks like we're going to have a scrum here to the pink and purple team, who is pretty deep in their own half. So it'll be good to see how they plan on exiting. But as Alyssa said, it's incredibly important to keep the ball not only at this time in the game, but also on this area of the field. If you give away the ball this deep in your half, it's almost guaranteed that the other team, if they can, will capitalize on that and score without a ton of effort. So hopefully we will see the pink and purple team able to keep possession. Looks like so far they're doing that.
That was number 17 for the pink and purple team, Sophia Rosales, with a great run, but I think it will be a knock-on here and another scrum, this time to the red team.
And Red
And
will
the red
take it
team
in.
will run it in, and they will score. Nice finish to the play there. I believe that was number 1 for the red team. Adriana Guressi, or possibly Matilda Hamilton Humphreys. We have multiple numbers of each, so not exactly sure, but either way, great capitalization on that mistake there, and the kick is also good as well by number 10. Either Phoebe Edgall or Addie McGettigan.
Again, clock is still running here. We haven't heard the final whistle from the referee yet, so it looks like we still have some time. The pink and purple team will kick off to the red team. And if you're not familiar with rugby, it's a little bit different than a sport like, say, soccer, where once the final whistle blows, that's it. You actually continue playing until there's a stoppage in the game, even after the whistle has been blown. So that could be the case in this game. We'll see.
That is one of my favorite things about rugby, is the fact that it doesn't end until there is a stoppage. There have been so many times where the whistle may blow, or you know that the time is out, but you're down by 1 try, and if you just keep the ball for as long as you can until you score, then you have an opportunity, and I really have enjoyed that about rugby. It looks like it's going to be a knock-on, though, so we'll have another scrum for the pink and purple team here.
That was a dad joke.
Definitely looking a little tired out here. I think, scrum is a lot of physical work, and so it makes sense that the players would be a little bit slow to get there at this point in the game, at this point in the day, but only a couple minutes left here, so hopefully things go smooth and we can wrap this up in a way that both teams are happy with. The ball is out. Pink and purple team maintains possession, looks to go weak. Taken down, but looks like everybody is moving pretty quick to get that ball out, but also make those tackles.
Good offload there. She's got space, she's got support. We'll see if we can get the ball out wide. She's gonna continue to take it herself. Gonna look for that offload. Unfortunately, she is tackled out of bounds. And that is the end of the game. Great work there from both teams. We're gonna finish 36-15 for the team red to take the win.
Great effort by both teams here. Really great end to the day. Nobody let up. Everybody stayed strong. Everybody kept their running hard, their passes accurate, their tackles consistent. So shout out to both teams for playing and playing well. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with our final game of the day, which is going to be a select all-star side playing another select all-star side. So this is guaranteed to be a great game. It's going to be at the high school level. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with another awesome game for you.
Okay, last game of the day. I'm joined by the infamous Emperor of West Carroll, Brian Melody.
Yeah, we appreciate the Rugby Showcase opening up the purse strings and bringing the dream team back together on the mic.
That's right.
I think Eisenhart thought if he could drag it on long enough that people would forget about us.
Commentators dropping like flies today in the seat.
So the players, but it's been a great day of rugby so far.
It's been phenomenal. It really has.
Really great matchup earlier with Doylestown, which is one of the better teams that's played on the East Coast in a couple of years, playing against that team that was made up of the all-stars of all the teams that have been competing this weekend, and it was a really good run. The score I don't think indicated how close a battle it was, but every play was a war, breakdowns and competition, and really what this event has become known for. It's just showing a higher level of rugby for all these teams.
He's walking away from us now, so we can actually talk about him. But I will say, kudos to Mike Eisenhart for getting the rosters together in what can be sometimes messy when you're joining teams together. But a lot of the teams along the East Coast this year are struggling for numbers. So,
and apparently
you did a really
some
good
of the
job.
administrators and the programs aren't all that quick in returning the rosters and the entrance fees and all the needed paperwork to make an event like this such a great success.
I, for one, am shocked that you have parents and kids not getting back to you. It's crazy. That would never happen.
These things usually just run themselves. And they just come together, and all of a sudden, boom, you get a great day of rugby.
Yeah, and it's been hot too, and there's been some fantastic rugby.
Yes, really impressive. We just saw the U14s playing the full 15s match for the first time. I don't know if I've seen U14s playing 15s in probably since our daughters were U14s.
Right.
It's been 5 or 6 years, and it was really impressive just to see them pick up the rugby IQ that comes from playing 15s. When you're playing 7s at that level, you get one athlete that is
faster or bigger.
The field, and they get into open space and they just score as many tries as they want. But when you're playing 15s, you got to take the science of the sport into account, and all the little pieces that make an effective rugby team. And
so in this one, in the dark colored jerseys, because there's two different jerseys, we have Downingtown and Play Rugby, and on the other side we have Greenwich, Southington plus Aspetuck, so Connecticut.
Yeah, you made it sound a lot easier than when they were trying to split up the roster.
Yeah.
Sometimes things get overcomplicated.
Ball allowed to bounce. Aspetuck turns the corner and breaks a few tackles, gets upfield. Tackled by... That's a freshman from Morris. That's Morgan. So good run there. Well tackled by Morgan.
I believe that was Joe Costa from Aspetuck that was on the run.
Number 7 cuts back to the short side. There's numbers on the outside if they can get that ball moving. Referee says knocked on. So scrum to follow. Morgan Andrews
since day one of the showcase, and how has this grown over the years? It's great to see so many college coaches out and younger players. It seems like we're hitting it at both ends of the candle here.
Year 6, crazy. It's funny because year 1 down Doylestown we were just coming out of COVID, and Doylestown had a really, really young team. And, 2 of my daughters played on the Morris team that year. They've now graduated college in May, and you have Nola Flynn, who's actually heading to Dartmouth, and she was in that first showcase.
Yeah, it's amazing that she could get herself into Dartmouth after 7 years of high school. Usually that's not a traditional track for student athletes to matriculate, but
We make fun of her because she's one of our favorites.
she's, even today, her work around the breakdown was so impressive, and kicking for touch and all that stuff.
She's just a complete player. Doesn't matter. So team 1 will be the lighter colors. Team 2 will be the darker colors. Production O'Brien just
Makes
not
a lot
with
of
it today.
sense.
His last showcase.
Yeah, I was going to get to that at some point.
We're not firing him.
Showcase,
He's leaving of his own volition.
all of us should aspire to reach a distant island in our later years. Most choose one that has sunshine at
Yeah, I
least
know,
100
right?
days out of the year, but
Yeah.
others like the rain.
You know, some countries measure sunshine in hours. Per year, yeah. I thought that was implied. All right, so we're ready for the put-in. Referee is happy. Break off the back. Well tackled by number 14. Bit of a errant pass, and we're going to have another knock on. Just a little bit off on the timing.
That's to be expected with these teams. Are sort of mixing and matching players from multiple programs. But it's great seeing the girls getting ready earlier, and they're having fun, and they're getting to know each other. And that's one of the things about the showcase that you may not see at some of the other major tournaments around the country, that the amount of bonding that goes on in between games, and especially tonight when we go over to base camp and have the college fair and talk about the EGRL selections. It's really a special night, something that makes EGRL different from other conferences.
The one thing that I really love
Great
about this
breakaway run
showcase too is number 13 just cutting through everybody like butter. She looks like she's going to make it in. She does. Just what I was saying, the one thing I really love about the showcase is even if you don't have a full 15s team and you want to come with, a player or two from your own squad, we'll find you a team. We'll get you in. You can come as an unattached player.
Exactly.
We just want to see kids playing rugby.
I believe there were some players from the Nightmares that are out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, that were here. Some that were down from Mystic River in Boston. I believe there was a player up from Charlotte. They're just accepted by the teams that are here, and they jump right into the lineups. I know West Carroll was playing with Corning earlier. Now they're playing against Corning in this one. Strange bedfellows with Morris playing alongside North Bay earlier. They're
mortal enemies.
Blood rivals.
Hatfields and McCoys type stuff. Kick was good.
Another great part of the day, seeing all the Morris alumni that were hanging around the fields, and there were some Doylestown and Downingtown, and the girls that have gone through these programs in recent years, and the respect that they have for each other and for the coaches is really, really cool to see.
Well, yeah, and we have watched quite a bit of college rugby the last couple of years, and when you see players that you saw at maybe U14, U15 level, and now all of a sudden you're seeing this completely different athlete just owning the field in college. It's so nice to see it.
Yeah, I have a picture on Facebook of West Carroll and Morris playing in a tournament down in Maryland. It had to be back maybe 21 or 22 after COVID, and all those girls some of them are graduating college or played 3 or 4 years of college, and going to the top places, and to see that the 11 girls that are in the picture, I think 10 of them have gone on to play in college, and they were in 6th and 7th grade, 8th grade at the time of the picture. It's one of my favorites.
So Blue moving the ball, heading back into the ruck. Trying to get out of their own 22, but we're going to have a penalty for not releasing. Slicing run, just a little bit sideways. Tackled by Morgan Andrews. About on the 5 meter. Oh, ball's turned over. Just kind of squibbed out. Nice clearing kick. Doesn't make touch, but recovered by Blue. And draws penalty for off the feet. Ball's up, reaches touch, punch back in. It's still in play. Bit of a dangerous play, but makes a nice cut back up the field, up towards the halfway line. Moves the ball out. It's out to Gorn. Gets about 20 meters. Blue sets the defense again.
And many of you at home may be thinking, why wasn't that ball ruled in touch? But I believe they're playing one of those optional West New Jersey rules that's in the developmental stage, that the ball can be played anywhere where the grass is green and play on.
If your feet are in the air, the ball is still live.
If the ball is still live, are your feet on the ground?
Oh, and it looks like, nice punch in by the end, at the end there, under the post.
Coach Snow from Downingtown had the bird's eye view of that one, and I don't think he was in agreement with the continuation of play, but it's all right.
Kick was just under the post, so it's going to be 5-7. Blue still in the lead.
It's great to see the maturity of Mike Eisenhart, because years ago he would have been the first one to go after referees in a situation like this, but he's rehabilitated himself, he tells me.
It's a bit rich.
Yeah, things have run relatively smooth, so I guess we have to blame Mike for that too.
Ball's up deep, fielded well. Cutting back upfield, goes into contact. A couple of players to bring her down. Ball's kicked outside. Gaining some meters. There's numbers on the outside if they can keep that ball moving. Just trying to break that defense, and they do. Up to the halfway. Nice dump off to Gorn. Heading for the corner. Being chased down by Morgan Andrews. Trying to get there. Unfortunately, just tackled her into touch, or into the try zone. And she scores in the corner. So nice work by the light team. I think it was Gorn from Aspetuck that got that try in the corner. Just had enough gas to get around Andrews.
That's what we need the camera on. The behind the scenes.
It's not the Housewives of Rhode Island we're dealing with here.
We were distracted by you guys over here.
I don't know that she took it, to be honest.
We can ask the touch judge when he comes back. You know.
Hey, touch judge. Did they make the kick? Lines, touch judge.
Takes a village, folks, and the kick was no good.
We only had to look one direction, and we were actually looking the opposite direction.
We were crisscrossed in one direction.
Well, you're naming all the boy bands. Crisscross, One Direction. So White definitely, I just jinxed them. They were definitely moving the ball more consistently, and just unfortunately knocked on there. So Blue has an opportunity to start building something just inside the White half at the 10.
Now, is there any truth to the rumors that the reason why Production O'Brien is going back to the homelands is because Boyzone was going back out on tour? Is that?
Yeah, he was asked to do the driving of the van.
He's ignoring us. That's what makes him such a great producer.
Yeah, focused.
No headset.
Totally focused on his phone. Screenager.
Do they have cellular phones in Ireland?
Yeah, and mobile ones too. Yeah, both kinds.
Which is the one with the dial?
No, you can't bring those outside. They're not water resistant. Okay, Blue on the move. Little bit of an errant pass, but it's cleaned up. Ruck is a little messy. Ball is available. Blue trying to punch through again. Ball squibbed out the side and cleaned up by White. White has numbers on the outside. So you just keep the ball moving. And they're getting around the corner. Gained a couple of meters. Bit of a dangerous pass, but recovered. Blue going in, or White going into contact. Trying to break that line. So that first receiver is just receiving and going into contact. You'd like to see that ball moving side to side more. Now they've got it going. Skip pass. And again, they turn the corner and there you go. It's almost like they listened to us for a minute. Looks like she's going to score under the post.
That insight's what puts you at the very top of the coaching profession, Brian.
That's right. Very top of being an assistant coach in high school. And not making any parents happy in the process. That's the job, right? Isn't that the job? It's not the volunteer portion of it. Breeze picking up, making it a little cooler. It's been a hot one today, 90 degrees all day. Shawcock ran out about 2 minutes ago, I think. Production O'Brien is always on the ball. Kick was up and good. So that puts us at 17-7. Looks like it is halftime now, so we will take a little break. All right, so we're back with the next series of of plays. We're going to have, again, a lighter blue against, let's call them a white team because there's bits of every color, but there is some white on both of them. Ball did not go 10. So it's going to be a tap from the center for the white team. Blue has to back up.
The light blue is Corning from Central New York. The dark blue is Play Rugby USA out of New York City.
So do we have a Connecticut versus New York?
There's some North Bay and Outcasts that are wearing Greenwich jerseys. There's a couple of West Carolina Riders in the green.
Fine. I was trying to start something.
There's some Doylestown kids that are mixed in.
I was trying to build it up to something and you just destroy it. Ball moving. Back into contact. Oh, nice little breakthrough right up the middle. Oh, and a sidestep. It's going to score right under the post.
Fancy footwork there.
That was really good. Is it number 1 on the Aspetuck roster?
I'm going to say that's Kylie.
No, it's not Kylie.
No?
Oh, actually, no, it could be. Let's see if we can get a view of her number. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Kylie Baba. Aspetuck Jr. And this weekend's a great opportunity for the juniors that are in the midst of their college searches. And it's going to be a big summer for them and trying to figure out what their future is. And it's great to see so many college coaches here this weekend.
It's phenomenal. I think there was over 25 schools represented this weekend. So. Ball is up. Bit of a grubber kick. It's fielded cleanly. White makes a couple of meters. And we're going to have a penalty for not rolling away. It looked like it was going to develop and the ball was going to come out, but the referee says, no, let's blow it up. Heading up towards halfway. It's Kylie Baba making another strong break. Really good footwork. Oh, and a cheeky little offload to number 4. That's really nice work there. Kylie Baba is just lighting it up the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, fantastic. She scored a try and she set up the second try there.
Lovely little offload.
Based on her shorts, it looks like she's an ERA product, which is Aspetuck has a long tradition of supplying players for ERA tours. Cara Doherty was playing earlier. I think she's been playing 10 years of high school rugby. She's on the Nola Flynn plan.
She is.
We're going to get that girl into college someday, somehow.
I think it was Michaela Hayes from Greenwich that actually scored the try on that lovely offload from Baba. Baba's a cool rugby playing name.
Yeah.
We do a lot with that. Again, ball grubbered. White comes right back up the middle again. It's number 24, breaks a couple of tackles. And scores under the post. So this one's starting to pull away now. We're trying to find a number. It's number 24. Don't see it. Number 24 on that sheet. possibly Catherine Underwood.
Yeah, Kate Underwood from the North Bay Outcast side. She's a sophomore, but she's come up through the U14 program. She's been around for a little bit.
There's a lot more parents on this side than other years.
Yeah, looks like the dogs are back.
The dogs are back.
The dog's out.
Blue's just going to have to toughen up a little bit on defense.
And a lot of the attacks coming from right up the middle.
Yeah, they're not turning corners. They're just going straight up the middle and stop me if you can.
Barbara with the tackle. She's all over the place.
Ball stolen. So White is on the attack again. This ball is turned over. At this point, you'd like to see that ball moving out the line. You know, there's a lot of big bodies in there. Blue trying to make their way up to half. Back inside. Bit of a sidestep, but well tackled by Baba.
It's a Downingtown world, and we're just living in it. Expect that from the Doylestown crew, and it's just rolling its way across the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
You know, her older McGettigan sister would never have done that.
She would have waited till halftime, and then she would have crossed in front of her.
That's right. You stared us down in the meantime.
She in the way. That would require us paying attention.
So White driving forward again, and ball's turned over. Blue has it. They just can't get through that wall of jerseys. There is space on the outside if they can get that ball moving, but it seems to be a bit of punch and go the whole time.
I've seen a lot of teams today have been very active when the ball's available, and still a lot of stripping of the ball when ball carriers are getting a little loose with it, and
Mewey,
it's a real competition.
Actually, no, it wasn't. It was Baba. Baba strips it again, and unfortunately, a couple of phases later, ball was dropped. So it's going to be a scrum to Blue.
Maybe that's why they don't want to pass. These backs just keep dropping the ball.
That's right.
Forwards need to just pick the ball up and run straight forward.
That was such a forward comment of you.
In the earlier Doylestown versus the All-Stars match, I was in charge of regulating the front three. I didn't control substitutions beyond that, so if you were wearing a jersey that could be divided by something,
that's
I
either
wasn't your guy.
That's either they wanted to have you really specialized, or they didn't trust you with numbers higher than 3.
They weren't going to give such strategic decision-making up to our very own Jeff Adamchek from Steamroller. He's selling fantastic. Have you seen the tournament T-shirts? The tournament shirts look great this year.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Yellow color, very summery, with a color mix of blue and turquoise.
Well, so the texts were going around last weekend about the color choices, and there was another color chosen, and it got vetoed by my daughters who were home from college. So I think their exact words were ew and gross. So we are left with that lovely yellow.
Is that one of those West New Jersey rattlesnakes that was just crawling up your leg?
So Blue breaks the halfway line.
Back to
So
the action.
punch and go. Oh, and there's some space now. Oh, and great tackle by White. Knocks the ball out. So just when it looked like Blue were going to be able to get a try back in this one, nice tackle by White.
Proud to see West Carroll scrum half Olivia Lee grab the number 2 jersey out of the bin, because I think all scrum halves dream to be a hooker someday.
Yeah. Or prop.
I've never seen a cameraman get so frustrated with, oh.
So the knock-on was on Blue, but they are the ones putting the ball into the scrum.
And besides the great T-shirts, Team Roller Rugby supply with these fantastic new game balls that they've provided for this weekend's events.
Jeff at Steamroller Rugby really does it all. Almost as much as Mike Eisenhardt, but just with more value. And Blue's trying to punch it in.
Nice run there. It looks like there may be a poach in play now. Excellent support.
It's kind of hard to see over all these Downingtown kids.
Yeah, Downingtown has taken up ownership of the sideline, making it virtually impossible for us to see anything, but, that's how they roll.
And then they're going to go back and forth. So it looks like it is punched in by Blue.
Maybe Downingtown's running a Bronco in front of our broadcast booth.
Yeah, they're doing
just
laps.
going back and forth and back and forth, making it virtually impossible for us to accurately call the action. Eisenhardt's lost control of the sideline. There's people everywhere. It's chaos in the streets.
Yeah, there's a lot of parents over here. We've never had that before on this side. I need to do a better job of roping off the areas next year.
Well, in years past, we'd have Bill Dobbs over on this side, and I think most
Screaming
of the parents
at
were
people.
just scared.
Yeah.
Scared.
You don't see too many cubes out in the real world.
All right. We're hoping for a sighting. There's been rumors there may be a sighting at some point this weekend. It's one of the
touch and go.
The OGs of the rugby showcase.
Kicks up and good. So we have a score of 38-14. Blue is not hanging their head. Or heads, I should say.
Credit to the Corning players. They get about 6 or 7 hours of sunshine every year themselves up in central New York.
Yeah.
So, this yellow thing that hangs over the pitches today is
confusing,
sort of an
probably.
enigma.
It's kind of area where you see Santa, at the local Dunkin' Donuts on a regular basis. It's Baba making a nice break again. Gets about 10, 15 meters. Sets the ball up for her teammates. It's number 4 cutting back inside. Breaks a few tackles. Trying to get that ball out of the ruck. It looks like it's a bit jammed up in there. Referee is kind of letting things play out. And not sure what's going on right now.
It's great suspense. It's going to keep our viewers at home tuned in to see what is the call.
Looks like we have an injury, so. That was odd. There was a player lying on the ground and everything was stopped. And then they punched forward. I feel like we should have a roving mic for this one. So that puts the score at 43-14. And it looks like Baba with the kick.
Why not? She's done it all. She scored a try. She assisted
Yeah.
on the try. Might as well get a conversion.
Nice solid boot.
Crushed it. Absolutely crushed it.
Can you start collecting Gatorade bottles?
That's a credit to all the hard work that Coach John O'Neill from Aspetuck does on his kickers, that even the front row players are able to.
Yeah.
There's a long history of Aspetuck front row players kicking.
John believes everybody can kick, and everybody should. He also believes everybody should run straight forward and over other players. So it looks like we're going to have a switch up again.
Or do you want the jersey? Or there?
So if that wasn't confusing enough at home, we're going to add some more colors to the jersey mix. So it's going to be blue, orange, light blue, green and yellow versus white and yellow. Oh, and there's a green on the other side there as well.
You got a little West Carroll out there.
Good mix.
This is like the Steamroller Rugby Supply Summer Fashion Show. Go online at steamrollerrugby.com or give them a call and ask for Wendy, and she'll get you hooked up with all your jerseys.
Just tell her which color jersey you saw in this match that you liked, and she'll sort you out.
Get some of these brand new game balls that they've rolled out. And I have an unconfirmed rumor that it is Jeff from Steamroller who has sprung the idea of the size 4.5 rugby ball on the women's game as a way that
as
he
of
can
World
finally
Rugby?
make enough money to retire and not bring his trailer from one scorching hot summer rugby tournament to another. That is a rumor, of course.
Yeah, and we're not here to start rumors.
It may have been those guys at Gilbert.
We're just here to spread them on.
Exactly. Who are we to stop a rumor from spreading?
That's right. We don't have that kind of power. Scrum right in the halfway. Ball goes out to, nice little cut through by the 10. Tries to get it out to the wing, but unfortunately the ball did not go to hands, and it was bobbled in the transfer.
Yeah, 10 Charlotte Greps, one of the young players from West Carroll that's been out today.
Cara, zoom in more. Let's see their feet. Yep, and there, right there. Yep, that's good right there.
So 45-14. It's been a little bit sloppy.
To be expected, these the girls have played a couple games today in blistering conditions, and
they're also not playing within their systems.
Exactly, yeah. You know, a lot of teams, it's a strange time of year to be in a high school rugby program, as you can attest. There's a lot of graduations and band concerts and award ceremonies that I'm not sure that the girls are in their peak condition in terms of their skill sets and conditioning that
We had Coach Troy from Morris leave a little early because he was going to a wedding with the Jonas brother. So we're breaking all the hot news.
Was it Lenny Jonas?
It was Bob Jonas.
I could see Troy being playing some
boy band.
The guitar maybe for the Jonas Brothers touring band.
Ball moving through the Doylestown hands, getting it out to the wing. Cut back inside, breaks a couple of tackles, sets it up. We have some downhill running. Good work by the scrum half. It's a play rugby player, just takes a couple of bodies to get her down.
Number of players wearing a North Bay jersey, and I guarantee they're not North Bay players.
Yeah, that's actually
some Morris players.
That's a Morris player.
Morris in North Bay jerseys, just to keep the party going.
Hey, sideline, back it up. You're in the camera. Get out of the way. Everybody, back. That's how you do it.
Wow.
Production O'Brien is not happy.
We can't let him go. The international search is on for the replacements for Production O'Brien and family.
Yeah.
And son. It's a family business here with the O'Briens. Anytime you need a camera angle on top of a building or in the back of a pickup truck, we know who to call.
Ball's up, takes a favorable bounce. Well taken by White. Up to halfway. And referee says not rolling away. You can see the kids are getting tired now. They're not getting low enough in the tackles. Ball's moving out to the wing. Good to see it. It's available. Bit of a looping pass, but gets to where it needs to go. Scrum half's doing a good job of digging it out. Again, another couple of tackles broken. Big push by the defense, but ball maintained. Tackle by Tori Waymeyer, heading to New Haven in the fall. Ball is bobbled. Referee says it's okay. It's turned over. Trying to get it out of that ruck. They do. And it looks like it was a forward pass, unfortunately. So we might be going back for the original knock-on since there was no advantage.
Your guess is as good as any. We're just waiting for the correct personnel to be assembled on the pitch.
Scrum looks bigger than normal. Looks like there's about 14 players on each side in it right now. Ball is moving. Oh, nice little dummy. Breaks the line, and looks like we're going to get a score out of this. Gets it in under the post. And that puts it at 50-14.
And for lack of a better word, the Connecticut side is really putting together some good phases of play.
Yeah, they seem to be more in sync, shall we say, since we're on the boy band theme.
Bye, bye, bye. Part of the charm of Bundt Park is the navigation of the pool noodles in the tri-zone.
Yeah, yeah.
That's also an evolution of this
pool noodles, tape on the legs.
This event every year is they weren't always like that. Sometimes they flew up, and
yep.
I recall there may be some players that are out there watching that may still be getting poked fun of for the ability of those pool noodles to make tackles when it prevents sure tries from happening.
Kick is up and just pushed past the post. So score is now 50-0. Crowd noise has even died down. Just getting players behind the kicker. Balls up. Low squibber. Fielded. White pushing their way forward. Sucking players into that ruck. They seem to be maintaining better shapes in their attack. Breakthrough by Moran, maybe? Not sure. Moving out to the wing now, or at least that general direction. Up to halfway. And the referee says penalty for not releasing. Blue trying to find some space. Still moving. Can't get her down. Makes a good 30-meter run. When the ball's turned over, and then it's thrown back into the ruck, and it's going to be a penalty.
That's it. Roll up. Sideline, you make great windows. I don't think they understand that joke. No?
Killing them with sarcasm, Production O'Brien and his crowd control methods.
You can tell it's his last gig, can't you? He's getting salty in his old age.
If only there was law enforcement in the area that could assist with crowd control. Looks like it's break time for them.
Oh, look, it's Officer Jan right behind us. Just sitting around.
The director of this very successful U14 competition this weekend. First time 15-a-side rugby being played at the U14 level. He's been a real asset to the EGRL since we became a full member after serving the years-long internship under the legendary Bill Dobbs.
He still has to go over to the garage every now and then for pointers.
I don't think we've seen Dobbs since then. Jan's been on full time. Right?
That's right, yeah.
Coincidence?
Ball cleaned up by Tori Waymeyer. Out to Tori Waymeyer now. She sucks in that defender and sets somebody loose on the outside. Good tackle by White. And Waymeyer back in the ruck, protecting the ball. Nice run. Gets about a good 15 meters. That was Morris's Sarah Sakurai. Kind of playing between the tens for the last 5-6 minutes.
Waymeyer's been all over the pitch here.
Yeah. A really good pickup for New Haven. Smart player. And we're going to have a penalty for... Did you see what the call was? Kind of slowed everything down too on the backup.
Yeah, it's one of those great mysteries. Is what was that penalty for?
Supports there. Right back into contact. Ball is kind of being held a little high, but looks like it's protected enough. Scrum half is trying to dig it out. And there's players falling through the ruck. Referee says, nope, off your feet. Quick tap taken out to Waymeyer. Waymeyer punches up the middle. Starting to get a little bit more continuity on their shape, the Motley team here. And we're going to have a penalty for not releasing. Ball is up. It looks like it's going to stay in play. Fielded by Waymeyer. Makes a nice vertical leap to get that, and then now we're going to have a high tackle. So Waymeyer wants to move quickly. Support is not there. Now it's starting to get there.
I'd have to credit Morris coach Troy Rhodes for the vertical leaping ability of Waymeyer there. I don't recall a Morris coach in the past to have skywalkers like that on the pitch.
We strongly discourage leaving the ground. Ball out to Sakurai. And it looks like it's going to be a high tackle again. Take it quickly. Doylestown player moves it out to her compatriot from Doylestown. A lot of swing around tackles. The kids are getting tired. They're not really driving with shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a lot of reaching for tackles too, and that'll lead to trying to grab a jersey and pull somebody down that way. And it's really not an effective, consistent way to.
You see it more in sevens, don't you?
Tackles.
And it looks like it's score in the corner. So it's going to be 50-19. Really hard kick from there. Let's see who steps up to take it.
That was the end? That was the end?
I think they have a conversion. That's the end. I think there's still one more.
For all you rugby fans at home, tomorrow morning there's even more fun to come from the showcase. Starting at 9 a.m. So pour yourself a cup of coffee and tune in. And we'll have the 8th grade games, which is an exciting part of the weekend where the freshmen will play at 9 o'clock, the sophomores at 10 o'clock, and the juniors at 11, which is a really good opportunity for the players to play amongst their peers, the ones that they're going to go on to play in college with. And,
Yeah, we'd like to thank our sponsors. You know, Proactivity and Basecamp are the driving force behind everything. Steamroller Rugby, Clinton Bagel, Morris Rugby, and St. Luke's for supplying the medical staff.
And the medical staff has gotten a workout today. They've had all sorts of...
Yeah. Luckily, most of it was small stuff, but yeah, they've been busy. There's been quite a few knocks and bruises.
Hey, Aiden. Give me a slice of pepperoni.
Okay, Baba heading for the sideline. Takes a few players to get her down. Sets the ball up. White has a better kind of a shape. Seem like they're more ready to be on attack. Punch in a hole. Blue tries to get a hand on it, and they do. Referee says not releasing. So good work by the Downingtown number 8.
Fighting through those tackles, taking a couple girls to get her down. Solid ruck setup right there, 3 in plus the scrummy. Driving their feet through contact. Able to break through the defensive line right next to the ruck. It's a one-on-one out in the end. Defense chasing back, trying to make that hit. Able to get her down just inside the 50. Holding her up. Offense setting up steep on the near side. They're going to choose to pick and go instead. Support is there for the ruck. Starting to pass. Good time offload. As soon as contact is made. That one, a little bit of a bounce. Ref's going to say play on. Choosing to still keep sending it. doing a great job of driving their feet through contact, forcing the defender to really work for that tackle. Little bit of a step right there by number 1, who's going to keep going. Made their way to this near sideline. They're going to start working towards the far one. Keep sending it towards the far sideline. Wide pass, Wind takes it, goes out to the edge and finds its way into the hands of a defender. She runs down the field, she's tackled. They just reached touch. Nope, they knocked the ball on.
Did they?
Play is dead. It was touch. See, I have eyes sometimes.
It wasn't your eyes that we've been worried about all day here.
Ball is up, dropped in the middle of the line out. Defense is going to be able to take over here. Team in the dark blue trying to make up for some lost space on the last possession. Trying to get it out to the wing. Little bit of a sloppy offload there, but able to field it regardless. Catching the ball standalone, but able to get some pace after receiving it. Want to see them start running onto those passes a little bit more. They are getting steep. Wide pass right there, out to the hands of 13. Gonna try to send it back to this near side. Not quite set up for an offense here. Little bit clumped. They're running out of space. That touch line is drawing ever near. Bobbles it forward. Ref says advantage to the yellow and red team.
Yeah, definite uptick in the activity from the dark blue side, which is mostly Downingtown players. A couple Corny players mixed in, some Play Rugby USA. And they're the ones that put this side out to a big lead early in the match.
Gonna have a scrum down right in front of us over here.
Seems to be a little bit of discussion on the sidelines between the coaches as to whose put-in it's going to be.
Ref signal should have been clear. Scrum is set.
Mike Eisenhart continues to laugh at the buffoonery of coaches that criticize referees.
They have the depth. They're starting to get the pace, making their way back to the mark where the scrum started. Pushing through some defensive line. Great step right there through the defender's hands. Takes a couple extra to get her down. Go for a wide skip pass right here. She's going to cut back inside to where the action was. Support is there for the ruck. Going to try again to send it a little bit wider. Breaks through the defensive line. Great run right there. Going through the hands. 13 loops, but they don't need her. They have the numbers on the outside all the way out to the wing. Little bit of sidestep, and she gets it in to the try zone. Great work, working from edge to edge right there.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the number of Downingtown players that are out there. They have some continuity that the sides in this match haven't shown, which is a credit to, they're working together all season, where some of these other teams are you know, a couple players from one club, a couple more from another. Just trying to piece it all together. But you know, Downingtown, a traditionally strong team out of Pennsylvania.
It's cooled off a little bit out here.
It's not as blistering hot as it's been all day. The breeze is nice.
We've had a couple patches of breeze and clouds throughout the day. It hasn't been just dead end heat. Still hot, but nice break for a lot of these girls who have been out here since 8:30 this morning. Dark blue is set up already for the receiving. Couple subs being made for our blue side.
Yeah, real credit to the coaches here. Both sides have upwards of 50 players on it, trying to
Subbing
navigate getting everybody some playing time. And
Kick goes high, takes a couple bounces, able to find some hands, and hands that have a good step to them. She makes her way up the field, drops the ball. Ref says play on. A little bit of confusion about who's playing 9 right there. Another ruck is formed, this time passed out. Running a little bit alone. Support is late to get there, but secures the ruck in time. Good job taking it at pace to the player in light blue. They're going to keep working their way towards this near sideline. They are getting steep. They need to start running onto these passes, not running after they catch them. Just like that, great work right there, and look how it worked out for her. Able to break through the first line of defenders, takes an extra second to get her down.
as McNamee, a senior, headed to Elon.
Working their way back towards this near sideline still. Directing traffic. Scrum half is making sure that her players are set up. She has the better option on the far side. She's going to go down the middle. Strong runner right there for dark blue. Good quick hands. Big contact. She gets a couple meters there, though. The red and yellow white team has been putting on the pressure defensively. It's led to a couple bobbles, just like this one we saw right now. Leads to a turnover. They're making their way back down the field. Blue had just crossed the midline off the kickoff. Good hands going down the line. Double tackle by Blue to get her down. They're going to keep working their way towards this wing. They have numbers, but they don't have space. She cuts back inside, but touch just says no. Still in. Ball goes through the hands, but out the back. 24, stepping through defenders. She's got 4 on her, and she's down. Digging the ball out. Running a little bit alone. Somebody's there to seal the ruck. Their offense is set up a little flat. Would love to see them get a little bit steeper, but they're getting meters regardless. Strong runners here who are going for those gaps in the defensive line. Ref's going to call not rolling away. Still pretty flat on offense over here is the yellow and red. Strong runner right there, pulls in multiple defenders. They're going to start to take it to space over on the far side. 12 with a little bit of a step, breaks through one, drags another. Not releasing after the tackle on the ball carrier. Ball's going to get turned over just as this red and yellow team was making their way to their offensive 22. Ball is making its way towards the sideline, goes through two pairs of hands, goes out to the wing. Runner is going up the far sideline. Running out of space a little bit. They're going to start working their way back towards the middle of the field. Quick passes through some forward pod. Ref calls a penalty. They maintain possession, but it allows them a chance to take a breath and restart, set up a system. They're going to choose to kick for touch. Smart decision given their field positioning. Ball does not find touch, but they're able to tackle the receiver out of bounds.
Yeah, we're getting to the point of the day where you're starting to see some balls get mishandled and tackles get a little higher. You just want to make sure that everybody closes out the day safely. You don't want to pick up a cheap injury late in the day when we have 3 exciting matches lined up for you starting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. here.
Line out gets stolen. Yellow and red have it. Bounced on the ground a couple times, but they were able to pick it up cleanly. They're going to start working their way towards this near sideline. Player goes out to grab it, unfortunately knocked on right when they were starting to get some momentum off that line out turnover. Big scrum set up right here. Huge opportunity for the girls in blue on their offensive side of the field. Both teams trying to drive, but that scrum was pretty stagnant. They're going to pick and go out to the edge. Wayward pass, finds ground, and then bounces into the hands of the offensive side. Blue still maintains possession, but hasn't gained any meters since the scrum. Now they start working their way through that defensive line. Strong running right there. They're set up steep. Crashing into that defense. Quick little offloads right there. Support is there for the ruck. 9's going to choose to play it quickly, and they're going to start sending it wide. 13 looks for a gap. She doesn't have it. Tries to get it to teammate hands.
That's going to do it.
What a great day today.
It's a fantastic day of rugby, and we still have 3 matches left tomorrow and a great night coming up over at base camp where the girls are going to get to meet and greet the top rugby coaches at the collegiate level and learn more information about the opportunities that are available to them. Shout out to our sponsors, Production O'Brien and his entire team. One more dance left with OB. So tune in tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. What? This is it? Are you going to sing the parting glass for us here? You know, a poignant moment. Ahern, can we get a camera on Production O'Brien, please?
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, Marissa.